there we go. Sherry.
Right, we're good.
You're on. Go.
All right, everybody.
This isn't the formal meeting, kind of.
Everyone, thank you for letting us slip this news in here. It's always sort of a sad day when someone really special retires, but we're very happy for Mary Ann Lapata, who started here in 2003. For those of you in the audience that don't know, Mary Ann is the chief executive for the Board of County Commissioners. And the folks behind you, Mary Ann, are your day-to-day co-workers, but everyone else in the building who's working, we know will stop down and see Mary Ann in the Manatee Room from 2 to 4 today before she goes off next week on a 6-week vacation, and hopefully we can find her after that. I just want to say what a pleasure it is to work with you, and I want to give the time to the commissioners and to you, so thank you.
Thank you.
Yay, Mary Ann.
Thank you for letting me come by. Well, thank you for letting me preempt this meeting a little bit, just to say goodbye and my farewells to everybody. I do want to take the opportunity to publicly say thanks to you for allowing me to serve as the executive assistant for the last 7 years, and before then as agenda coordinator for 9. It's a great experience. It's granted me a chance to meet and interact with many different people from the county staff as well as the community as a whole. I've thoroughly enjoyed the role I played for these 16 years. I see the difficult issues you face and tackle each day and know that you take your role seriously, represent your district, your constituents, and residents of the county. You have a tough job knowing that you won't please all, but you do your best to do what's right. I'm happy that I was here for you as well as the 13 other commissioners I worked for before you guys. Mm-hmm. Seeing the county operate from my perspective has given me the knowledge, appreciation of just how dedicated workforce you have at Manatee County. My husband Bill and I both have tendered 30-year careers with Manatee County and do our best to serve, and we are grateful for the opportunity. We're just one of the many employees working here who share our dedication. Many thanks to my team, Diane, Sherry, Vita, all of the County Administrator's Office team for their support, encouragement, and love. A special thanks to Casey, who offered me the opportunity, Casey, 16 years ago to come work for the County Administrator's Office. I felt welcomed and appreciated from day one, and will always remember and cherish the friends and colleagues I've met along the way. Farewell for now until we meet again, and thank you all for everything. So I have a prominent place of this in my RV. I will take it with me. RV with time and the memories of Manatee County and my service here. Thank you for everything.
A couple of comments, Mary Ann. Mary Ann, a couple comments, starting with Commissioner Trace.
Well, you and I have talked. I'm really going to miss you. Y'all do not realize how hard it is to herd us kitty cats up here. And she does it and keeps us calm, keeps us organized, and I will miss you, the business, but I'm happy that I now have a new friend.
I have a friend.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's been
Commissioner
great. Thank you.
Servia.
Yes, and as I was listening to your comments, Mary Ann, I was thinking the same things about you, how grateful we all are for you, how much we love you. I have worked with you in so many different roles as I've moved throughout my life and as you've moved throughout your life, and you're always very professional and calm and just wonderful to work with.
Thank
So
you,
I
Miss
wish
Sue.
you great things.
Same to you. Thank you. Thank
Commissioner
you.
Whitmore.
Well, you and I have been together 13 years, and I've always enjoyed it. You've had to deal with a lot of personalities up there, and 7 different commissioners, 7 majorly different personalities, and you've done it with class and grace. And again, thank you, because Mary Ann does come in and tell us when we're going down the wrong path, and or she's not going to do that, no matter what you say. So we love you, and I consider you a friend, and hope you enjoy your RV life. I will. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure we will. Thank you.
Commissioner Ball.
Good luck. You know, what she didn't tell you is that she started out working directly with the commissioners 7 years ago. And the reason I know this is because that's when I got elected, and she is the only assistant that I've had for my years on this board. And I've been very fortunate in that
I think it was just said how Mary Ann always guides us and tries to make sure that we're doing what we should be doing and doing the right thing. And she's a very Christian woman. She didn't mention that. And she and I have had many in-depth conversation. And, you know, the good thing is that Mary Ann has been my assistant, but she's also been a true friend. And I will miss you up on the 9th floor. But the first RV trip that I took was with her and Bill. So I'm sure we'll have more in the future. And I look forward to that, just as friends. It'll be a whole new situation. And I just wish you the very best and the most happiness.
Thank you. I will. Thank you.
Commissioner Bellamy.
I just want to say thank you coming in with the transition as far as me coming into the industry of being a politician and how you supported me and with a smile and gave me the guidance and things like that. We're going to miss your bubbly and your energy and the things you bring, because I'm sure we bring a lot of complications to you. The only thing you bring to us is laughter and joy and ways that we should address things professionally with a smile. And I'm going to miss that, but I appreciate you, and I'm sure we all appreciate you. And good luck with the RV tours that you're about to take.
Thank you. Thank you. I will.
Commissioner Benak.
Yeah, I've known Mary Ann for a long time as well. You know, some of us go way back, and you know, it's not an easy job that you've had to answer the phone calls of all the folks that want to get in touch with the county commissioners. And
Good
I
and
bet
bad.
almost every one of you out there have had to get in touch with the county commissioner at least once, perhaps, in your life. And Mary Ann is always so gracious and calm and works with us to find the information that we need to get through a problem. But my earliest recollections of Mary Ann is sitting down there at that desk, and she was always a friendly face when sometimes there weren't any friendly faces. This is when I was in the private sector, sometimes when there weren't a whole lot of friendly faces around. So I just really thank Mary Ann for everything that she's done. I don't think you are old enough to retire, because we're the exact same age. So, but you've earned it. You've earned this right, working so hard for this community, and the community thanks you, and I thank you. And I look forward to someday getting in an RV too.
That's
and hanging out. That's what I look
It'll
forward
be
to.
great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mary Ann, again,
Yeah,
you know,
caravan.
you were the one that, you know, kind of helped me get started on this when I came in, and you were just invaluable, and I think you're kind of the glue that kept all of us together a lot of times, and, you know, we needed that a lot type of thing, and, but I always appreciated that you laughed at all my dumb jokes, and, you know, and that you were never in a bad mood, you know, and that's just a real compliment to your personality, and I wish you and Bill, you know, all the success in your RVing around the state and the country, but don't be a stranger and come back and visit us again soon, I
Definitely.
hope.
Most definitely. Thank you all.
We have to, don't leave.
We're gonna come give you a hug. Group hug.
It's a real hug. Thank you for being here.
While they're saying farewell, I wanted to thank Mr. Barnott and Ms. Shank for letting us bring Mary Ann down. And for the audience, I know you've got a busy day. Thank you for letting us show some appreciation to a longtime employee. Sorry to interrupt your meeting.
Oh, you're not going to be far away. I know where you live.
That's right. That's right. Drive by you. Drive by you.
I gotta be careful about the Me Too, you know.
Oh.
Do it right up there, up front. Right up front.
I don't have hair problems.
Mary Ann, take a clock and go with the commissioner.
You want you to come quick?
Excuse me.
Okay, let her go with you guys. Thank you. Thank you for letting me see that. Good job. Thank you.
Anyway.
Start off in a good way. Thank you. Thank you.
Meeting.
I got you.
Thank you.
Now they can depress us. Now for the bad part, the meeting.
That took 10 minutes, not bad.
Yeah,
It only
people
took us
are
10 minutes,
probably-
not bad.
That was well worth it, too.
Do you feel like it doesn't seem real? No, it doesn't. I don't like it at all.
Okay.
Do we have to do consent first or no?
Okay, at this point, we'll call the meeting to order, and thank you all for your patience. Normally, we get a little quicker, but that was a very important moment for all of us up here.
Really emotional.
The first thing is an invocation from Pastor Guy Glass from Bethany Baptist Church. So if everybody would please stand, and then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Would you bow with me in prayer, please? Heavenly Father, as these commissioners come together today, we ask that your guidance, your wisdom, and your support would rest upon their shoulders as they begin this meeting. Help them to engage in meaningful discussion, allow them to grow closer together as a group and to nurture the bonds of community by decisions that serve the common good and in the wise use of our resources, so that recognition is paid to our past and responsibility is fulfilled for our future. May the decisions made today and the days that follow reveal the sincere desire to recognize the rights of both individuals and community, and to walk the path that seeks to do what is good, best, and right to both. Bless these commissioners, for first and foremost, they are your appointed servants, ordained by you for this task. We ask you to bless them, their families, and those who will be charged with the responsibilities of enacting and enforcing the decisions of these, your servants. May this community remember them in prayer, and may their efforts today propel Manatee County forward to the place you have determined for it to be. Let the concerns of those who seek to speak to issues be not only heard but listened to. May you give our commissioners discernment in order to not only listen but to comprehend the meaning and the intent of what is being spoken. Continue to remind us, Father God, that all that we do here today and in the days ahead, that all that will be accomplished is for the pursuit of your perfect desire for Manatee County and for the service of its residents. We ask all these things in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Better get out, Mike. Okay, we're running a little late from our time certain, so I guess we'll just go straight to that first, and then, so by doing so, we'll have, I'm not sure who's reading that into the record. Oh, I didn't see you there, sorry.
Yeah, I was standing back there. Commissioner, we would like to try to take care of a couple of items that are either on the consent agenda or presentations upon request. There are 3 continuances that are being sought, as well as the addressing section, which I think should, take that there doesn't need to be a presentation. We'd like to take those items up if we could and get those cleared up. And there was on the consent agenda is from the Financial Management Department. So if we could take care of those first, that would be excellent. Thank you.
That would be fine. Do you want to go ahead and handle I think the first one
changes.
is the number 4, I think, was the to be
Did you want to
continued?
just do the changes to agenda or no, kind of go over them because part of it is that?
Why don't we go over them as part of the?
Okay. The changes, it's not morning, is it? Good afternoon, Margaret Tusing with Building and Development Services. And the changes to today's agenda are as follows. There's an add-on item under the consent agenda, which is General Government Debt Issuance, Financial Advisor and Financing Team. The documents were included on your e-agenda. The item number 7, which is the 130 times certain, which is the Land Development Code text amendment for accessory dwelling units. There were additional public comments that were attached to the memo. Item number 10 is PDMU 0680GR3, which is the Lakewood Ranch Commerce Park. This is a request to continue this project, and the motion has been changed. And this is, I move to continue the public hearing for PDMU 0680GR3 to August 1st, 2019 at 9:00 a.m. or as soon thereafter as may be heard. Item number 11 is PDMU 1905ZG, which is the Springs at Ellington. And this is additional public comments, and there was a revision to the General Development Plan cover sheet. And then there's also an add-on item on the Commissioner agenda, which is the Moccasin Wallow Road Expansion Project. This was at the request of Chairman Johnson. And there's a proposed motion that you will need to read. And all of the above changes are in the update memo and were attached to the e-agenda system. So at this time, we just request that you move to the consent items and then the advertised public hearings, which also include, upon request, is item number 10 for continuance. Thank you.
Okay, so at this point, I think we had one item on the consent agenda. Is there a motion to?
Move we approve the consent agenda?
Second.
To continue? Yeah.
Excuse me, approve the consent agenda, sorry about that.
We have a motion and a second.
Just for clarity, can we know what that item is?
Yeah,
Is
say, it's the debt insurance.
it the debt issuance to
advisory
authorize them to go forward and bring that back to us? Is that what it is?
Jan
What we
Brewer
talked
is
about
here if you
yesterday
have
in
any
the workshop.
questions.
Jan?
It's a, okay, well, we'll let Jan
I
explain
just
it.
think we should read it into the record so
Yeah, me
people know.
too.
If you just read what it is, that would be good.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Yesterday, when we had our budget work session, your financial advisor came before you and we explained this. And this is the first step in the debt process. And what we're asking is that in your CIP, it's scheduled for 44th Avenue. You have a credit line that's coming due in October and another issuance for 44th. This is the first step in the process. It's not issuing bonds, it's giving authority to the financial advisor to start the RFP process, and then we will come back to you. As we explained yesterday, there's several things changing with this. You have an opportunity with the state of Florida giving you some funding as a grant, and we probably will not be borrowing as much, hopefully. So we will come back to you as soon as Wendell gets through this, and if you'd like me to, I can read the.
I really just wanted the title read, I'm sorry, that's all I wanted was the title read.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay, now they got more information.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We now need to open it up for public comment. Is there anybody from the public that would like to talk about this potential debt issuance? Seeing nobody from
To
the
pay for
public
44th.
coming forward, we'll close public comment. We have a motion and a second.
Mr. Chair, just one minor comment for the record. I wanted to confirm for the record that Commissioner Whitmore appropriately asked our office yesterday whether she had any voting conflict of interest due to her son's activities as a bond trader. And Mr. Clegg opined to her in an email this morning that she does not have any voting conflict of interest due to her son's activities as a bond trader. And I just want to state that for record.
So
Okay,
he doesn't do these until they go out for other RFPs. We don't know who you'll buy from, and then if there's a conflict, I will abstain. But I have to vote now because I have no conflict.
Right.
okay, again, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. I think the next item is, before we get to the other ones, is to ask if there are any public comments on future agenda items. That's something that's not going to be discussed today. If there's anybody that has a future agenda item, they could come forward now and have 3 minutes. Seeing nobody come forward, we will close public comment on future agenda items. Next item that I think we will try to get done quickly also is item 14. Don't know, I guess I'm in charge of that. That was this is the Moccasin Wallow
Expansion.
Road expansion.
I'd like
Yes.
to make a motion that we task the staff with starting a plan for Moccasin Hollow and give the $150,000 to do this for the study, out of the $500,000 that we set aside right away.
The proposed motion is what you need to read.
It's a county attorney and not staff in the
Yeah.
proposed motion. I'm
You
just
want to
clarifying.
read the proposed.
I move to authorize the county attorney to prepare an agreement for engineering the design of the road widening project for Moccasin Wallow Road to be brought back to the board for approval.
You know, may I, I think what you put in the first motion you made about where the funds need to come from, I thought that was excellent and should be included in the motion that was made.
Not yet.
Okay, but we can do that when it comes back.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to move forward on that project.
The second was made by Commissioner Servia.
Yes, sorry. So we now need to open that up for public comment. Is there anybody from the public that would like to discuss that? Seeing nobody from the public, we will close public comment. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes 7-0. Now I think Margaret, was that, starting with number 4 to be continued?
Yes, item number 4 is ordinance 1911 Lakewood Center, DRI 27. This is going to be continued to the August 1st, 2019 meeting, and it will be re-advertised.
I move to approve the recommended motion to be continued to August 1st, 2019, to be re-advertised, which is the ordinance 1911 Lakewood Ranch Center, DRI number 27, PLNM 18120025.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Again, we will open it up to public comment. Anybody who has any comments about continuing this to August 1st? Seeing nobody, will close public comment. We have a motion by Carol, seconded by Vanessa. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes 7-0. On to number 5, Margaret.
Yes, item number 5 is PDMU 0630 GR5 Lakewood Center General Development Plan. Again, this will be continued to August 1st, 2019, and it will be re-advertised.
I move to continue the public hearing for PDMU 0630 to August 1st, 2019 at 9 a.m. or as soon thereafter as may be heard.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Again, we'll open it up to public comment. If there's anybody from the public that would like to come down. Seeing nobody, we'll close public comment. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes 7-0.
The next item that's to be continued is item number 10, which is PDMU 0680 GR3 Lakewood Ranch Commerce Park. Again, this will be continued to the August 1st, 2019 hearing.
Mr. Chair,
I move we continue PDMU 0680 to August 1st,
second.
9 a.m. or as soon after.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Again, we'll open it up to public comment. Anybody from the public have any questions about us continuing this Lakewood Ranch Commerce Park? Seeing nobody, will close public comment. We have a motion by Commissioner Trey, seconded by Mr. Bellamy. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes 7-0.
The final item on the presentations upon request is item number 6, which is the Land Development Code text amendment for the street and structure standards, which is addressing. It's a legislative item. This was previously heard by the board, so if you, Mrs. Warner is here if you have any questions about it, but we do feel that everything was resolved at your first reading of this ordinance. Thank you.
I'll move that we approve item number 6, which is LDCT 19-01, ordinance 19-11, Land Development Code text amendment, street and structure standards addressing legislative.
I second that, the recommended motion.
I just read it. Yep.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Once again, we'll open it up to public comment. Anybody from the public like to come down? Seeing nobody, we'll close public comment. We have a motion by Commissioner Whitmore, seconded by Commissioner Benak. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes 7-0.
Now where are we? Are we
Our time's here.
130 times.
messed up?
I think we're finally going to get to the 130 times certain. Before we do that, I think at this point, anybody who is, because of these, some of these are quasi judicial, anybody that is considering testifying or talking today, you need to be sworn in. So if you'd please stand at this point and raise your right hand.
Oh, that's not good.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and factual representations which you are about to present to the board will be truthful and accurate? I do. Thank you.
And now
Okay.
I'm married.
Thank you. I guess, Lisa, you're going to read this in. Thank you. Have at it.
Lisa Barrett with staff, and this agenda item number 7 is a legislative item, and I believe we can take item number 7 and then follow up with item number 12 at the end. This is ordinance 1902. This is a county-initiated application. It's an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners amending the Manatee County Land Development Code, providing for purpose and intent, providing findings, amending the Land Development Code by amending Chapter 2, definitions to provide definitions for accessory dwelling units or ADUs, amending Chapter 4 by adding accessory dwelling units as a use specified in zoning districts in Section 401.2, Schedule of Uses, Table 401, residential uses, amending Chapter 5, Part 2, standards for accessory uses and structures, and to create a new Section 511.18, accessory dwelling units, to provide development standards and guidelines for accessory dwelling units, providing that accessory dwelling units shall not be considered dwelling units in density calculations, amending Chapter 10, transportation, Section 1005, off-street parking ratios, to address accessory dwelling units, providing for other amendments as may be necessary for internal consistency, and providing codification, providing for an effective date. This is the first of 2 public hearings, so a motion is not required today. And with that, I'll have Josh Dan present.
Good afternoon. As was mentioned, my name is Josh Dan. I'm a planner 2 with comprehensive planning here with Manatee County. The clicker's here. What we bring before you today is the county-initiated amendment regarding accessory dwelling units, and staff is seeking approval from your board. I'd like to go over briefly what staff would hope to accomplish in today's meeting. Staff hopes to inform your board of what option is available in the county today, show its insufficiency in aligning with statutes and loopholes that it provides. Staff also hopes to dispel any misinformation that may have any misinformation about the proposed ordinance. That being said, it should be mentioned that the proposed ADU ordinance is not a blanket approval. Folks seeking to place an accessory dwelling unit on their property would have to go through the same review process as placing a single-family residence. They would have to pull permits, get with utilities, meet stormwater requirements, just about everything mandated in the Land Development Code. The county also is not changing anyone's zoning by possibly adopting this draft ordinance. And this is not entirely an affordable housing issue. This is an option available to folks to produce a greater quantity of housing stock in the county. Staff hopes to show compliance with the state statute that exists requiring or suggesting ADUs and a previous board decision. And lastly, we hope to receive the approval for the ordinance. If we can talk briefly about what is out there today, I'd like to get into that before I dive deeper into understanding accessory dwelling units. What's available today in the county for folks is guest houses. These are structures that are accessory and subordinate to a residential use. That being said, that means their total square footage is only limited to 1 square foot under the primary structure. These guest houses do not have a kitchen or dining facilities. Kitchens are defined as having a full stove, that's a range and stove. Staff reviews plans that are submitted for guest houses and do not permit plans that have 220 voltage. That's usually what's routed for a stove. The use of guest houses are by right in residential zones. There is no parking requirement for guest houses, and property owners apply for permits and may continue to construct if their plan is approved. In the county, in the last 10 years, 87 guest houses have been applied for and approved. That's 87 in the last 10 years. If we compare that to just single-family residential in the last 1 year, the county has approved, through certificate of occupancy, 2,901 residences. So just a simple comparison of the amount of applications that come through, those being accessory and those being primary. I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble here with my
We always have trouble with it.
clicker.
We're used to it.
Yeah, we're used to it.
That's
Not you,
it. Am I
Josh,
going the
just-
back
You're
way?
doing good, Josh.
I'm going
This
the
is like
wrong way.
Presentation with us for a second.
No. That's it. Looking for,
The mouse yesterday
No.
didn't work.
yeah.
Oh, that's fast.
No, it's going.
Wasn't it? Will the mouse do it?
That mouse is crazy. It's
That's why we got your clicker.
I need this
its own
one.
thing.
What happens when you name
Thank you.
technology after a word?
I'm sorry about that. I'm having an issue here.
Happens every meeting.
There we go. Thank you, Rosina.
Calm.
I'd also like to provide a brief history of the accessory dwelling units as they existed in the county and throughout the country. Accessory dwelling units existed as a form of middle housing stock in not only our county, but across the country. They were often referred to as bachelor's quarters prior to the war. They're also known by many other names, such as maid's quarters, granny flats, etc. After World War II, an increased demand for housing led to a booming suburban population. The prosperous post-war 1950s and 60s ushered rapid growth of suburbs, that's single-family development, across the nation, leading to a halt of accessory dwelling unit construction. If we fast forward to the recessions of the 1970s and the late 2000s, many municipalities have found the need to regulate accessory dwelling units, allowing for greater diversity of housing stock in these communities once again. A background on this initiative is as follows. On December 12th, 2017, your board accepted the Affordable Housing advisory committee's recommendations regarding affordable housing solutions. This included an LDC amendment to allow for accessory dwelling units, and planning staff have worked to understand the need and draft language addressing accessory dwelling units. I'd also like to add that this is also in line with Florida State Statute 163.31771, number 1, and it reads as follows. This shortage of affordable rentals constitutes a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the residents of the state. Therefore, the legislature finds that it serves an important public purpose to encourage the permitting of accessory dwelling units in single-family residential areas in order to increase the availability of affordable rentals. So what do we do? One tool that the county is using to address this issue is to develop and adopt an ADU ordinance. This slide is a just brief indication of some of the housing that's available in the county today. As you can see, we're really quite heavy in single-family detached housing at about 58%. This is pulled from U.S. Census data and includes all parts of the county. At the December 11th work session, which was held with your commission, that issue was brought up. Staff showed the imbalance of affordable housing stock, and we also presented the need for housing solutions, a background on the ADU initiative. We showed research that was conducted, and we showed the draft ADU language that we had at that time, as well as presented concerns received from the public. Your board shared insights and your concerns. You had directed staff to research other local government ordinances, but requested that we make ours uniquely ours. You requested that we retained neighborhood integrity and promote privacy. Staff took the concerns and worked to address them by revising the draft ordinance, performing analyses, and routing draft ordinances for review, and posting updates to the website for the public to view as well. Research included collecting examples, and the following 4 slides are examples that staff found from nearby neighborhoods. Examples are primarily over garage ADU types, and they're located quite close to our administration building here within the city of Bradenton. You can see here, this is one of the examples that's placed in a rear garage, above garage, and it's pretty well hidden from view from the main street. Another above garage, and our last visual here from nearby. Same style, above garage. Research from planning staff continued, and we also reached out to other jurisdictions for examples. We wanted to see how other counties and cities were implementing their ADU ordinances. We tried to see what would work best for our county here. We performed spatial analysis regarding placement of ADU structures and access to public transit. And we continued to revise the draft ordinance many times. After receiving a great deal of input from the public, staff widened the proposed allowable area to the entire county. This includes the A1 zones, all RSF zoning, and the zoning or village zoning districts. With regard to parking, we performed spatial analysis considering public transit. Each of the dots on the map, which I'm sorry, they might be a little hard to see, represent a bus stop. The buffer around each one is a half-mile radius. So we ask ourselves, what is an accessory dwelling unit? And I'll read part of the definition here. As you can see, on the left side of the page, we have the attached, detached, and detached above garage. These are just a few examples of what's out there and what exists, not only in our county, but across the nation. If you can go back one more, please. The definition is as follows: an attached or detached residential dwelling unit with cooking and bathroom facilities which is subordinate and separate from the primary dwelling unit. The accessory dwelling unit shall be held in common ownership with the principal dwelling and shall not be considered dwelling units for purposes of calculating density. A mobile home shall not be deemed an accessory dwelling unit. Those were a few concerns that we had received, and we would hope to touch on them in our definition, which we feel is sufficient in describing what we intend to propose. This slide really just indicates how our ordinance, our draft ordinance, is viewed. It was our desire, staff's desire, to keep the ordinance short, not overly regulatory, and easy to read. We initially started with a one-page ordinance, something concise and straightforward. It's split into two parts, sections 511.18a, the intent and purpose, and the second being 511.18b, development standards. Uh, 511.18a, as described as the intent and purpose, addresses the establishment of accessory dwelling units, lists zoning districts where ADUs will be permitted by right, and explains how ADUs shall be held in common ownership with the principal dwelling. Section 511.18b, development standards, goes a little further. Within it, the ordinance addresses how ADUs are subordinate to the primary dwelling and must meet all applicable requirements of the Land Development Code. And I'd like to stress again, that's everything, utilities, stormwater, everything that's listed within the Land Development Code. It also describes the prioritization of privacy between the ADU and adjacent properties, and describes the need to meet characteristics of the primary dwelling in color, style, and setback, or meet listed requirements, and requirements regarding size of ADU, parking, and meeting the standards of the Florida Building Code. In application, each ADU would have to meet the current building code, and oftentimes this would require or bring the ADU to a much more formidable structure rather than the primary home. So when discussing setbacks and privacy, applicants have two options. The first is to follow the setbacks of the respected zoning district and face no additional height restrictions or privacy requirements. This is similar to adding an addition to the home. You'd follow the same standards that exist. The other, or the alternate, would be enjoying a reduced rear yard setback in exchange for height restrictions, that means a shorter unit, and window screening and/or opacity restrictions for all windows facing neighboring property. As you can tell, there's no encroachment allowability within the side yard setbacks, only the rear, as long as they meet these added requirements. This slide is a depiction of the zones that are proposed where ADUs would be allowed, and some of their just standard shapes. As you can see, they're all drawn in rectangle. I know they don't all exist in that manner throughout the county, but this was the easiest way, I guess, to present them. This here is the RSF zoning setbacks, depicted again on a simple rectangular shape. The black lines indicate the setbacks that are expected of that site of an RSF zoning district. The blue would be the 10-foot, reduction, and then the purple would be the 15. These following 9 slides show a case study of placement and privacy. They're all hypothetical, and they could exist just about anywhere. So staff found 8 lots within RSF 4.5 zoning districts that each met the minimum required setbacks and widths. Staff worked to digitize them in the SketchUp application, and we were able to draw in different types of accessory dwelling units as well. This image, as depicted on this slide, shows the reduced yard setback to 10 feet, which would require the added screening of foliage, a fence, or opaque windows. I think it should be noted to the top of the gable of that structure is only about 12 feet. And this structure also maintains that 8-foot side yard setback. There's no encroachment allowed in that. This slide depicts the view from the neighbor in the rear, what that structure would look like regarding its placement. As you can see, there's no visibility of windows, and it's actually pretty well hidden, similar to that of a garage in the rear or a shed. The slide that's before you right now is one that depicts an attached ADU. As I had mentioned previously, an attached ADU would meet the zoning district setback and height standard limitations. As I expressed, it's very much similar to adding a master bedroom to the rear of a structure. This right here would be the maximum allowable size per the draft ordinance of 1,000 feet and its placement within a yard. As you can see, privacy is prioritized away from the neighbors and toward the primary dwelling. The structure itself is not at 35 feet, which the primary structure is permitted to be at. This one indicated is only at 13.5 feet in height, and still maintains that level of privacy to the surrounding neighbors. This is the other side of the spectrum. As you can see, probably the smallest allowable ADU. We do not have a size minimum, but the Florida Building Code would mandate just how small a structure could go. This one that's shown is 160 square feet.
That's flat.
This slide here is relatively hypothetical within the unincorporated areas, as many rear garages do not exist. The structure to the rear, which is 2-story, would be an accessory dwelling unit over a garage placed in the rear. Like I had mentioned, exist mostly in the older neighborhoods, but not found too often. And in a brief recap, I'd like to explain one more time. I'd like to explain what is available to the public today as being guest houses. It's loopholes of 1 square foot short of the primary dwelling in size, and how it really doesn't meet the intent of the said statute that I had read. It's not in line with it, I should say. We also hoped to dispel any misinformation that had existed regarding placement and types of structures that could exist on sites. And we also hope to show that our draft ordinance is not only in line with state statute, but also with your board's previous decision. Our next steps, pending approval, would be codification at the August 1st meeting. And we have a timeline of some of the meetings that we have held, as well as that August 1st one that we hope to present or receive codification from you all. And if you can go one more the other way, please. This is just a brief list of some of the meetings and outreach that staff has conducted to the public regarding the ADU initiative and draft ordinance. I'd like to thank you for your time.
Good job.
Thank you, Josh. Very good. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Josh, for your presentation. I just have a few questions.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. Thank you for your presentation. So you showed us some of the meetings that you had held. Whitfield, I know you were out at the Whitfield HOA because I was out there with you.
Yes.
Did you talk with any other communities, HOAs, and did you receive any communities that said they were very supportive of this ordinance?
I'd have to say there aren't as many communities that are well organized as the Whitfield HOA that are not under PD zoning. Any community that has HOA that is under PD zoning would have to return to your board if they would wish to allow accessory dwelling units. So that's a step that would be needed before I think the discussion could occur.
Right, so planned development zoned properties are not allowed to have ADUs?
No, not by the decision that was made when they were established.
Yes, so they would have to put that on their site plan if they wanted approval of ADUs?
Yes, in form of revision.
All right, thank you. Can you talk to me a little bit about the process for getting an ADU approved? I heard you say a couple of times that it would be held to all of the Land Development Code standards, and you said stormwater and utilities.
That's correct.
So what type of stormwater review would there be, for example?
Well, I'm not entirely familiar with how permitting routes many of their single-family residence applications that they receive, but it would follow the similar routing method.
Okay, and maybe if someone from Stormwater is here, they can talk about how they review single-family
Tom's.
for
He's
stormwater.
running.
Hey, Tom.
Tennis shoes on.
Like a bunny, like
Oh, he's
hops
not
out of a
even wearing
hat.
tennis shoes.
Quick.
Oh, here he comes.
Where is he watching?
He like watches everywhere.
No worries. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, fellow commissioners. For the record, Thomas Gerstenberger, Public Works Department. With regards to the question about the ADUs and drainage and grading, that particular review and application process would be through a building permit. It would include also the any provisions for floodplain management should the subject property be within the 100-year floodplain. The ADU would need to comply with the floodplain management provisions of the Land Development Code.
Okay, so that's basically what you're looking for is floodplain. You're not requiring retention or drainage or
Correct.
treatment or any of those things?
That would be correct. It would be strictly for the floodplain management provisions.
Okay, thank you. And then I also had a question, thank you for including the statute information, because I also looked that up, and you started to read the sentence, but then you stopped in the middle of the sentence, and I just wanted to ask you about the rest of it, because it says accessory dwelling units in single-family residential areas in order to increase the availability of affordable rentals, and that's where you stopped, for extremely low income, very low income, or moderate income persons.
My decision in stopping at that point was to not misguide the ADU initiative. This is not primarily an affordable housing issue. This is really reintroducing a use that once existed in the county and allowing for that middle housing stock.
Okay, and I'm sure you guys have already looked at this. I'm just trying to understand it. So the statute says an application for a building permit to construct an accessory dwelling unit must include an affidavit from the applicant which attests that the unit will be rented at an affordable rate to an extremely low income, very low income, or moderate income person or persons. So will that be part of the process?
No, because it's not primarily an affordable housing issue. Like I had mentioned, this is reintroducing a use that has already existed in the county. And so not being a primarily affordable housing issue, we're really just looking at offering that selection of tools in different types of housing opportunity.
You're saying you're reintroducing it because it's the same as a guest house? Is that what you're saying?
No,
I don't understand.
historically, accessory dwelling units by description of granny flat, bachelor's quarters, as they existed in the 20s, the 30s, in our community, as well as nationwide.
Okay, and so I'd like to ask our county attorney, so you reviewed it in that regard? And then we can come back to
Sure.
that. Just a couple more questions. The the comp plan. I'm sure you have reviewed it against the comp plan. And my question was about historically significant neighborhoods. Did you make a finding that these new ADUs are going to be compatible and in compliance with historically significant neighborhoods? And can you explain, if you found that to be true, how?
I did, kind of how I explained prior. These existed throughout the county in areas dating as far back as the 20s and 30s. We also had required that the accessory dwelling unit meet similar architectural style points, whether it be color and design as the primary structure.
Okay. And, just my impression of those post-war, accessory dwelling units,
Right.
they were very small, right? Like 300 square feet about, and so,
Some, yes.
okay. Yeah, I've never seen any that are larger than that. And that's one of the questions I have also is about the size. So 1,000 square feet could be a 3-bedroom house.
Could be. I guess it all depends on design. Really, you got to consider those 300 that you mentioned. As far back as the 20s and 30s, folks really didn't have as much material as they do today, being furniture, goods. Also, I think a larger unit would allow for maneuverability of older tenants, those with use of canes, walkers, even possibly wheelchairs.
Okay. And I understand that this is not a zoning change, and I know a lot of the feedback that we got was about a zoning change, but now 2 dwelling units would be allowed on one lot.
That's correct.
Which, the only other place you can do that in the county is if you have duplex zoning, so it almost is, in my mind, kind of like a zoning change, because we're allowing 2 dwelling units on one lot.
It's not entirely a zoning change. Like I had mentioned, this is a reintroduction of a use that has historically existed, not only in our county, but nationally.
Okay. And my last question is about your matrix. So I looked at the matrix that showed the different jurisdictions that you've researched where these are allowed. But when I looked at those jurisdictions, I find that they're limited to a very small area.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the whole jurisdiction. And we're proposing this to be allowed for all of Manatee County per the requirements, correct?
Yes. As was mentioned in the work session that was held with your board, we hoped to make this uniquely ours. We hope to be able to offer a non-restrictive option to just about all residential types throughout the county. We received a lot of interest from folks. Initially, we had considered just the urban service area because utilities and infrastructure had already existed there. But we received a lot of folks, not even past, I would say, east of 75, but also west of 75 that wanted that use allowed in their zones. And so by opening it up, we offered that uniquely with our county. And not similar to the other counties.
When I was doing my research, one of the things I ran across is that some communities limit the number of occupants to the accessory dwelling unit. Did you consider that when you were drafting the ordinance?
We did, yeah. We even had language against short-term rentals, but by state requirement, we weren't allowed to limit short-term rentals. And correct me if I'm wrong, I'm fairly certain we can't limit the amount of people that are in a structure.
Yep, it's on the island.
There are other communities that do that.
Right, and I think that would be on them to try to defend that.
Right. Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Benak?
Thanks, and I think Misty asked some of the questions I was going to ask. So sewer and water capacity. So when you say we have adequate sewer and water capacity, is that because, I just want to make sure that we did look at that because.
We did. If I can correct you, I didn't say we have adequate. I just said that's something that would have to be reviewed for. And in all reality, in some of these neighborhoods and communities where capacity probably will not be met, I'd say a great number of folks will be barred from continuing down this process.
Okay, so it'll be part of the building permit review.
That's correct.
To look at the sewer and water capacity.
Yes.
Because I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but when we do sewer and water capacity for the county, it's based on population. It's a population projection and has nothing to do with density per se, number of units approved. It's based on, we project population and provide for water to meet that population in our planning. Is that correct?
It's my understanding that's correct, but this is also part of a reassessment. As application comes in, the assessment is done, my understanding, through utilities with regard to size, demand, and how much they're actually able to supply.
On stormwater, I'm going to ask Thomas to answer this question. So stormwater is when it's calculated for a subdivision. Isn't it true, or I'll ask it as a question, is it true that the calculation assumes the whole entire lot, with the exception of setbacks, could be paved?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Benek, you can hit it more eloquently. Essentially, it is to account for the building envelope of the lot, the areas outside the setbacks and easements, as to be accounted for as impervious coverage for design that would be considered today through an environmental resource permit or for stormwater final site plan or construction plan application. That is correct.
All right. And then on mobile home, you said no mobile home, but a modular home, if it met a building code, would be allowed, I assume?
Yeah, more often than not, they're stamped by an engineer, and it's my understanding that would be in line with the Florida Building Code requirements.
And then I was going to ask about limiting number of people, because I did see that too, and limiting the short-term rental. And we cannot, even though this is introducing a new use, we couldn't say, but it has to be for primary use, or somebody has to stay there for longer than 6 months. We can't do that, even though it's a new allowance in our code.
No, we cannot regulate the duration or frequency of the rental.
Okay. The Whitfield district has an overlay district, an historic overlay. Could they pass a restriction in their overlay district that would preclude these ADUs? Could they update their overlay district standards and say, you know, just like they say no fences in the front yard, could they say no ADUs?
Sure. The Whitfield community, being well-organized, has every right to make application with the county. The staff would be more than happy to process that application to amend their overlay to exclude accessory dwelling units or add whatever other restriction they might like.
And I live in a totally no deed restriction community. Our deed restrictions expired in the year 2000, and nobody said, let's do this again. So, but if we wanted to, if I wanted to get all my neighbors together and submit and create a deed restriction, could I do that and preclude us from having ADUs?
It's my understanding you can.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Whitmore.
It's kind of bad when you have to follow two planners, so excuse me, I'm not a planner. The one slide that everyone saw in the presentation, actually, I work with this person at Florida Home Health, and she rents the one to an elderly lady for years. So, and this one's on Riverview Boulevard. Mm-hmm. So there are quite a few all over town, and I know actually there are some in Whitfield because I know someone that has one, and their 92-year-old mother comes and stays in it because she can't get the steps up to their house. I also know across the street from Whitfield, in that area too, there are apartments over garages, because I've talked to some people that live there that have neighbors that have them. The modular homes, they just built an assisted living on 14th Street, something Cove. It's an assisted independent living for the elderly, and they've met all of our codes and they're getting ready to open, and that's modular. Is it true, again, and you have stated it, that if anything gets built, it has to meet our current building codes, which
That's
are very
correct.
costly?
Yes.
And I know you're not a builder, but I know it costs quite a lot of money to build to our building codes, correct?
It does. Some of the research that I did produced figures of about $130 per square foot to construct.
Okay. And you have to give credit where credit's due. Whitfield has been very organized. In fact, the only two neighborhoods I've heard from against it are Whitfield and Bayshore. And I know, thanks to Norm, who is a planner that worked here for many years, he knows how to organize and he knows how to inform everybody. So he's done a great job, and we have to give him credit because he's keeping us on our toes. We appreciate it. the overlays, and I'm glad I wrote overlays like Cortez, Parish, and Whitfield. Are they permitted to ban these? And I know we approved one in Parish, and Cortez has one, Whitfield has one. Where else are there overlays in the county? There's quite a few. Well, there's not a lot. There's not a lot.
the village zoning district. I don't know if they're designed as
Yeah.
overlays.
But they could do something like Betsy suggested, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have always supported the ADUs. I don't support this big of a size, though. And in order for me to support this, I would come up, and I've talked to Margaret about this, and hopefully she told whoever's working on this, probably you, that I would consider going to 600 square feet or less maximum, because the intent when we spoke about this was unfortunately, whatever you want to call it, our intent when we talked about it was a granny flat.
Sure.
So unfortunately, our kids could take us in when we couldn't take care of ourselves, or at least be by our families. And as a professional nurse, a bigger space is actually more dangerous for an elderly person when they have canes and wheelchairs. You want a small space so they can walk from place to place and not have this big place where they can potentially fall. My husband is now on a walker, so I know this firsthand. And the less areas that he has to walk long distances, the more safe it is.
Sure, yeah.
Having fallen about 6 times, I know this personally. I do support this, and I know everybody's here against it, but I think it's because, to me, what we're presenting today is the size of another house, a 1,000 square foot house. I think if we can't limit the people in it. I know that living on Anna Maria Island, we've tried for years. You can't limit that it could be short-term rentals. Nowhere in the county we have short-term rentals on Riverview Boulevard now. We have them everywhere, and we can't limit that. What we could do is limit the size of them, because they won't be as attractive to maybe what some people think may move into them. The intent of the commission was to have either single people in there, or your parents, or a professional that works at the county. I know some that are actually living in apartment plants in St. Pete that work here because they're small units, about 500 square feet, and our staff has told us that. So hopefully we can work through this, because I could support something if it was more the intent of what originally we had spoken to this about.
Sure.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, the size limitation would be 1,000 square feet at its most. The way it's written, though, is 80% of the primary structure or 1,000 square feet, whichever is less. And as you had mentioned, by cost, size, placement, not everyone's going to be able to be placing a 1,000 square foot ADU. But it is actually pretty nice to have that option, even in some of the larger zoning districts that have larger lot sizes, for young adults like myself who are starting families and want maybe that extra space.
But for this commissioner to approve it, to move, I know we're not voting on anything today, to move forward, I would say between 6 and 7 max, and that would be a negotiation. I'd work with the commission if we decide to move forward. I just couldn't afford 1,000 square foot. That's just like an apartment, which that wasn't the intent when we first started talking about this. Even the bachelor flats years ago, you were talking about, they weren't that big.
Sure.
Misty made those comments. Mother-in-law apartments, in the old days they called them granny flats, they weren't that big. Now, to me, we're making another apartment, and so we're having 2 structures in the house that are 2 apartments. I would rather us stick to kind of what the intent was originally.
Okay. Well, I've made a note of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Barnott.
Yeah, I'd like to clear up a couple of points real quick. Go back to slide 19 where Josh talks about section 511.18.a, the intent and purpose. And those are the different zoning districts where ADUs are allowed. And you'll notice on there that A and A1. You know, if somebody's got 5 acres and they want to put 1,000 square foot ADU, that fits nicely. You have to meet the setbacks. So if you're in a RSF 4.5, what's the size lot you have? I don't know. You've got 8-foot side yard setbacks, 20 and 25-foot setbacks. You've already got a house on the lot. You're not going to be able to put a very big structure on there. It's going to meet that 600 square feet that you're talking about because of the setbacks.
I get you. Thanks.
Commissioner Servia?
Yes, I just have a couple more questions. I read that this is not considered a dwelling unit. So does that mean that if someone builds an ADU, they're not going to be charged FIF fees or impact fees?
It's my understanding that these will be assessed for impact fees.
Will be.
I don't know if they've already established that mechanism or structure yet.
Okay. And why are they not considered dwelling units? I'm just trying to understand.
Toward density. The issue is toward density. These are accessory, and so in order to allow them, based on our code and I believe the comprehensive plan, we would have to not allow them to be counted toward density.
Because if we did consider them in the density calculation, they would be prohibited, because it is like having a second dwelling
It wouldn't
unit.
be consistent to the different types of zoning that's described.
Right. How have you thought about, we're going to be able to enforce that the owner has to live in either the ADU or the regular house? How do we enforce that?
Oh, man, I had a total loss here. What is it called?
If there's a complaint lodged, we'll go do
I'm
an
sorry.
investigation.
We were hoping to review the homestead exemptions. I'm sorry, I had a total loss of words here. Homestead exemptions are a good way to look in the rears at who has written and said that they live on site full-time. And so that way we would know if the primary owner is on one of either the ADU or the primary structure.
So then it would have to be a homesteaded property, is what you're saying?
Yes,
And the person who has the homestead would have to live there?
that's correct.
Okay. What about code enforcement? I don't think code enforcement is allowed to go on the property when they are enforcing our land development code. And so these will be behind the house. So these will not be subject to code enforcement review. Is that
They
how you
would
see
be.
it?
Yeah, they're definitely up to code enforcement review. There's many tools out there for seeing what's out behind someone's yard or in our community.
'Cause
I,
we
for
could use a
one, have
drone.
also used Google Earth, our own GIS, to just see kind of what's out there right now and historically.
And as you know, Google Earth is only updated annually, and, you know, there are some issues with that. Can we use drones?
I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not, is
Privacy?
my understanding.
That's a legal issue right there.
Right, so,
Extreme legal issue.
but our code enforcement guys cannot go on the property. If there were a complaint about anything to do with this ADU, I don't think our code enforcement guys can enter the property. I could be wrong if they're here. Jeff is back there. Jeff could talk about that. Just wondered.
Yeah, no problem.
We have people all the time that won't let us on, and we have to get a
Yeah, but I'm creating more work.
Yeah.
Real briefly, Jeff Bowman, Code Enforcement Chief. We don't have authorization to go on private property without authorization. So a lot of times we have these types of situations where somebody might be living there and be at odds with the owner, and then we have access to the property. But in most part, we do not have the authority, and we cannot use drones.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
I'm glad to hear that, actually.
Just want to let us know that.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Ball?
Yeah, after sitting here listening to several commissioners and the presentation, it seems to me that what we have here, this is a situation that could be very helpful to some families in Manatee County. And I don't want to hinder the families that really could use this, not just for, I hate to say this, but like a granny place. That would be me. But also, yeah, you too, Carol.
Me too.
But it could also mean, you know, who knows? I mean, most of us in here have children, and we never know. Sometimes children and their children have to come home for a short length of time for whatever reason. God bless it hasn't happened to me, but I'm knock on wood. But that being said, we need to, I think, be a little bit open to this. But that being said, a couple of things for me, and Carol, I'm sorry, I can't go with the 600 feet, because I've seen that, and it's really small.
I said 6 to 7. so
Yeah,
we're trying
I
to
think
negotiate.
if the lot permits it 1,000 square feet is probably about accurate, if the lot would fit that with the setbacks. But the one thing that I would want to say is I can understand why Whitfield and Bayshore would both not want to see this happen in their areas. I get it. I mean, I agree. So that being said, it seems like to me if we're going to pass this, that we could say from the get-go, and I guess this is a legal question too, and I know that Sarah loves this when we do it, but it would seem to me that we would be able to exempt Whitfield and Bayshore right off the bat. Don't clap. You won't get mad. She'll get me, and she sits right next to me. So, you know, I mean, I think that's something that we could do and clear this up and move forward. If there's other areas that could have it but don't want to have it, then they could have their bylaws, their HOAs changed. I mean, we've heard that that is an option. So it seems like to me we could cover the situation that we're looking at. In some areas, it would be great. For some families, it would be, you know, a great thing to have. But we could exempt neighborhoods like Whitfield. And God knows, I mean, I get it. You know, Whitfield's a beautiful neighborhood. Also, Bayshore, we need to exempt. I think that's fine to exempt both, and that solves the problem. But that's kind of where I'm at this point. With everything that I kind of sit back and listen to everybody and what I've heard and the questions asked, it seems like to me that this could be worked out to be able to move forward in parts of Manatee County, and the ones that don't want it don't have to have it. I think that's good.
That's definitely an option. However, I've written a handful of ordinances with not just this organization, but many other agencies. When writing, it's always been a good practice of not tailoring to a specific item, especially if you want to go countywide. And so that's why I had described if their community had wanted to amend their overlay, which already exists and has regulation in it, the staff would gladly assist them in that process.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question on that? Well, since he's addressing what I said. My issue with that is that I don't want these neighborhoods to have to go through a long process or spend a whole lot of money to be able to get this done. I don't think that's right when we can stop it right off the bat. So, you know, I don't want to see, and I don't know what type of fees are involved, Mr. Barnott. I mean, I have no idea what neighborhoods might be looking at to try and get out of this if they don't want to have it in their neighborhoods. And I don't want to see the neighborhoods that are already there be penalized and have to spend, you know, their money when we could do it in the very beginning and just say this neighborhood's exempt. So, I mean, I'm sorry. You might have written a lot of ordinances, but man, we've passed a lot of them too. And I can tell you that I think if we all work together, we could figure this out.
Sure.
Josh, I know that you want to do that and be helpful, so.
Oh, sure, definitely.
That's the point. I just don't want these neighborhoods having to pay, you know, money to get this done if we're going to institute this. And I don't know if we will. I'm just saying,
Right.
you know, that if we do, they shouldn't be penalized. Thank you.
Commissioner Bellamy.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I want to speak to legal about this because the last time we had a great idea as far as this looks like the right direction for us to go. We were excited about going in that direction, and quite clear you all are excited. And then after some legal research took place, we came back and said, we can't necessarily do it that way. So I do want to kind of put some pause on this, if it's possible, and ask legal, can we exempt Bayshore and Whitfield or the entities that do not?
We can do whatever we want.
Well, and that's not necessarily true.
That's what
We're learning that.
That's what we said about the monument.
We're learning that. So I just want to hear, is this something that we should research first, or is it something that we already know that we can do? Because
Well, we can't vote today anyway.
But it's good to know the law.
But we can make changes today.
Right,
so.
right.
I just meant was.
Basically, the answer to that question is that it depends, and you have to follow the appropriate process. If this board gave direction today by motion to exempt certain geographic areas, whether they're Whitfield or wherever, you would have to put that in a motion. An ordinance would have to be revised, clearly delineate that on a map, go back to Planning Commission and 2 board hearings to adopt that. And as long as we have findings in the ordinance to justify the basis for the exemption. I did want to point out, the existing proposed ordinance has gone through legal review, and they did take out sections that I had legal concerns with. And we did review it under the vacation rental statute, so not regulating duration or frequency of rentals, as is pointed out. And we did review it under non-discriminatory clauses in the Fair Housing Act, and we cannot require it to be low income in this mechanism. I mean, if they were asking for money from us, or entered an agreement for us to increase density, like we do in the affordable housing ordinance, we can stipulate income levels. We can't require that here. And I did want to point out that private entities like HOAs, condominium associations, are subject to the same non-discriminatory requirements that we are. So if they allow ADUs, they cannot discriminate based on any of those issues as well. And the Whitfield Residential Overlay District in section 403.13.3 does allow accessory uses and structures there. So if you do ban them in there, I mean, we'll have to look at that because they're making some accessory structures non-conforming.
Yep.
And they may create some issues for some property owners. It's not as simple as you may think.
And that's my point.
Never is.
And I want to make sure that the community is aware that there is a process. And sometimes we get red tape, and sometimes some of the steps take a little bit longer. But we do need to make sure with the excitement in the crowd, there's also a level of understanding that we may have some red tape issues, and there may be some other concerns, and there may be some things that may not go the way we would want them to go based on legality.
Yeah, I saw that the other day.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm
Okay.
finished.
No, I'm just, agree with you, Reggie. I think it's always dangerous to just start, we've heard from two communities, it sounds like they can, from what you're telling me, act themselves and prohibit these ADUs from being permitted in their subdivisions, because I think if we do these two, next thing you know, you're gonna have every other subdivision in Manatee County coming in, and we're gonna end up with a cat fight, I think, all the time. So I think, but it's good to know that if Whitfield or Bayshore Gardens want to prohibit it, they can go out and
Yeah.
go through the process and do it. And, I think it should be left up, we're going to obviously hear from mostly people that are opposed to it today, but I suspect there's some people out there that are in favor of it. And so, they're not maybe as inclined to come down and voice their opinion as people that are against things, is what I've
Well, they don't have
learned in
one.
the last couple of years. But then, once we put it in the ordinance, we'll hear from those people saying, well, gee, I wanted a mother-in-law apartment, I can't believe you've now forbidden it,
Yeah.
type of thing, where I think if the neighborhoods are the ones that should be responsible to work together with their neighbors to make a informed decision as to whether they want it or don't want it, type of thing.
If I may, I'd also like to add, part of the draft ordinance as written would be striking out guest houses, seeing as they have that understanding of 1 square foot less than the primary structure, as the ADU ordinance would remedy this. And as was described by the chair and Commissioner Bellamy, this would put folks within the Whitfield overlay kind of in a corner to no longer basically ever allow a guest house or an ADU if it were tacked on to this ordinance.
Okay. Commissioner Benak.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. Whitfield is probably, I think, and my history's not great, but I think Whitfield's older than Bayshore Gardens, but I think Bayshore Gardens is the first planned community in Manatee County. So I do think we do have a lot of information about both of these, and I certainly think and have seen accessory dwelling units in Whitfield over garages. That has happened in Whitfield. And I wouldn't have a problem with that. I think Bayshore Gardens has platted lots that were platted, I don't know exactly the time frame, but you could possibly change the setbacks and not allow a 10-foot setback to mandate that you have the standard setback and basically preclude most of the separate, which I think is the bigger issue, separate structure kind of thing in Bayshore Gardens. I don't have a problem with doing that, and I think this is zoning. I always say zoning was made up. It's a made-up thing, guys. It wasn't something that came from God. It was made up because of living conditions to protect, to keep people from dying, not to keep people from living. So, and that's unfortunately what has happened with a lot of our zoning regulations. It's just, you know, the history of zoning, you know, that's what it was created for. So I think we could tweak this a little bit to solve some of these problems. You know, I don't think we should preclude all accessory dwelling units, but we might need to tweak it so that it applies differently. And yeah, it's gonna take more time, a little bit more effort on staff's part, but I don't see the problem with that. I appreciate not talking about affordable housing. But let's face it, we have a shortage of affordable housing. And we are not alone. This is a huge issue nationwide, believe it or not. And it isn't just low-income people. Medium-income people can't find housing. It's just reality.
Yeah.
So I appreciate this broad brush approach. I think it makes sense, and I know you've worked through it. But I don't think we're quite there yet. I think we need to tweak this a little bit more, but that's my thought. So.
Thank you.
Commissioner Servia?
Yes, thank you. A few more comments. So yes, there are many ADUs in Whitfield, but those ADUs are around 300, 350 square feet generally. If I'm incorrect, I'll have someone in Whitfield correct me. But they're above the garage apartments. They're small. And that's similar to a place that I lived for years when I was single, right downtown. You know, 350 square foot studio. I loved it. It's perfect for one person. I think the challenge is we don't want to introduce a second family into a subdivision when each lot was really just designed for one family and maybe a granny or a student or something like that. So I would like to suggest that I want to move forward, of course, with ADUs because we need more diversity in our housing. We do. And we need more housing that's affordable. But I think that we have to start out with a test pilot. We have to start out in a small area to see how it goes. And I say that because, you know, we haven't talked about Burt Harris claims, and I'd like for our attorney to talk about that. But if we approve it countywide and then decide to shrink it, do we have a Burt Harris problem? I don't know.
Yeah. Point. Very
Good point.
Very good point.
And as far as, you know, Betsy said she lives in a neighborhood where the HOA is defunct. And I have a house in an area where there's no HOA. And sure, you can create one, but it's not simple. It's very difficult to get a majority of the people that want to do that and then are going to pay the legal fees to create it. It's probably not going to happen in most areas. I think that, so that's not really a good solution. And I really appreciated Vanessa's comments in that I don't want this new thing that we're creating here at the county to burden our existing neighborhoods. So if we do end up finding something that works for ADUs, I don't want Whitfield or Bayshore to have to come through with a rezone application or an overlay application. If we create it, we need to protect our existing neighborhoods.
Thank you. Agreed.
And I think I'll stop there. But I do thank you for your efforts because we do need more housing diversity. We just need to work on this a lot more.
Sure. If I may, guest houses also exist in Whitfield and have been applied for. They're not just the historic ones. They are much larger than 300 square feet. And the Whitfield overlay also describes all other residential uses having a minimum square footage of 950 square feet.
Wow.
ADUs are a residential use. By the language intended in the draft ordinance, it would probably be more restrictive than that amount in a majority of the lot sizes there.
And so I understand that and I appreciate that. Remember, guest houses are for the occasional housing of guests.
Right.
They are just that. They're not a rental unit. They're not, you know, going to have cars parked all over the place because people are living there.
Mm-hmm.
It's for when your family comes down from Michigan and needs a place to stay for a couple weeks.
That's correct.
That's what a guest
but
house is.
Staff has also seen that that's not really how they're used.
Right.
It's widely throughout the county not used in that manner. And we
Right.
hope that this draft ordinance could remedy that and
Okay.
offer that restriction.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to go with Commissioner Ball, then Commissioner Whitmore, then we're going to go to public comment after
Good.
that. So
Okay.
Commissioner Ball?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I like what I'm hearing And I do agree that, we should have something in the ordinance to protect the neighborhoods that maybe don't want to be a part of it. Or if you don't want to carry that route, if our attorney feels like that might be a dangerous way to go, then we can always make it so that it doesn't cost the neighborhood anything to do that. Because it's not fair to charge them. I ain't charging them, John.
Oh, you can't say that to him.
I have a solution that will
Oh, I
help
like that.
Commissioner Ball on that.
Okay, I like that part. Yes, sir?
Okay.
Do you want to share?
Defer to John quickly.
Well, I think it's important to note that, there are some people in both neighborhoods that are in favor of ADUs.
Right.
Not everybody's against it. And this board has been very adamant about, let the people speak. Let them make the decision in some cases. And this is a case where, okay, as an organized group, like the Whitfield Group, very organized, very structured, good operating group, let them bring that forward, because this is a county-initiated ordinance. With board approval, we can waive that fee to process an amendment to their overlay.
Right. Exactly.
I like that, thank you.
So it comes through them.
He's good.
And, we could do that with anybody, but
Yeah.
what it does, it puts the decision back in the hands
Got to go through them.
of the residents.
All of them.
And as far as Whitfield, I know there, on the Whitfield side, on the east side of 41, there are people that are living, they're not just visitors. They're family, but they live there.
Right.
Yeah, so they live there, and they have used it for other people to live there too. And I agree with the process that you guys are talking about, because all they have to do is change theirs, because right now they allow the, what do
Guest
they allow?
house.
The what?
Guest
The guest
houses.
house. So, I mean, they could make their changes in their overlay, and thank you for doing that. We have the power to waive the fee, the application fee. But Bay Shore, to me, is different. I went to a Bay Shore meeting not too long ago, and the board decided they were gonna do something with their, the lift station. Remember? It's gonna be remodeled. Board voted on it, everybody in the board was all happy, and then we had all these citizens from Bay Shore come up raising holy heck, because they didn't want it, because it was gonna be near somebody's house and all that. And so I don't even know what happened to it, and staff was all caught off guard and that we were gonna have to make changes. I don't think Bay Shore is as organized as Whitfield, and I think, do they even have an overlay district, Bay Shore?
Don't have an overlay.
So that would be something that they, if they want to, that they would have to do it. I didn't think they had an overlay. But I mean, we can also talk about them helping them do one, but I haven't seen as coordinated of an effort from Bay Shore as I do Whitfield. But I think we need to take one at a time. But just that one little lift station issue, moving it and upgrading it, making it better. Citizens came out and raised heck about it, so, and now we're talking about this. So I would tread lightly on Bay Shore for now.
Okay, at this point, we're going to go ahead and open up finally for public comment. I've got quite a few cards here from people. If you haven't submitted a card, once we get through all the people that did, you'll be welcome to also come up and give us your thoughts. So the first person I have here is Carol Martin. She here?
Here's she here.
So if you'll come up, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes. And after her is going to be Robert Wise.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Martin. I'm from Whitfield. I'm happy to say that a lot of my issues you have addressed, surprisingly. I'm really happy about that. However, I am opposed to the ADUs. I personally have experience of an Airbnb behind me, and I know that since that Airbnb has been there, police have been called several times, and I know because I've made several of those phone calls. Because of noise at 2:30 in the morning, parties, very loud parties, and extremely large crowds that are squeezed into this house. So that is one of my concerns about an ADU and how many people will be living in one. The other concern has been that one is the infrastructure. Again, the sewage. With sewage breakage, we have found that when the sewer lines break and it flows out into the bay, I think we saw a connection between the sewage and the red tide last year. So that's another concern. The other is the parking. We already deal with cars parking on front yards, and we're trying to deal with that. When I bought my home, I bought into a neighborhood that was a single-family residence. And that's what I felt safe with my children and grandchildren there. When you have when you have an Airbnb with people that you don't know coming week after week, I don't allow my grandchildren on that side of the house because I don't know who's there. And I don't know how they're going to be when they're drunk. And yes, they party. On top of that, Whitfield is a historical, unique neighborhood. We work very hard to try to keep it up and to keep it clean and to improve it. And when you have rental properties, we're finding that a lot of the rental properties are owned by out-of-towners, some even out of the country, and they don't care what it looks like. And one of your slides, out of the 4 that they showed examples of ADUs, if you look, one of them was not kept up. And that's a concern. So I'm hoping that we can work together and allow Whitfield to become exempt from these. I understand that there are issues for affordable homes, that a lot of our first responders, teachers and so forth cannot afford a home right now at the prices they are. But I don't believe this is the answer, and I believe that together you guys can come up with a solution. If not, I can give you my name and number.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Okay, Robert Wise. And after him, Dr. Jerry Norton.
Thank you, members of the board. My name is Robert Wise. I live at 338 Scott Avenue in Whitfield. All the neighbors in my neighborhood that I've spoken to are adamantly opposed to the ADUs for the reasons that were just explained. We understand that a lot of conditions, a lot of work's gone into the evaluation of the ADUs and the need for affordable housing. We are concerned that while conditions would be put into the ordinances, over time, these would be abused. And what you're going to have is uncontrolled rentals. I've been in my house for 19 years, and when I bought my house under the Whitfield overlay, I felt pretty secure in the fact that we had nice family-oriented residences, personal residences. There were very few rentals when I bought my house, but over time, we're seeing more and more rentals. And what you're seeing is the same type of thing was just discussed. Many, many people forced into short-term rentals, weekly, monthly, uncontrolled parking in the street, on the sidewalk, and in the yards, noise. I can attest right now within my near neighborhood, there are 2 rentals that have loud parties, loud protests all the time going on, and that is not pleasant anymore. I can see this going on if you expand the ordinances. And that's my basic concern. Now, you say, well, the ordinance will keep that down. No, it won't. You don't have enough enforcement people now to control the ordinances. If you expand them, you're simply going to make it wider. So that's our concern primarily. I did note, and I want to bring it to your attention, in the newspaper today, I saw an advertisement for storage container module homes. Built to be a residence and will put on your lot immediately for $90,000. How many of you would like to have a storage container unit in your backyard or in the backyards of your neighbors? I'm not looking forward to that. If I look out my backyard, I have about a dozen people I can see. I don't want to see storage units parked in those yards. So this is my concern, and I hope that you'll certainly consider it. I appreciate the fact you've been looking into this, and I thought that the Whitfield overlay was a lot of protection, but I'm finding that now it may be as much a hindrance as it was. You know, it precedes a lot of the ordinances in the county now, and it certainly should be considered in what the originators had in mind before we had deed restrictions. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Norton? Again, state your name for the record. And
My name is Dr. Jerry Norton on Pearl Avenue in Whitfield. I want to reiterate and confirm what's already been said, and I won't repeat it. My point is concerning the single-family dwelling definition. I understand that only, and I may be wrong, but I understand that only the legislature, the state legislature, has the authority to define single dwellings in law. There's established law and there's common usage of words, the meaning of words. And to all of us, a single family dwelling means it's occupied by a single family. Now that may include extended family like mother-in-laws and so on and so forth. However, it does not include non-family members, or we have to either change the definition that it's no longer a single family dwelling, but a multi-family dwelling, which has real estate implications, which all realtors, I'm sure, would be very concerned about in terms of value, in terms of advertising. You cannot make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. Thank you.
thank you very much, Doctor. Nancy Pasquale? And that will be followed by Susanna Young.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm also from Whitfield. My name's Nancy Pasquale. I vehemently oppose these ADUs. I don't think they can be enforced. You're going to have them all scattered all over the place. We barely get enforcement now for some of the issues that happen in the neighborhood. And I agree with what everyone has said previously to me. But the biggest issue I have is that enforcement. And perhaps there's some areas of the community that do need it, but the overdevelopment and the big developers coming in and taking up little neighborhoods, that has created the shortage of affordable housing. And maybe some of these big developers need to create an ADU community instead of just gobbling up and putting $400,000 plus homes in there. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Young? Yes.
And then who's
Yes.
next?
Yes.
My name is Susanna Young, and I've been sworn, and I appreciate the privilege of talking to everybody. I'm from Bayshore, and my question, I haven't heard the word zoning and code very much. And I think before embarking on an ADU program, I think that the current codes and the current zoning need to be reviewed, need to be beefed up, and need to be enforced. There are some codes that really aren't enforced. Maybe priorities need to change for a while because, yes, there is a very bad need for affordable housing. ADU is a good concept. In my young working years, I lived in maids' quarters, nice neighborhoods, never parked in the yard. But anyway, I just don't see throwing a blanket ordinance over whole areas. Why not do it develop your parameters for what an ADU is, what an ADU variance is, and then have it done by choice, by need. Why blanket and change, and I'm sorry, two units, dwelling units on one property, to me, is multi-housing. I don't care what you call it. A horse or an animal that looks like a horse could very well be a horse. So it's, what are we talking about? Anyway, you can do this on an as needed basis. I don't see why there's a necessity for an overall thing. The other thing that bothers me is the burden on our utilities, sewer and water. It's all going to be all over and scattered. What worries me is, how can you plan for extra burden on your sewer and water and your other utilities unless you can specify an area that you can concentrate on? Otherwise, it's going to be just an additional burden. And I just wonder if 80% of the size of the house is too much. Because we all know that builders and contractors and owners and landlords fudge. I know that personally. And if it's affordable housing, I would have to assume that it's going to be residential ADUs for residential purposes. Anyway, I appreciate you listening, and please consider my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Marilyn Cruz or Tom?
Or
I don't know which one.
Tom.
They both signed it. Okay,
Tom Cruise?
obviously Marilyn.
Oh,
And I'm also representing my husband, Tom Cruise.
there is another Tom
Is there?
Cruise.
Oh, that's
Yay,
what
where are you?
Top good?
Top good.
I want to see a
Hiding.
picture.
He's hiding.
Okay, I'm going to read mine. First, we are aware of the need of for low-income families to have roofs over their heads. I volunteered for Habitat for Humanity for many years, helping build houses and and witness placing very deserving and hardworking families in their own homes and affording them a place to bring up their children in safe and secure neighborhoods. Our main concern is the way this project has been devised without considering what it will do to existing neighborhoods in our county. The Whitfield-Ballantyne area is one of the oldest neighborhoods in the county and state, with many historic homes that cannot be duplicated. Many of us here today moved to the area because of its charm. As older homes come on the market, people are purchasing and restoring them. People live in our area take great pride in, in keeping our properties neat and orderly, which is an asset to Manatee County. Allowing ADUs to be placed in our neighborhood will take away from the historic area and will have negative effects on all our home values. We have many concerns. First and foremost is the amount of additional traffic it will bring to Magellan Drive and Whitfield Avenue, which are already overused. Some areas on Magellan Drive are approximately 18 feet wide, which is which does not leave much room for error while driving, and no one keeps within the speed limit. Allowing homeowners to place ADUs on their properties with no additional driveway space will only make it more dangerous, as cars will park on the streets and the edge of lawns near the roadway. Furthermore, school bus drivers will have to be more careful, as cars parked on roadways and lawns may block the driver's view and put children in more dangerous situations, at the same time making it more unsafe for cars traveling in the area during busy busing hours. This will also greatly affect EMS, fire, and sheriff departments, etc., most likely finding it more difficult to navigate through the area to assist in emergency calls, with ADUs most likely in the rear of homes and addresses not clearly marked for them to find where their services are needed. Other problems that exist in our area, is that we are in a flood zone, and more impervious pavement will just make the matter worse, as drainage during tremendous storms is a problem that has existed for many years. Additionally, there will be a need for more garbage and recycling pickup, overuse of our water pipes, sewer lines, additional strain on some already overused electrical grids, as well as a bigger strain on the mail and delivery service, who will also add to more time spent by these vehicles on these already overused streets. We are concerned that these units will be rented out for short-term periods, so no one will know who is coming and going in our neighborhoods. This could make it easier for more break-ins and will not be safe for our many older residents who live alone, as well as young children playing in the neighborhoods. We ask you to reconsider excluding the Whitfield-Ballantyne area from this project. There has to be a better way to address the needs for low-income families in our county to have secure places to live and bring up their families. Perhaps a piece of property could be purchased near public transportation to place ADUs on that would not affect some of the well-established neighborhoods in Manatee County. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Cruz.
The Cruzes.
The next one is Mike Holderness. And after Mr. Holderness gets through, we're going to take a 10-minute recess then we'll start the second round of sheets here, but we have to give the clerk a break at some point. So.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and John Barnott. How are you today? This will be short. My name is Mike Holderness. I've lived in Whitfield since 1975. I own Sarah Bay Real Estate. I've got 35 agents, which is good. I've got 2 broker's licenses, which I brought to you today, so I do have the ability to do appraisals. The problem I have is everybody in this room is going to be a seller someday. How do I tell the seller to disclose there could be an ADU in the backyard of the neighbor's house? I mean, it's kind of taking away value when somebody has to disclose something that they don't know what's going to be there. So that's my biggest thing is that some of them become Airbnb. So they're here to rock it out, and they do. So that's my biggest concern is how do you disclose it to any one of you that's going to be a seller, forget if you're a Whitfield or not, that there could be a structure in your neighbor's backyard or side yard that could cause a decrease in value in your property. And that's all I have to say, so it's time for a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Mike, we love you.
Thank you.
Good job.
We'll be back at 3:30.
I don't have any of your cards, I'm sorry.
Call them, they'll bring you some down.
Okay. Next person on the list is Michael, I don't know if I can pronounce this last name.
Here we
Dackel?
go. Here we go.
It's Michael Maraskal?
Michael M.
Are we close? Am I close?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Michael Morazic. I'm a resident of Whitfield also and a former resident of Bayshore Gardens. I am also opposed to the overlay, I should say the ADUs within the area too, because I don't think they're going to be advantageous to our historical areas in this area. First and foremost, because of the taxing on the infrastructure, the roads, the streets, and the parking, as has been mentioned beforehand. Also, the sewer and the flooding, the drainage concerns that we have for both Whitfield and also Bayshore Gardens, where I'd lived for many years beforehand. Let's see. And also on the sizes, they commented on the pricing of $130 per square foot for construction of these units. That is for a 600 square foot unit, which was mentioned beforehand as a consideration. That comes to $78,000. And for a lot of these houses in the Bayshore area and some different areas of Manatee County, I really can't foresee a lot of these residents wanting to construct a unit in their back property for that amount of money. And if they go to the 1,000 square foot, that's going to be $130,000 on that end of it also. So that's another consideration. I don't think a lot of these residents are going to be putting the monies forth for these type of structures. I think basically those are my concerns as that were addressed by a lot of the other people beforehand, so I'm not going to take up additional time at this point. And I do thank you for your time. And I will mention again, I thank you for bringing the idea up. I do think it's a worthwhile consideration, but it really has to be focused upon for what areas of Manatee County you're looking at to bring these into play. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Dan Young.
Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Dan Young. I live in Whitfield, and I have been sworn. Thank you. To start it off, I remember 10 or 11 years ago, we had a big meeting at the convention center, and we talked about how will we grow. And someone named Mark, I couldn't find my old notes on it. He said, be bold and think. And back then, we were probably half the size we are now. And so if we have a housing problem and other problems, those should have been in part of that how will we grow. And what was sad about it, and Commissioner Whitmore commented in the meeting, it was held on Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock. I remember she said, well, it's too bad so few people showed up. At that point, I stood up and I went, and I counted 35 people in the audience. I think there were 45 on the days waiting to speak. But here we are in the future now, and this is a problem. Now, I'm very optimistic about the conversation today. It was positive, and I'm glad to see that. I have some suggestions. Perhaps if Whitfield and Bayshore were declared historic districts, this could send a shade or on the accessible dwelling units. Okay, I don't know really. When I saw this thing, I thought this was like the camel trying to get his nose under the tent, in the sense that you could perhaps start breaking up areas and get greater access both to Sarasota and Bradenton, because that's where we are. We have a perfect location to get to either downtown Bradenton or Sarasota. I spotted that right off the bat when I came here. Literally, when I bought my house, my realtor was taking me out here and there, and I said, I wanted to be near the, well, it's only a 10-minute drive. And I said, what about over there? I went in there, and she says, well, there's this old house, but, and I took a look, and I said, and it's hard to get the owner. I said, get him, you know, and I bought the house like that. You know, I knew what I was looking at, and I think I was right by that. For a while there, I used to say I was a real genius, because prices went up like this, and then you guys built 20,000 units out east somewhere. I know they're out there, but I don't usually go out there. I don't have any reason to.
You're missing out.
Oh, well.
Visit.
Well, you know, the
Roads are
traffic
crowded
and,
enough.
you know.
Sure. That's a bad excuse.
Well, you all come in to see me, so, you know, I don't have to go out there. I see you in Cortez and down at the O'Leary's. I want to bring another idea to mind. I've been following this website called City Lab, and you should Google it and take a look at it. It has all kinds of articles about growth and things nationwide, okay? And it's very progressive, I will say. They bring up a concept called filtering. This is sweeping the country. It's the idea that, well, you know, if people live in the old houses, they should get out of the old houses and move out someplace, buy a new house, and then the other people who can't afford will move into those houses. It's kind of light on depth of thought in the sense that you live in your home, you live in your neighborhood, and you live in your location, and the house is sometimes secondary. So I could have gone on for half an hour here, but I think you get the drift of it. I hope we're going to be moving forward on this to see that it's well managed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Walker. Now followed by Chris Kachi. I think I spelled that right.
Hello, I'm Leslie Walker, and I also live in Whitfield Estates, and I'm against ADUs for the reasons that have already been brought forth. But I have rental properties in other areas of the county, and I'm very concerned about ADUs there. And my pet peeve is parking. I don't want cars parked in the front yard. I don't want cars parked on the street, making a narrow two-way street into a one-lane street. I feel that if there's a ADU in the backyard, they should park in the backyard. I really do. And I agree with Carol with the 600 square foot. That keeps you in a one-bedroom apartment. And again, I have many one-bedroom apartments that are 500 to 600 square foot, and every one of them has a car, even if they're near a bus stop. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Chris Kachi, if I'm pronouncing, oh, it's she, I'm sorry.
Hi, I'm Chris Kachi. I live in Misty's area, in the Pierce Canal drainage area. It's zone A1, so we have no HOA, just a dirt road with horses across the street, cows next door, single family. We've lived there 30 years, and about 15 years ago, a zoning change was proposed to the back of our property. So it changed to light manufacturing. Because it was a zoning change, we got to have some input and make it more compatible with the residential neighborhood. This seems like it should be a zoning change where residents could have input, but the way it's being proposed, there is no input. All our homes are on septic systems, which would be another problem, which septic systems are apparently connected to red tide also. We moved to A1 zoning for the peace and quiet. We didn't move to become next to a duplex. Also, most of the properties are either like 1 to 5 acres. And I see nothing in this proposed draft amendment that says you couldn't have more than one ADU on a bigger property if the setback worked. We have trouble with flooding, something we didn't address when the light manufacturing zone came in, because it wasn't a problem 15 years ago, was they brought in fill. Now our backyard, when the rains start, is completely flooded until October. So if the neighbor next door who owns the rental unit decides to bring in fill, that's gonna flood the rest of our yard. I think it's kind of telling that the two HOAs that are represented do not want this change. I think anyone who, as the Realtor person mentioned, if it's going to bring down your home value, I can't see why anyone would want it except to monetize their property, which the rental next door, I can see him doing that. And what happens when, say, an HOA is built and the person goes to sell the property, then does that still fall under the ADU rules? Or does the person still have to, live in the main dwelling? It's a little unclear, so I hope you take these under consideration. Thanks.
Thank you. Next one is Charles Orthcutt. And then I'll be followed by, I think, Andy Branco, or Anna Branco.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Charles Orchid, and I live on Lantana Avenue in Whitfield, Valentine Manor. And number one, I understand ADUs are part of your attempt to address affordable housing in Manatee County, and that is admirable, and I appreciate that. The problem I see it is that even if these are not built as rental units, they will sooner or later become so, and they will tend to attract short-term tenants with no vested interest in our neighborhood, or, as has already been mentioned, Airbnb partygoers. And that raises all kinds of considerations, which I won't reiterate because they've already been outlined to you, but ultimately, the ADUs will violate our neighborhood integrity. And they will have, I believe, a negative impact not only on my property value, but those of my neighbors. I am very much pleased to hear your amenability to working together to exclude Whitfield Manor from the ADU project, and I hope we can accomplish that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I misspoke on Branco. That's on a different topic. I got out of line. So, Xavier Cologne.
Oh, I knew that name sounded familiar.
So did I was like,
Yeah.
Hi, Xavier Cologne, Manatee County citizen for 24 years. That's 92% of my life, so I've got an A in participation. I'm coming to you for more of the affordability, the ADUs, why we need them. Just a few notes that I am 26. I make around $42,000 a year. That comes out to about $1,200 a paycheck. The federal requirements say that we should spend about 35% of our income on housing or on renting. The market rate for an apartment in Manatee County is $1,222 for a 1-1. So you can see some issues, and I make around $42,000, and you got to think that starting teachers, the average salary for a teacher in Manatee County is $43,879. The average pay for a cop is $47,485, and that's not starting, that's average. And then the average pay for a firefighter is $44,397. So also to give notes, that's the moderate income range, and also as a Publix employee, I worked for Publix for 8 years, so been working for them. But if I was full-time there, I'd be making only $25,000, and that is the low to very low income. So those people that you wave, you say hi to, you go where shopping is a pleasure, those people are the ones that need affordable housing. So the young people are coming to you. Don't stop ADUs. We are very much in support of them, and while I know that neighborhoods have issues, as somebody who lived in Parrish, I know that the decision somebody makes today can be a very bad migraine 20 years in the future. So just, think about it. We love ADUs. I'm probably the youngest one making comments, so ADUs, please keep them going, and if they need to do overlay stuff, that's something that they can pursue. So thank you.
Thank you.
thank you. Next is Marnie Martrisi.
Batteries.
Here she comes.
Hi, my name is Marnie Matarese. I'm a Whitfield Valentine neighborhood owner. I am all for affordable housing. I think that ADUs have a place, but I have to admit, I identify as a NIMBY, not in my backyard. My backyard is 25 minutes from Lido Beach. My backyard is 15 minutes from downtown Sarasota and downtown Bradenton. My backyard is 7 minutes from Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. My backyard is 2 minutes from Sarasota Bay. Now you're probably saying, so what? The one thing that the young planner who was here earlier, as he went back in time to the days of ADUs, was back in time we did not have the internet, we did not have vacation rental by owner, and we did not have Airbnbs. Our location is not going to provide affordable housing, additional housing. It is simply going to provide more overnight visitors, overnight stays, and a complete inability for code enforcement to enforce anything because those people are not there long enough to get caught. So I really am not in favor of changing our overlay. Just leave it like it is. We're protected by it. And understand that I bought a single-family home in a lovely neighborhood. I believe in property rights. My right is to be able to own the home I bought and own the home with the restrictions that came with it. That's, in my opinion, my right. To me, developers continue to have free rein to construct homes that are not affordable for the average person, put HOA rules and regulations on them, and exempt themselves from any kind of attempt at helping young people find livable homes. So then they put the burden on us. Why are they not held accountable? Why are they not required to provide a certain amount of land with every new development that they bring to fruition? Let's find a better way to do this. Let's build an ADU community that can be utilized until people have reached the point where they can buy a home. I really appreciate all the thought and all the consideration that each one of you is showing, and I'm sorry, I'm a NIMBY.
And an honest one. That's pretty cool.
Okay, the next person up is Norm Lupino, and he has 10 minutes as he is representing a group of people from Whitfield.
Thank you very much. If you could get the slideshow up, and is this working?
It's working. It's up.
Okay. Okay. I think we all acknowledge that ADUs, I guess the screen isn't on here, so can be a successful tool to address affordable housing, but not always and not everywhere. We do have them in Whitfield, as a couple commissioners identified with. Here's one that we have that was grandfathered in. It's 400 square feet. It's above the garage. And as you see on the left side, there's a driveway that goes back there. So you have the ability to have cars in the back, so you're not using the front yard. And that's one of the, consistent theme is when they work. And I just want to state, these were not designed as rental units. These were designed as housekeeping units, 1 bedroom and a bath, where the people stayed. So back in the 20s, they definitely were not rentals. Okay. Okay, here's another one that we have. It's 190 square feet. Once again, you've got the parking in the back for the entire, the residence and the ADU, which is a rental unit now, and you don't have the front yard parking. This concept is inappropriate, an inappropriate application for most suburban-style neighborhoods, partly because of the excessive parking that will be in the front yard. I don't know why this isn't going. Okay.
Welcome to our world.
Here's a tract home setting that has an accessory dwelling unit on it. And as you can see, there's 5 cars in the front yard, a big contrast to the 2 pictures I showed before. Here's another one in our neighborhood, and it has 5 cars. There's actually 3 on the right side but the front yard's a parking lot. And the front yard's a parking lot, and there's it's what we end up with when we have these accessory dwelling units. Size limitation, 1,000 square feet or 80%. That means a house that's 1,250 square feet will permit a 1,000 square foot ADU. Not big difference. This is an example of a 1,000 square foot unit, 3 bedrooms. Here's another one that's 914 square feet, 3 bedrooms. Here's another one that's a 3-bedroom home that's 912 square feet. So you can get a lot in with 1,000 square feet. I want to show you examples of potential scenarios. On the left is a 1,450 square foot house. It would permit the house on the right to be built behind it. And when you see that, you get the perception of a 2-family property, not an accessory ancillary type unit. Here's another 1,200 square foot. They can't get up to 1,000 square feet, slightly less, but they could get either one of these 2 homes as a permitted use house in their backyard. And there's many lots in Whitfield that are deep enough to facilitate these. So when you live next to one of these, you're not going to feel like you're next to a guest house. You're going to feel like you're next to a duplex, unplanned community where you just stack things in. The reduced side yard setbacks will adversely impact the adjacent property owners. The code definition of height, it does not include the ridge of a peak of a roof. It's the midway point. So the 12 feet can actually be 15 feet. If it's a flat roof with a parapet, you can also go up higher than 12 feet based on your definition of the code. Finished floor requirements have changed. The finished floor for newer homes are much higher than the existing homes, so the new homes are going to be up on a pedestal and therefore have a greater impact. And in a flood zone, it's even going to be higher. And most of Bay Shore in Whitfield is in a flood zone. So if you have a house set back 10 feet, and you're saying it's only going to be 12 feet, well, that's based on the finished floor elevation, and then you go up from there. Whitfield is a suburban community, not urban. It has an emphasis on openness. Our front yard setbacks are increased to 30 and 40 feet, no fences in the front yard. In the rear yard, you can only have a maximum of 6 foot fence in the backyard versus 8 feet. All this contributes to the openness, which will be compromised with some of the regulations of reduced setbacks that are being proposed. Parking, as I stated, is probably the largest adverse impact that this will have on neighborhoods. Front yards will become parking lots because there's no way to get to the back of the yards. There's not enough room on the side yard. And the assumption that there will be no parking within a half mile of a transit stop is unsubstantiated by any local studies or case studies or anything. I went to Avalon, which is right on a bus route. I thought, well, if people within a half mile don't have cars typically, this parking lot's going to be full. It's on 41. I know most of you are familiar with it. Rents are $910 for a one bedroom, $1,075. So it's a very affordable community. The parking lot was full. Evidently, they didn't get the memo that they weren't supposed to have cars. I also went to Wayside Glen Mobile Home Park. It's a charming little park on 41. I didn't take any pictures because there was a lot of children running around and I didn't want to get them in there, but a friend of mine just went there to rent a place. They're $750. They were built in the 50s. I could hardly get through there because there were so many vehicles. So you got to address parking, even if it's within a half mile from a bus stop. The other thing, the enforcement of owner occupancy, I don't see how that's going to be done. And what are you going to do? Initiate eviction proceedings if somebody sells it to somebody and both people are renting? Are you going to make the investor owner sell the property? Are you going to levy fines? I mean, that's just going to be the cost of doing business. Any realtor will tell you they have a pocket full of investors who want to buy rental units, and this would be perfect for them. So even though the first owner signs the affidavit, future owners are not necessarily going to be subject to that. And it's going to be very, very hard to enforce, especially if you can't go on the property. So there are many issues with this. Size is way excessive. Parking has not been sufficiently addressed in a manner which will not adversely impact a neighborhood, and the setbacks are very problematic. We need to start small to see what works. We need to engage the stakeholders, the residents, the neighborhoods, to actually help craft the ordinance. There's been a lot of discussion comparing these to guest house. Guest houses are not meant for rental or permanent housekeeping purposes. That's part of your definition. So just because you can have a guest house doesn't mean it's likely that people are going to do that. There's no financial gain to do that, as there would be for these. So it's a completely different animal, and the impacts are going to be completely different. You're going to have the parking issue. As far as approving this and then changing the overlay districts, legally, I think that'd be pretty difficult. And as not an attorney, but I know enough about Bert Harris, that if you give somebody the right to do something, you can't take it away very easily. Right. So if you give somebody the legal right to build a guest house on their property, and then you go back to amend an overlay district, I mean, you're going to need to defer to your attorney, but I don't know how you're going to be able to do that. I think someone's going to be able to have a Bert Harris claim because they could say, hey, I can do this per your code. So, and they talked about the utilities would be analyzed. I mean, is someone going to have to submit a concurrency analysis to show that they have adequate capacity every time you apply for a building permit? I mean, that's usually done up front with the subdivision. These subdivisions were done in the 50s or the 20s before you had concurrency requirements and before you addressed stormwater issues. We are in a very flood-prone area. So adding more impervious surface is going to be very difficult and maybe add to the problem. The only other thing I want to add is that Tangelo Park is an overlay district that's in our district. And I've talked to some people in that area. I don't know if they're here tonight, but they were adamantly opposed to it. So you may want to also consider that neighborhood too. Dr. Dale Burrows, I've talked to at length. I'm sure many of you know her. She's somewhat of an activist in the community. So I think this has a ways to go before it's actually codified, and I think the people need to be involved in crafting this ordinance, not just staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Norm. Next is Bill Espy.
I don't know what's in there, so.
That's not good.
Well, don't give it to us like that.
I'm just,
Really?
I'm just
We get
kidding. I'm just
all the
kidding.
time.
I apologize for that. Those are the ballots from all of our members. So, yeah, I'll vouch for that. Sorry about that, Ms. Whitmore.
You don't know what we get, trust
All
me.
right.
It's not the same old sleepy town as it used to be.
I hear you.
She has no sense
All right, do we have
Yeah,
a PowerPoint?
no.
I'm sorry, he gets 10 minutes representing the Whitfield Ballantyne Association, I believe.
Is it the mouse that changes it?
He just did it.
That'd be great. All right, thank you for allowing me to speak, Commissioners. We appreciate it. My name is Bill Espy, and I'm a resident within the Whitfield Ballantyne Manor overlay and happen to be the current president of the Whitfield Ballantyne Manor Association. So I lived in Lakewood Ranch for 10 years and enjoyed all that an awesome planned community has to offer, enjoyed every bit of it. But for my wife and I and my son, we wanted something a little different. So we moved to Whitfield Estates about 8 years ago. And due to the desired lifestyle we wanted, we love boating, we love fishing, we love the views that we have on the bay. And so that's why we moved. As a 6-time member of the board and having the honor to serve as president 3 times, I've seen and heard a lot of proposals come forth from different entities, some of which I've spoken here with you, that could or would affect our historic neighborhood in a positive or a negative manner. And in my years on the board, I have not witnessed the level of concern that our people have shared with me and shared with others on our board about the topic we're talking about today, which is the ADUs. Go ahead, please. Thank you. Our neighborhood, as we've stated, is one of the oldest active neighborhood associations in the state. We represent 400 dues-paying households. Our overlay district is part of WBMA boundary and includes certain land use controls, as we've talked about today. And I stand before you today representing the majority of our association that are extremely concerned that if this ADU proposal passes as it currently is written today, it could devastate our historic neighborhood. We have a very diverse neighborhood, and let's get real, not every member feels the same way as what I'm talking to you about today. We have some, and probably some even here, that are for the ADUs, and that's awesome, and that's what democracy is all about. However, I will tell you that the vast majority that I've spoken with or that have cast their ballots at our association meetings or filled out a survey that I've turned in today are clearly not in favor of the ADUs as they've been presented to us by Joshua Dan and Kirsten French. We understand and we support ADUs, as many of our people have said, in Manatee County, and there are many other sister cities, I guess you would call them, in our area that have also adopted ADUs and to combat their deficit of affordable housing. But we all feel that safeguards must be established to ensure that they're compatible with the single-family character that we have. And this is my disclaimer. I certainly don't have all the answers. This is not what I do for a living. I am not a planner. I look at you and all a lot of times is the red tape and all the things you have to go through. If you want to talk marketing and advertising and technology, I'm your guy. But when it comes to this, I don't have the answers. And for an association like ours to really dive into this and understand all the ordinances and everything, it's a difficult process. It really is to understand everything that goes on. So we really do rely on the county planners. We rely on you to cross every T, to dot every I, and to do what's best for the citizens of Manatee County. The proposal, as I understand it, and we've talked about this, allows ADUs up to 1,000 square feet. So, you know, as Norm just mentioned, is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,000 square foot structure really accessory at that point? We've talked about parking, so we can skip through some of this. You know, we're very concerned about parking. Has there been a capacity analysis for the water and sewer impact? We've talked about that as well. Can our system hold that? The majority of our neighborhood is within the designated coastal high hazard area overlay district. Allowing and encouraging ADUs within this area would appear, and I'm not saying it does, I'm saying in my novice eyes, it would appear to be directly opposed to the stated purpose established in Comp Plan Policy 2.2.2.5.1 of directing population concentrations away from known or predicted coastal high hazard areas. And I'll leave that up for you to debate that area. Our neighborhood is already prone to flooding, as we've talked about as well. My personal story on that is my garage has flooded twice, and it was up to my door coming in as my wife and I were sweeping it. So we have some concerns with flooding, and we're working with Manatee counties. I personally submitted all my pictures and everything, trying to handle our flooding issues. I think it's logical to assume that an ADU in the backyard of a lot of these would only add to the flooding. Code enforcement was brought up today. I won't rehash that, but code enforcement is already stretched thin. And how will these potential violations be handled with code enforcement? We're already experiencing negative impact of the short-term rentals, which again, were talked about today, so I won't rehash through all of that. But it is difficult, and my understanding is that because of legislation, I'm not sure we're going to be able to do anything with short-term housing. And again, that's for your legal counsel to debate, but I'm not sure we're going to get rid of the Airbnbs and the VRBOs and all those things. From a profitability standpoint, it would not surprise me at all if the short-term vacation rentals actually ended up taking the place of the long-term affordable units that I believe is the intention of the ADUs. But our primary concern remains that the ADU standards as proposed will diminish the character of the neighborhood, leading to a reduction in our home values and disruptions of the quality of life that our members expected and quite frankly still expect when they purchase their home in Whitfield Ballantyne neighborhood. I have already submitted 2 different letters. One was April 9th and then the other one was in May, and I've got extra copies if you need them, but I was assured that they were submitted. And again, these are through my eyes, which aren't expert eyes, and we're just trying as an association to just throw out things and say, hey, can we work together to put some safeguards in place? And again, I'll go through these very briefly, but limiting the ADUs to only parcels with homestead, property owners living at the principal or the dwelling unit, limitations on the square footage to provide proper scale within the neighborhoods, limit the additional vehicles parked on properties, preserving established setbacks, prohibit ADUs as short-term rentals, which I understand is a difficult task to ask, and then ensuring ADU entrances, balconies, and exterior staircases don't face the adjacent parcel in order to enhance compatibility. Now, this is intended for a discussion only. It's not intended to change someone's diagram, but a gentleman by the name, and you've received this email from a gentleman by the name of Tom Mumford. Tom is a member of our neighborhood and does a whole lot of research. Man, he gets in there and he goes to websites and he finds all kinds of stuff. And I believe this is called the Matrix of Other Agencies' ADU Regulations. I believe Tom picked it up by with your agenda packet. And it appears, again, I'll let you evaluate, but it appears to compare Manatee County staff's ADU regulations with those of neighboring counties. And what Tom has done is Tom went to the MuniCode Library ordinances websites and started diving into any kind of restrictions or exemptions that he could find for different cities, okay? So to the best of my knowledge, and I have been sworn today, the best of my knowledge, if these websites are accurate, then this information is accurate. But again, I will let you evaluate that. But as we look at that, And I really can't see this screen, so hold on just a second.
Can't see it.
Can you see that? I apologize if you can't. As you look at each one of these, the city of Bradenton, for instance, not accessory dwelling units allowed on all of these are yes. It's not permitted in single-family R1 districts. The city of St. Petersburg, not permitted in neighborhoods where max density for NS1 is 7.5, for NS2 is 5, and for NT3 is 7. And guess what that means? I have no idea. I have no earthly idea what that means. But here's what it tells me. It tells me that the city of St. Petersburg made an exception for some neighborhoods, if this is true, made an exception for some neighborhoods because of certain restrictions or certain issues that were going on. They put thought into that. I love this one, Sarasota County, not permitted in subdivisions created before October 27th, 2003. We'll take that one, please. That's a good one. Not permitted on the barrier islands, from what I understand as well, for Sarasota County. The city of Sarasota, not permitted on RSFE 1, 2, 3, 4 single-family zones. Only permitted in RSM 9 and RTD 9 zones. And then lastly, the city of Tampa, ADUs is really approximately a 1 square mile area that they allow those, which is Sly, Waters Boulevard, and Armenia Avenues. So the spirit of this is to say that there are potentially, if this is true information, and I believe it to be, there are other cities in our area and other counties in our area that have made exceptions. I don't know legally how they did it. I don't pretend to know that information. But at least it's a light, right? It says maybe we can do that for our neighborhood. Last slide, please. So as I've stated, I don't have all the answers. In fact, I don't have many answers. However, the current proposal that was presented is very concerning to our association. We support ADUs. We think they are one of the many tools that can help address affordable housing, but safeguards, restriction, and exemptions need to be in place. And so thanks for allowing me to speak today, and we respectively request that you would, if this is going to go through as it exists today, which I think it might not because of the conversations, but if it was, that you would exempt our historic Whitfield Ballantyne from the ADUs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I must say, for being so humble and saying you don't know much, I think you know an awful lot of what we do up here. More so than some of us, probably. But thank you. Great presentation. Okay, that concludes all the people that did sign up. If there are people out there who would like to come down that did not sign up, now would be the time to do that.
Come on down.
You can just, come down, line up. You'll have 3 minutes, and please tell us your name.
My name is Susan Krinsk, and I live in the Whitfield area on Lantana Avenue. I bought my home 9 years ago after a grueling 2-year divorce, and all my money went into buying this home. It's a 1926 Spanish bungalow. I love it dearly. I've made improvements on it. And now my property values have gone down because next door is an Airbnb, and next door to that has 3 units on this one single lot, also built in 1926, but and then just recently they put in a pool. So my thought is, how do I get these things corrected? I've called code enforcement. They can't go on the property. I've called to find out about the contractors that are doing the work, building the pool that now exists between both homes, which I assume would be part of the area that you're not supposed to build on. They even have a little humpback walkway. It's ridiculous. My home was picked because of its beauty, its age, the fact that they're close to the Sarah Bay Country Club, and there's wildlife. I'm an ex-zookeeper. I love it. But I'm not happy right now. Behind me, I have another person that has changed a gazebo into a living area. There are 12 people living on this one property. They're part of the people you saw with all the parked cars sitting in front of their home. And their new place actually abuts the fence line. So I don't see any any setback that's been used. In fact, they went over my fence in order to cut down an oak tree that was impinging their ability to build this property for their extended family. And that's, I think, where I'm going to leave it. I want to know, how do I get my house back? How do I get my area back? Who do I talk to about the next door neighbor that couldn't sell his house for years, and so now has it advertised as an Airbnb? He rents out both the front facility and he rents out the guest quarters, which I believe actually does have more in it than just a sleeping area, because for years my best friend lived next door and she paid for the water and the electricity for that whole back unit, and he gave her a slight bit off her rent. I don't think that's legal, but that's what went on, and I'm not sure that what's going on now is any different. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Anita Bell Baxter, and I live in Bayshore Gardens. I bought in Bayshore Gardens a year and a half ago because it was single families. And I love the fact that I hear the kids next door screaming, and the people across the street let me know if something's going on that I need to know about, and it's a wonderful neighborhood. I'm not going to reiterate all the reasons that I think we should be exempt from this. I am very happy that you all are talking about that. There's just a couple of facts I wanted to point out. I am a survivor of Superstorm Sandy, and I lived in a 600 square foot apartment for 2 years. It was plenty of room. So to your point, I think 1,000 square feet is overkill for something that's an accessory, number one. Number two, do any of you know how many ambulances there are in Manatee County?
Yeah, 18 to 19.
20.
20?
We are sadly underfunded as far as ambulances and code enforcement are concerned. And I think in consideration, if you're going to add even more people to the county, aside from the building all the building that's going on east of 75, you need to start thinking about infrastructure as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else at this point that would like to come up and speak? Okay, seeing nobody, we will close public comment at this point. And first up on the board is Commissioner Whitmore.
And we are in our budget phase, and aren't we approving, guys, 2 or 3 more ambulances?
Yeah, I think there's going to be 24 is
There'll
my
be 24,
recollection.
so we actually, on this budget, for the
Other companies.
first time, no, those are not
Well, but
EMS.
you can-
Those are
they're
transport.
used.
Those are transport, yeah. So anyway, we are getting more. And also the lady with the code enforcement that moved here 7 years ago, sounds like somebody billed with no setback. If you should talk to somebody, give them your address and let code enforcement, even if you've called, just do it again, because you brought it up before us, and we can make sure and see what happened, because that shouldn't be happening. Just for an FYI, I rented from 1969 to 1998 and worked as a nurse at Manatee Hospital. And when I hear people talking about renters, it kind of upsets me, because I just couldn't afford a mortgage. I couldn't put a down payment on a house, and so I rented. And I don't see anything. It really bothers me when I hear people talk disparagingly about renters, because some ruin it for all, but most of us just can't afford a house. The house payments and the down payments is what killed you. Chris Kochi brought up, if Tom's around, okay, if you want to come down too. Chris Kochi brought up the ADUs on the properties with septic. I'm sure when they're getting built and approved, can somebody tell me how that process goes and how that affects the septic field? I know it has to be able to have the capacity, and we have laws, so I think that's a good question to ask someone. Is there anybody here that can answer it? Here comes Tom. I don't know if this is your bailiwick, but it is, but kinda, you'll know.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Whitmore, with respect to septic systems, the systems themselves are reviewed by the Health Department. And with respect to an existing septic system, there would need to be a analysis done on that particular septic system. Should there be any requirements for that septic system as far as placing additional facilities on that particular system for, say, an additional bathroom for kitchen, things of that sort. That would be reviewed and then approved by the health department as far as the capacity of the existing septic systems on
So
individual
that have to be
properties.
all approved before we went any further, and that'd have to have
Correct.
documentation from the health department?
Yes, and that would,
Additional capacity and all that?
yes, and that'd be concurrent with the building permit process
Okay.
for an ADU.
And also, while you're here, the reason why I had asked you to come, the flooding, to reinforce our laws, when you add another house or whatever to this, another structure to that lot, that water, you know, whenever you build, now, of course, we're looking at older homes too and old laws, but how do you address when you're building another impermeable structure on a lot with drainage? Does that have to still be approved by you? Does that have to meet today's laws if you're building a new structure?
For,
Flooding and,
with respect to these ADUs, they would go through the building permit process. So there would be, as part of a building permit, there would be like a drainage and grading plan. They would need to identify basically the drainage patterns and the subsequent outfalls for the property itself, including the existing dwelling and then the proposed ADU itself. So there would be essentially a drainage plan that would utilize the property survey for the individual property.
and if it
to
couldn't meet the
identify
drainage,
patterns.
if it was gonna add a burden, I mean, this is your bailiwick.
Sure.
Then could it be approved if they could not come up with a solution?
As far as the drainage patterns themselves,
Yeah.
they would not be able to attain approval on a building permit if the drainage could not be addressed.
Okay.
If it was by means of handling the roof drainage or providing perimeter swales, things of that sort to either drain out to the street, or if there should be, say, especially in these older areas of the county, it'd be typically out to the street.
Okay, that's all for you, but somebody may have another question for you. If the owner of a ADU sells the property, from what I've heard at this presentation today, everybody has said, well, then somebody else can rent short-term in the front. I understood it that it had to be homesteaded. The front property has to have somebody that lives in it that's homesteaded, correct? According to your ordinance?
That's correct.
So it has to be a permanent resident that's homesteaded, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it can't be a rental, it has to be a homestead.
Yes.
Okay. Whitfield, Marlene mentioned about that the overlay protects them and they don't want to change. I think you allow, what do you call it again, not ADUs?
Guest houses.
Guest houses. I think what was brought up here today, you as an organization could change that sooner than later and not allow ADUs, at least in Whitfield. As far as Bayshore, that's going to be a hard task to form an overlay because just the incident I gave with the outflow, the backflow preventer, and the septic. What's not the backflow? What was I talking about in Bayshore?
The lift station.
Lift station. Yeah, and I know I just saw the discontention there, so it may be a little harder. And the reason why I'm saying that is because later on I want to say something. I agree with Norm on the slides. 1,000 square foot looks just like another duplex. Commissioners, to me, everything up here is all about compromise. Just like we did on some big, big issues this week with the monument. It's all about compromise. And I just can't see another duplex behind another house. If we could compromise on another number. I'm sure it looks great out east where there's a lot of property, but again, the intent of the ADUs was never to make it another apartment. And 1,000 square foot looks to me just like the duplex. When you look at his pictures, they're very telling. So I'd hope you consider that. For our attorney, Bert Harris, it is legit if we approve and exempt a neighborhood at the time of approval of this ordinance of ADUs, would they be protected since we did it? Because like cities of all the other cities that you saw had already excluded certain zones. I know staff gave us a map of where they would like to see them, but if we included like someplace like Whitfield or Bayshore, probably not Bayshore because they don't have an organization yet, but Whitfield, and we did it at the time of ordinance approval. Would there be any issues with Bert Harris that you know, or do you just need to research that for the next meeting?
I can't give any opinions on Burt Harris Act claims. It's a site-by-site analysis. Many factors go into it.
Okay, so we don't know yet, maybe at our next meeting, when we get more information.
Basically, any ordinance amendment you do can trigger Burt Harris Act claims.
Anybody can claim anything.
Again, I support these, but I kind of, when you look at the pictures, you know, that Norm showed us, they are very telling. It looks just like another duplex going behind a house the same size almost, maybe a little bit bigger. And the intent of the commission when we started this, and I have to defend staff, somebody said that staff told us to do this. No, we met and had a work session with our staff, and we gave staff direction to come to us with this today. So in all fairness to our staff, I do want to say that. But I do support ADUs, and I just want to have a happy medium between everyone, and I would be glad to compromise to move this forward. I know we're not voting on it today, but I don't want it to die. I think it's a good thing.
Commissioner Knack?
If I may.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Josh.
I just wanted to address a couple of comments
Name
and
us.
also the images that were shown.
Speak up.
I'm sorry, this isn't picking up
There you
very
go.
well. I'll try to get close but not touch it. Regarding what could be permitted today in the Whitfield area, or just about anywhere in the county, a guest house can be the size of just 1 square foot less than the primary structure that's already there. So 1,000 square feet, if it could fit behind the house, as was shown, those were 2 separate homes. There weren't an ADU of 1,000 square feet, would be large, but it would fit within the guided setback requirements. I think it's also important to note that the Whitfield overlay describes minimum floor areas. Their single-family detached primary structure has a minimum square footage of 1,400 square feet, where all other residential has a minimum square footage of 950 square feet. So our 1,000 proposed, where it might fit, really isn't that much larger than what their minimum would require. And honestly, what we're proposing would bring a lot of guest houses that are rented long-term into compliance.
Thank you.
Okay. Betsy?
Well, you know, zoning sometimes is all about the details and how it's implemented. And, yeah, certainly people take advantage of zoning and, you know, if the neighbors don't turn you in, you don't get caught. You know, that's the way it works, and that's probably the way it should work. But I think that there's, I agree, there's a difference between a guest house and accessory dwelling unit. And that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to make accessory dwelling units. So I think that's fine to throw out the guest house, but I don't think it's fine to keep comparing them. I get it that was your standard for the 1,000, and that makes some sense. But, you know, people are gonna be grandfathered in. They're gonna be grandfathered in. I don't think we need to worry about that. You're not supposed to live full-time in a guest house. That is not what a guest house is for. But I think we're okay with the 600 square feet. I think we're okay with some sort of standard that I like, the not created prior to subdivision rule. I think that sounds great. If Sarasota did it, I don't see why we couldn't do that, and that would catch Bay Shore and that would catch Whitfield. I think that's a fabulous idea. I don't even think we would have to go back to planning commission, but I know that's the way sometimes the attorney makes us.
She's smiling.
And I also think that there should be a parking space. You know, if we're gonna have an accessory unit, there should be parking space on site. You know, fact of the matter is, my neighbors live in a big house, I live on an acre lot, and they have, I don't know who all lives there, but there's lots of cars, and they have lots of space in their front yard, because we have 1 acre lots. You know, I've kind of just accepted it, it's the way it is. There's a lot of cars there, but it's a single-family house. We already addressed the septic systems. I don't think the septic systems are an issue. Certainly you can't have more than 1 per lot. I'm pretty sure the regulation says that today. Is that correct? Only 1 accessory unit per lot?
The draft ordinance language?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry, that's what I meant to say, the draft ordinance. I don't think we should give a break on setbacks. You know, I think we need to start small, like someone said, if we're gonna do this. yeah, I really think that this possibly might happen in my neighborhood, so I got to be a little bit careful. I haven't talked to my neighbors about it, but certainly because we have 1 acre, so somebody could do this and no deed restrictions. Somebody probably could do this. But I think I was platted back a long time ago. I would like to know if we're looking at that subdivision, not allowed in subdivisions created prior to, if there's a logical date, if there was logic to the Sarasota County date. I'd like to have something that catches, obviously, Bayshore Gardens and Whitfield, the majority, and I think we could do that relatively easily. And I don't have any problem with having more input, I think we've had a lot of input so far, but I was really encouraged by the folks that came up here with suggestions. That's always extremely helpful. I think we can make progress on this. I don't fault our case planners for being broad and being, that does make the most easily enforceable ordinance. The more we add specifics to it, it makes it a little bit harder to enforce. But, we've got unique neighborhoods here. Bayshore Gardens is pretty unique. It's got, people, when they buy into a single-family neighborhood, they know what they're getting. And you got to be careful when you change that. Otherwise, why have zoning? Why even have it if we're going to take a single-family zoning neighborhood and make it something really different where it's 2 houses per lot? And that's what I'm afraid with this broader that we're doing. If you're going to have a 1,000-foot house, and you said something about blocking out the windows. The bigger thing is the party that people have on their backyard, that they have on their patios or around the pool. That's where the noise is coming in, or just in the houses themselves. So that's what people are trying to avoid. I don't know if I care. I'm lucky. I don't live close enough to look in my neighbor's window, so maybe that is an issue for people that live closer. That's my thoughts. I think we can keep working on this. I appreciate all the work that everybody has done to date. So, because I do think it could help in many instances to have this kind of housing. If I went to the Lake Club. I'm just going to use this just because Vanessa hates it when we use Lakewood Ranch. When I went to the Lake Club and I saw these gigantic homes.
Yeah.
With
Were you jealous, Betsy?
With 2 kitchens, 3 kitchens. I mean, all of this stuff. And I thought, who lives in these giant homes? They said extended families.
I'm going to have to speak. So
extended families. And I was like, I hadn't really thought about that folks are living in Lakewood Ranch in these giant homes, but that's what the realtor told me, so. We all have different needs.
You ought to be ashamed for what you just said. Not all the homes in Lakewood Ranch are huge.
I said the Lake Club.
Well, the
Lake
Lake Club. But then
Club.
you said Lakewood Ranch. And
I
not all
said
of them are
the
huge.
Lake Club in Lakewood Ranch.
Okay, ladies. Commissioner Survey.
Give it a break.
Yes, thank you. Well, if nothing else, I hope that everyone here has appreciated the process, because that's something that I love. I really do love when everybody comes together and everyone has a voice and, we all work together to come up with the best approach. So I want to thank staff too. But I think that is our responsibility up here. Always, and things are constantly changing in county government. It is a fast-paced, fast-moving organization. But what is our ultimate responsibility, especially when we're writing code ordinances and regulations? It's first to do no harm. We've got to protect what we have before we start doing other things and with other ideas. We've got to always think about the neighborhoods that we have. Short-term rentals, I know that we can't control that. I know that that's at the state level, but we have to acknowledge it. We have to understand that they're allowed anywhere, and these ADUs, I'm going to go out on a limb and say, I bet you a lot of them are going to be built as ADUs. That's a fact. That's going to happen. It's a revenue generator. So while we can't control ADUs, look out, because this is going to encourage short-term rentals. Bowleys Creek and Pierce Drain, let me talk about that. So right now, as everybody knows, we're in the middle of a big flood study, right, with Swift Mud in the county, and that's because we had so much flooding in the Whitfield area, But even, around the Whitfield area, and those people aren't here today, I really am hesitant to make any changes that are going to allow more impervious area before we figure out what the problems are and what the solutions are with all of the flooding that we have been combating. So I'm kind of hesitant to say let's go on anything until we get that study back and figure out where we are. Let me see, where was I? This ordinance is mostly going to affect districts 2 and 4. That's me and Reggie. It's not going to affect the others because most of the other residential development is PDR. Let's face it. So these are the oldest areas of the county, and we have to protect what we have before we start looking at changes. We're here with Bayshore and Whitfield, but let's think about Pride Park for a minute, because that's in my district. And nobody's here from Pride Park. You know why? Because they're all working.
Exactly.
And all of the lots in Pride Park, most of the lots, I can't say all, most of them are owned by investors who rent them out to people, and they make money. And I am pretty sure that they're going to see this as a great opportunity to double their income on those lots. And that area is struggling so much right now. Pride Park is struggling. And I think about Ramona Lewis, who has worked her entire life to try and improve Pride Park, and she's made great changes. In fact, she was in my car last night, and we were driving through the neighborhood, and she said, God, I remember when I did that, and I remember when we did this, and that house used to look terrible, and we got together, and that woman has made such a difference in Pride Park, but it still struggles today. Nobody's here to represent them. We can't allow all the density to double in Pride Park. I'm really concerned about that. This is in effect a zoning change. I mean, I know we're not changing the zoning, but it is, and you've heard that. So in order for me to support this ordinance, here are the things that I want to see. I want to see a pilot project. I want to see us start small in an area where it's welcomed. I don't want to force it on anyone. I want to find out where people would like to try it, and let's try it. And then we need to reduce the size of the accessory dwelling unit. 600 square feet's okay. I think less is better. I think 500 or 400 is better, but definitely not 1,000. We need parking. Parking has got to be provided for with these accessory dwelling units. If not, it's just going to negatively impact the people that are already living there. Okay, so we've got to have parking. Maybe if you have a wide street and you can park on the street, that's your parking, and that's fine. Maybe if you have a deep lot and you can park behind the main house, that's your parking. But if you have a smaller lot and there's nowhere to park but the front yard, we shouldn't be allowing that. I'm concerned about the coastal high hazard area. I don't think it's exempted in this ordinance. I think maybe it should be. It's already hard enough to evacuate people. I don't think we want to double the evacuation needs in the coastal high hazard. So I'd like to think about eliminating coastal high hazard properties. And I would like for everyone to think about neighborhoods like Palmasola Park, Palmetto Point. These are areas that would be eligible for this second unit. And I don't think, we haven't heard from them because I don't think they have any clue that is being planned. So I would like for staff to go and talk to those neighborhoods so that everybody is aware of what we're doing. Thank you very much.
Okay, I just, listening to everybody, and, I think this ordinance is dead on arrival at this point, and that we need to go back and maybe have another work session and talk some more with the staff and then put it back through the planning commission, because hearing everybody up here, nobody seems to have, that we can make any changes today because we can't vote on anything. So any changes that are made, ultimately, you're gonna have to go back to the planning commission and go back out to public notice. So I guess what I'm saying is I'd like to try to bring this discussion to a close today, and we obviously need to do a lot more work, keep you all, continue to be informed, get your, continued input, which we, I think everyone up here today really enjoyed. We love to see citizens' input. I wish we saw more of it. I think we did the budget the other night, and 2 people showed up. But by God, we'll hear it when the budget is finally adopted as to, from the people, and you're going, where were you? Type of thing. But here's a great unified group of people that are, giving us their opinion on stuff that's critical to their lifestyle and their quality of life. And, I'm just, suggesting, I still, we can keep talking if we want to, or we can just direct, Mr. Barnott, to go back and we'll, pull the August 1st second hearing of it, because obviously we need to do some more work on this ordinance. And, that's just my opinion.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I could
I won't have to be there.
throw a motion on the table, just for the record to be clear on where we're going along the lines you just discussed.
Well, when we're ready.
I move that we cancel the August whatever meeting, the
Just
date,
that.
Well,
and
I'm
go
gonna-
back to work session.
Couldn't make a decision.
I'm not, I just
Said
want.
you wanted a motion to go.
Yeah,
She said
well,
she
I'm gonna
has a
read the
Oh,
motion.
read the
she
motion.
has
and- oh, I'm
Along
sorry.
those lines, I'm just formalizing it, okay. Motion to take no action on proposed ordinance number 1902, refer the proposed ordinance back to the staff and hold a future board work session on the suggested revisions discussed today. And I was gonna leave it like
So
that.
move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Motion by Commissioner Trace, and second by Commissioner Whitmore.
If I can interject, we have some additional public comment that we'd like to have entered into the record.
Okay.
Okay, yes, please. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We will again open it up to public comment.
No, we
No,
don't.
we already
No,
did.
no, you don't have to
It's
open it.
just us. I just
Don't do that.
Good.
We had
Okay.
public comment.
wanted
Would you
to,
like to?
Sure.
I just wanted to pull two things together. It sounds like kind of some of them, at least the size, looking at 600 and parking is one big thing, and look at the current zoning areas in our work sessions, because staff needs direction on what we were looking at. We're looking, at least some of us.
Staff will be looking for direction in that
Right.
work session.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's the three things I got out of this so far, out of this major
They
meeting.
heard.
They've been
plenty of
taking
them.
notes the
They've
whole
been
time.
here.
Right.
Yeah, but
Okay, as we say, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes 7-0. Thank you, ladies and
see,
gentlemen.
we're not done.
They're done, we're just starting.
They're done.
We'll see you again in about 6 months.
Okay, what do you think? Take a 10-minute
Is,
break?
No, 5?
Do you like that?
yeah.
People have been waiting here all
Yeah,
day.
we're going to take a 10-minute recess and then we'll be back.
Sorry.
to start this up, I guess.
Please.
After much discussion, are we okay, Margaret? As far as you know, because Vanessa has to leave at 5, I think you said, or somewhere thereabouts.
5:15, somewhere in that area.
So
So what are we on next?
mention that to the applicants.
I have notified applicants that at 5:15, 5:30, there will be one less commissioner.
Okay. So we're on number 8, which is a quasi judicial. So I think, Margaret, if you want to read that into the record and.
Yes, item number 8 is PDC 1821 ZP Sawgrass Storage. This is a rezone of approximately 14.74 acres located on the south side of Moccasin Wallow Road, approximately 0.8 miles east of Carter Road, and commonly known as 9419 Moccasin Wallow Road in Parrish. The rezone is from General Agriculture North Central Overlay to the Planned Development Commercial Zoning District, retaining the North Central Overlay District. It's approving a preliminary site plan for a mini warehouse and outdoor boat and recreational storage. There is an additional item to enter into the record. There is a revised environmental stipulation. It just clarifies the issues. Instead of specifying the amount of wetland acreage that will not be impacted, the stipulation now reads, there are no impacts to jurisdictional wetlands approved by the adoption of this ordinance. And the applicant has seen it and is okay with it.
I'm trying to think. I guess this is a presentation.
Yes, this is presentations and,
Jamie's.
yes, this is Jamie's and it's quasi-judicial, and also there's a team for the Sawgrass Storage people.
Okay.
They're here for
So let me just
presentation.
first, anybody who's not been sworn out there that may want to be giving testimony, please stand now and raise your hand, be sworn in.
For any of the items.
That's left.
Joel?
Joel
Do
may
you
have already
swear
started.
or affirm that the factual statements and factual representations which you're about to present to the board will be truthful and accurate?
Okay, next, just a question, any ex parte communication?
Just now, I just found out when Frank came up here which one he was representing, but that was it. Frank Agnelli.
Priscilla?
I drive by this all the time, as I do a lot of things on Moccasin Wallow. And to be honest, I spent a lot of time on this. There used to be a lot of places where the moccasins really wallowed when it was the Sokolov
And that
fish
was
farm.
it?
Oh, yeah.
Snakes?
It was
When it
full
was
of
the what farm?
Sokolov fish farm.
Oh, fish farm.
Oh, so the snakes like the fish.
Well, and be careful back in them days.
Jamie, if you're.
Oh, it's the applicant.
Presentation, the applicant will do the presentation, I guess. I'm sorry. Mr. Rudersall,
Mr. Rudersall.
how are things going at the city?
City county attorney.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Scott Rudiso with Blaylock Walters. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. This is a request for rezone from A to PDC with a preliminary site plan approval to bring a self-storage facility to an area that is developing rapidly and is going to need it. With me today, Rachel Layton and Nathan Crott from ZNS, Michael Yates, that's the traffic engineer from the White House Group, Dylan Reeves from Biotech, and then Frank Agnelli is a property owner along with Claude and Lydia Millie, who I don't think are here anymore, but they're joint ventures on the project. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Rachel to present the project, and then we'll be happy to answer your questions.
Good evening, Commissioners. I know it's been a long day. I'm Rachel Layton. I'm a certified planner with ZNS Engineering, and I have been sworn. We appreciate the opportunity to be heard today, and I will try to go through quickly our presentation. As he mentioned, FLM Inc. owns a 14.74 acre parcel located on the south side of Moccasin Wallow Road, approximately 0.8 of a mile from Carter Road. The property was previously used for aquaculture or fish farming, and there are wetlands at the north end of the property that will be protected. Using the county's concurrency GIS layer, we prepared the graphic in front of you today to show development trends in the area. Well, I understand a lot of it still hasn't come online yet. There are a lot of entitlements in this area, and so this map really kind of shows you
Our site is here in yellow, but all of these other projects have been approved in some form or fashion, and, could come online at any moment. So the site is really in an area transitioning from agricultural lands to residential and non-residential development along I-75, moving east along US 301 and Moccasin Wallow Road. The surrounding approvals include Robinson Gateway and Eagle Point. Those are located on the north side of Moccasin Wallow Road. West of the subject site, Villages of Amazon South is located north of Moccasin Wallow, east of the subject site. Parish Lakes DRI is to the west and the south of the property, and Summer Woods is to the east of the site. There are also some zoning entitlements in this area that really kind of, as I move through the maps, you'll kind of see how development trends are coming online in this area, and we believe that the mini warehouse will be needed. So our future land use is UF3. The area of Moccasin Wallow Road transitions between retail, office, residential, which is one of our higher categories, and mixed use to UF3. UF3 is for areas limited to the urban fringe for low-density residential and support uses, following a logical expansion of the urban environment, growing from west to east with the availability of services. Neighborhood and community serving commercial and office uses are permitted. Maximum floor area ratio for this category is 0.35. The project design proposes 206,000 square feet of mini warehouse on the 14.74 acres with a proposed FAR of 0.32. As you can see, the planned Sawgrass Road extension, we've added this in here, and I know I've got more maps as we move along here, but Sawgrass Road extension is shown on the map as approved within the Parish Lakes DRI. The Sawgrass Road will run along the western boundary of the parcel immediately to the east of the subject site as approved for the Parish Lakes DRI. And it's on the county's thoroughfare map and will connect Moccasin Wallow to Erie Road. The application is in compliance with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. We are currently zoned general agriculture. The property is within the north central overlay. The proposed request will amend the map from general agriculture to plan development commercial and is consistent with the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan. The change in designations is compatible with development trends in the area and the existing surrounding densities and intensities that have been approved. During the review process, we did provide analysis to land development code criteria for both the zoning map amendment and plan development, which is the normal process for any application in the county. We are proposing the project in 2 phases. Ooh. The mouse is very sensitive today. The preliminary site plan for Phase 1 proposes 89,000 square feet of mini warehouse with a freestanding office and 61 boat and RV storage spaces for Phase 1, and will include about 12 single-story mini warehouse buildings, 20 parking spaces, and 3 bicycle racks. The office and 1 mini warehouse will contain restrooms. The project design includes a 50-foot thoroughfare buffer along Moccasin Wallow Road. Because this area is primarily wetland, native vegetation will be maintained. 20-foot buffers are provided to the west, east, and south property lines. Opaque fencing is provided for the outdoor storage area and between the buildings per code. The project design provides 63% open space where 20% is required. That's almost 9 acres of the 14.75 acres that we have for that site. It's a tremendous amount of open space with the wetlands being preserved and the stormwater and floodplain compensation on the west side of the property. The proposed building setback to the east and south is 20 feet, where the western building setback is 280 feet. Again, we've got ditches and wetlands and some site constraints in there that really has us pushing everything to the eastern half of the property. And we are within the 100-year floodplain. The front yard setback to the office, as shown on the PSP, is over 400 feet from the road because of those wetlands. The boat and RV storage spaces will be set back 50 feet from the eastern property line and screened in accordance with the LDC. Access to the site is from Moccasin Wallow Road, and we are requesting wetland buffer impacts for that road. We're following the existing driveway so that we're minimizing any additional there will be no new impacts. It will just be where the buffer would have been required. We'll place that elsewhere on the site. The transportation impact study has been approved. The applicant for Phase 1 will be constructing a westbound left turn lane at the project driveway and Moccasin Wallow Road. So in Phase 2, doesn't look too terribly different, but what we're doing is replacing that boat and RV storage that was in yellow on Phase 1 with a 3-story climate-controlled building consisting of 117,000 square feet.
We'll be adding 23 additional parking spaces for a total of 43 parking spaces and 3 bicycle spaces. The building will meet all of the North Central Overlay building setbacks. It's unusual in North Central Overlay, you take your building height, so at 45 feet for 3 stories, we'll be set back 145.5 feet minimum, but our wetland is actually larger than that, so we'll be set back beyond the wetland and the wetland buffer. This is a developing area of the county, we understand that. The applicant is proposing a septic tank right now. We have approximately 4 restrooms in the facility. Even at final build-out, it will only be 4 restrooms. So that existing sewer line that's in Moccasin Wallow Road is 8/10 of a mile away. So we don't meet all of the tests to have to bring the sewer line all the way down to the project. But what we're doing is we are designing sewer line, dry lines all the way out to Moccasin Wallow Road, so that when the sewer line is extended along Moccasin Wallow Road, we will connect immediately. So I wanted to kind of explain that a little bit, because I know it's unusual for us to have a commercial application and be requesting a septic tank. Again, for Phase 2, the TIS has been approved, and for this phase of the project, we'll be required to construct an eastbound right turn lane. We do have one specific approval request. You can see here along the edge, we've drawn in the proposed sidewalk. It's all through the wetland. And after today's earlier presentation, to approving Moccasin Wallow as a 4-lane road, that design coming forward, what we've asked in our specific approval is to pay in lieu of for the sidewalk. So that way, when the appropriate time comes for the sidewalk to be built, that we'll make that payment into the sidewalk fund, and it will be built at a later time, and we've worked through that with staff. And because of that, there are no adverse impacts with that request. So we're also asking for variable width wetland buffers to allow for the driveway, sidewalk, and utility connections from Moccasin Wallow Road. Again, we're going to follow the existing driveway location that's out on the property to get access to the southern portions of the property. And we will allow for the compensation on site. So the variable width buffer will be more narrow where the driveway is, and then it will be wider along the southern end of the wetland. And the wetland jurisdictional delineation has not been completed yet with Swiftmud. So when we saw the original stipulation for the acreage on the wetland, I asked that it just read a little bit differently. Staff was very good to work with me. I believe the county attorney's office reviewed it as well. The wetlands are coming in a little bit differently, so we just didn't want there to be an issue later down the road. We are just going to have no impacts to that wetland. So during the process, we responded to all traffic, stormwater, and design questions. We believe we're in compliance and we are in agreement with all the proposed stipulations. We are consistent with the comprehensive plan and land development code for mini warehouse use. We did have a market study done before we progressed with this property. And it does show a need for the square footage in Phase 1. And as the other entitlements come online, we believe that there will be a market for the Phase 2 entitlements as well. We have a positive staff report, and we did receive approval from, recommendation for approval from Planning Commission. And we respectfully request the board approve this rezoning and preliminary site plan. Thank you.
All done? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Couple of questions.
Sure.
Starting with Commissioner Benak.
Yeah, I wonder if you could show Rachel where there is actual development in this area. I mean, you pointed out there's a lot of proposed development, but there's not a whole lot of actual development yet.
2 miles to the east.
If I can get this to go back to.
Harrison.
It's gonna be tough on the map.
So we do have development here along Interstate 75. I'm not sure which project that is. It's right there. And then we have, I believe it's Artisan Lakes on the north side of Moccasin Wallow Road. So is this Imperial Lakes? I believe it's Imperial Lakes. So we do have 2 larger projects right now that are already online. And Copperstone.
Yeah, and also, what is the status of Sawgrass Road? I mean, it's on the future thoroughfare map, but we got a lot of lines on a future thoroughfare map that aren't going to be roads anytime soon. Is there, can you, and I told staff I was going to do this, and they probably didn't get a chance to tell you, I mean, establishing a commercial node at the intersection of 2 major thoroughfares is what our comp plan says. Does it really allow you to establish a commercial node when there's no plan to actually build one of the roads that's a thoroughfare?
I'm going to bring Scott back up to help me with that one.
That was my question. I don't recall that just because it's on the future thoroughfare plan that you can establish a commercial node when there's no plan to build a road.
Right, well, I mean, I think that's why it's on the future thoroughfare plan, because there is a plan. The road is included in the Parish Lakes DRI. It is also the right-of-way outside of the Parish Lakes DRI. If you see that area where it's labeled PDR, just to the, within, where the Sawgrass roadway runs through, that right-of-way already exists in that area for the roadway. So, and I think the most current iteration of the alignment actually brings it even further to the west. So from that location at the north end of the PDR, wherever it ends up going up there, I mean, we're going to be well within the node for that area.
I bring this up simply because this is the first commercial we've seen anywhere near here, and it's not really right at the intersection. I can't really tell who owns the property between here and the alignment of Sawgrass Road, but it just seems like a strange place to establish a commercial node with a mini warehouse, to me. But that's why I'm asking the question about what the comp plan says.
Right.
Because it's a future right-of-way. It's not in any way, it's not planned on a 5-year capital improvement plan. It's not planned to be built by anyone that I know of, and the right-of-way doesn't exist. And when we rezone it to commercial, guess what? The right-of-way is going to be more expensive. It's going to be more expensive on Moccasin Wallow. It's going to be more expensive on Sawgrass. Just saying.
So
okay, that's my question too. Can you read the policy just so?
I'll get the operative provisions, but essentially what it says is it's the node is created at the intersection of two functionally classified roadways, and functional classification is both your existing and future right-of-way maps are functional classifications.
So it doesn't matter if it's existing or future.
It does not specify, it just says functionally classified.
Okay. I noticed that you're on a septic tank, and I don't know what the rules are for a commercial septic tank. Can you tell me what the rules are for a commercial septic?
We will comply with all of the requirements of your comprehensive plan for connecting to the sewer. Basically, what you have is, I mean, this is not a big producer of sewer, septic. This is, I think it equates to less than 2 dwelling units, the amount of waste that's going to be produced. So we think it's going to be a minimal impact, and we're preparing the connections for whenever the line's available on Moccasin Wallow.
Okay, and I just have to ask, you point out 3 bicycle racks. Why? Who's going to ride to take their stuff to a?
I love this one, and I say this one a lot, because no one, I get.
Where? You don't live within miles of this development.
You drive
There's
all
no
over.
place to ride on this road.
Yeah.
Sorry.
An
ambulance is
I've
a
been
long way
I've
away.
been working as a planner for 20 years, and most of that's been working on self-storage, so it's always entertaining to me that there's a requirement in the land development code that actually requires, it doesn't matter, it's based on the number of parking spaces. So it's in the land development code just for any type of commercial project.
You have to have bicycle
I have to have bicycle racks, so.
I wanted to make sure you weren't getting a reduction in parking for bicycle racks, because
No,
again.
no, we're not
no one
asking for
in
any reductions.
their right mind is probably going to ride a bicycle on that road.
You will.
All right, and then Sawgrass.
Good question. I wouldn't know what to ask, yeah.
Okay, those are my questions for the applicant.
Commissioner Serbia.
She looks.
Thank you. Great job, Rachel and Scott. Wonderful presentation. I had a question about, you're going to have a septic system and you're going to have RV storage there. Are you going to have a dump station for the RVs?
No, we are not.
So that will not be part of the
No.
proposal. Okay. And then I've also worked on a number of these, and I hope that the fire department has now come along. I don't know, I'm asking you. Are you doing parking and loading separately? Because I know there are 2 calculations required in the code.
We do have, On this project in particular, we have no parking in front of the drive-up units. They'll still be able to do that if they choose to, but in some other projects that we've done, we have had that option. All of the parking is going to be located around where the three-story building will come online, and that three-story building will have a separate loading zone. So let me get back to that map here. Oh, right here. So I know it's kind of hard to read, but in here, the hatched area is actually going to be the loading zone for this building, and then there'll be another loading zone on this side.
But you will have people loading and unloading their stuff in these storage units, right?
Yes.
So you'll have loading zones along each of those, the frontages.
They'll have to make sure that it's a certain dimension clear for the fire trucks to get through at all times.
I hear you. Yep. I think the way it's going to look from the road is really nice. So I know that it wasn't through your design. It's just because the wetland was there, but it's going to look great. It's going to look really nice. And I think Betsy's question about locational criteria is a good one, and it's not one that I thought of because this type of use is such a benign use. There's no traffic, you know.
Low traffic.
I forget that it's commercial, but I guess it is. So, but I guess our comp plan allows it, whether the road is built or not, is what we've heard.
That was one of the first things that we did in our due diligence, was make sure that we were meeting commercial locational criteria.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Trace.
Yeah, my questions are more on actually access to Moccasin Wallow, and say that we're lucky enough to get some money and we four-lane it. You're going to ask for left and a right-hand turn?
We're going to have to construct them for this project. The developer will.
Okay.
It was required as part of our review. Don't get us started on that, but we are required to put in a right and left turn on this project.
Even when it becomes a divided highway, which we hope is in the very near future?
That's probably when the county will come in and do away with our right and left turns and then widen the road.
Probably.
That's probably a fair assessment.
We will work with county staff as those plans
I only
evolve.
ask because this is a road that, I know we have moved the speed limit down to 45. Actually, I was kind of against it right in front of here because this is still pretty much a long area from everything. And it's a it's a place where the interstate's right there. And no offense, Vanessa, but the people that drive these big trucks and these boats and stuff really don't pull on the road real good, just saying. And this is a big, busy road with a lot of semi-traffic. And I was just wondering when it becomes a divided highway, what's going to happen. I'm sure that's not you, but, you know.
It's Donnie.
We're only in Lakewood Ranch.
And you
talking
don't,
about
and
RVs.
you can't drive down there? I don't know, but.
No.
So I'm slightly concerned with coming in and out of here just because of the amount of traffic we have on this road and people stopping to turn into here with a slightly large vehicle, a lot of times, large boats, large RVs. So I'm concerned with that.
Right, well, the right and left turns are both required at this time, so we will put them in and then, I'll let somebody who knows what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Hi, Michael Yates, White House Group. So it depends upon the timing of the Moccasin Wallow road widening and Phase 2. So we'll build the left turn lane now. Probably when they come in and widen, it will get wiped out. There will be some reconfiguration when they put it back in the median. The right turn lane, we'll have to coordinate. That is a requirement of us to add the right turn lane when we build Phase 2. So depending upon the timing of the widening versus the timing of the project, it could be that we come in and add it after the widening, or we coordinate with the county as they're going through the widening and build it with the widening.
All right, so your first phase, though, you are not required to have a right turn lane into your place. Is that what you're
Correct.
telling me?
Correct. We actually, based on the warrants, we do not warrant the right turn lane at either stage of the development, but we have agreed to with staff that we would provide the right turn lane.
I'm just telling you, that would be some serious problem, because those people are hauling down that road pretty good. We have a lot of trouble right at Regency Oaks right now, on the one place, and they actually have a right-hand turn lane, and there's some problems there, and just saying, that's some problems. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Benak.
I forgot to ask, are you reserving the land for the expansion of Moccasin Wallow Road?
Yes, we have 35-foot of future right-of-way setback before we have the 50-foot landscape, roadway buffer for the North Central overlay. So we are reserving that land.
Reserving it for sale later to the county? Thank you.
Exactly. Commissioner Barr.
Yeah, and please forgive me, perhaps I just missed this, but in having RVs in this park, I mean, Priscilla's right, all jokes aside. You know, is it going to be just a specific size of RVs, or are you going to go up to the larger, the 45-footers, or, you know, because it is going to be a problem turning those in and out, and especially if, you know, that's why I'm asking. I mean, it's a very tough maneuver without that turn lane. I mean, if you look at Lena Road, and I'll just give you the example. If you look at Lena Road, if you turn on to from 64 onto Lena Road, you've got turn lanes there. But, you know, once you get down further where you're turning into the storage space, you know, it had to be a wider driveway because you need that turning radius. So what is the thought process on that? I missed it. I'm sorry. I want to make sure I understand.
I'm not sure. Well, I will say
don't
the,
understand what
obviously
I'm
the
saying.
project is designed, the internal circulation is designed to accommodate a fire truck. So hopefully the folks with the RVs can maneuver those.
I guess
miles.
the reason I'm asking is because Priscilla's right. You know, the traffic on the road is going to be going pretty fast.
Lots of
And
semis.
RVs are not that fast. They move generally very slowly, especially in a turn, your larger ones. And that's why I was, you know, asking that question.
So I don't know if you heard the part, we have a left turn lane coming for westbound going traffic.
Yeah,
And then we'll
I
have a
heard
right
that.
turn lane in. Those are safety improvements so that those larger vehicles will have a safe space to make that turning
Right,
maneuver.
but then I heard something about it was going to get destroyed, but it would be put back. Is that correct?
Well, the right lane is required in phase 2. So that's what Michael was talking about, that it would either be done, likely to be done either after the widening or in conjunction with the county.
I would really suggest that because that is an
We will
issue.
continue to coordinate with county staff, knowing that's now coming.
Thank you.
It was fortuitous for us to be sitting in the audience on a day where that came forward so that we knew about it right away.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
May I ask?
Go ahead.
How wide is your driveway at Moccasin Wallow? What's the width?
I'm going to
Actual under pavement?
my
I assume it's going to be paved.
traffic and my civil engineer up because I don't know.
What's coming?
Good afternoon, Nathan Crott with ZNS Engineering, and I've been sworn. I believe it is 24 feet, just a standard driveway dimension.
Okay.
Yep.
That's pretty standard.
What's that?
Yeah.
He said he would comply.
Okay, no other
That's all they're doing.
questions. Thank you all. At this point, does the staff have any presentations?
Did you just hear?
Anything you'd like to add, subtract?
I hate having to leave. I can't wait to hear the rest of this.
Hi, Jamie Schindewolf, Manatee County Planning, and I have been sworn. Just to go over a couple more things. That's where the site is. As stated, they're requesting a rezone to PDC, a preliminary site plan for this mini warehouse outdoor storage project. The future land use is UF3, and I do want to go ahead and clarify that this land use category is not just meant for residential, it is also meant for neighborhood and community serving commercial, and we believe that this does fit the definition of community serving commercial. As far as the commercial locational criteria goes, we do get a lot of that from our comp plan. This is a medium commercial project, which needs to be near 2 functionally classified collectors or higher at the time of the certificate of level of service. The land use operative provisions do read that these need to be classified as collectors or higher on the adopted roadway functional classification map. We do have 2 of those, and one is the future one, which is where we see Sawgrass Road coming online as a collector eventually. These nodes also extend 1,500 feet from the intersection, so even though there is a bit of uncertainty as to the alignment, it still meets the commercial locational criteria. Currently, this is zoned general agriculture. Obviously, that doesn't really fit the surrounding area anymore, and a planned development district is more compatible with the nearby zoning. The applicant already explained their phasing of of the project overall in 2 phases, and explained how it exceeds our open space, exceeds the North Central overlay requirements. I do want to suggest that perhaps the bicycle parking will be used by the staff. Maybe if they live nearby, maybe they'll be able to bike once we get some really nice sidewalks on Moccasin Wallow.
Let's not encourage it.
On the sidewalk.
I've done.
Very carefully. So the one specific approval request is a pay in lieu of that sidewalk, and staff is in support of this because ultimately the road will come in, be expanded, and if they did put in a sidewalk, they'd have to tear it up anyway. We do have 531 criteria for outdoor storage, and this project was reviewed for compliance with this criteria. It meets the lot dimensions. It meets setbacks. All buildings are set back at least 20 feet from property lines, and they provide a network of drive aisles for maneuverability. They are not proposing to store any hazardous materials, rubbish, animals, etc. It will not be used, these many warehouse spaces are not to be used as office spaces, the applicant has confirmed. Screening is in compliance with 701, does not use any alternative berms or a design that's incompatible with the surrounding uses. They've agreed to meet all landscaping criteria regarding foundation plantings, and then this is not applicable to PDC because that's a district where we allow this. So positive aspects are that we're west of the future development area boundary, and this is bringing a new use to the area. It's bringing a commercial support use to the largely residential area. Of course, that septic hookup could be seen as a negative, but they will be coming online to the sanitary sewer and the county water as soon as possible once that's available to them. Overall, we recommend approval of this project.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. Commissioner Trace.
Tom, may I ask where the drainage will be on this piece of property, please?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Trace, with respect to this particular project, it is located within the Buffalo Canal Frog Creek watershed. The predominant drainage patterns in this particular area are from north to south, essentially from Moccasin Wallow Road draining southwards through this project. There happens to be one existing drainage system that we are requesting drainage or flowage easements depending on the system and county maintenance for this particular system running through the project. Drainage easements for this particular system, since it is picking up runoff from Moccasin Wallow Road and it does lead down southward into Buffalo Canal and Frog Creek. The project would be required to reduce the allowable runoff rate by 50%. The applicant did bring up that the project is located within the 100-year floodplain. It is not within the county designated 25-year floodplain for Buffalo Canal.
Will we have access to go back there and clean where Buffalo Canal, where it kind of all runs to Buffalo Canal, or no?
There is a parcel or two between this particular property and Buffalo Canal itself. However, we do presently have access to Buffalo Canal through the Manatee Fruit properties via Sawgrass Road from Erie Road to the south.
Sawgrass Road?
Yes.
That's not there?
Yeah. And also, if I could bring up, also from the treatment plant further to the west from the North County Treatment Plant, and then also eastwardly from Copperstone and the developments further to the east.
So is this part of Buffalo Canal been cleaned in a while? I only ask because I think that's kind of been an inaccessible spot right through there.
It has been, Commissioner, yes, it has been. It is on the schedule. It is on the routine scheduled list for maintenance. I am aware that we have actually had a drone fly over pretty much the extended Buffalo Canal from the treatment plant eastward towards the future extension of Fort Hammer Road within the past month or two, and we have taken a look at as far as free flow drainage, things of that sort. So it is constantly maintained.
Is there a drainage under Moccasin Wallow right here in that corner?
There's this particular area, the wetland is right along Moccasin Wallow Road itself. I'm not, and the general development plan would not identify any of the existing culvert crossings within the stretch of the project, within the project frontage itself. However, there are numerous wetlands along this particular portion of Moccasin Wallow Road, and they're basically equalizing from one side of the road to the other at this point. So.
Yes, that used to be where the snakes went from one side to the other.
Exactly.
One wetland to the other, literally.
God, I hate to be clearing that lot.
But once again, this is another project that we're draining into Buffalo Canal.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Clark, I have one other question, if I may. Clark, is there, this not having the right-hand turn when they open concerns me. Is there anything that we can do to make that part of the phase one, or is that a Sarah question? Just because there's so many semis on this road, and, trust me, they will have to be slamming on their brakes for these people making a right-hand turn into there.
For the record, Clark Davis, Interim Deputy Director of Traffic Management, have been sworn. We have a traffic study that we've accepted, and it was found necessary based on the findings of that study to do it based on traffic at build-out and not before. So we don't have a traffic study supporting the need prior to that. And so we did for the left turns because you have to consider advancing traffic and opposing traffic, but for right turns, it was a relatively low number during phase one and not high enough to justify the creation of the right turn lane.
So there's nothing legal we can do except say that makes me very unhappy.
It's not legal.
This was a point of debate between the engineers involved on the project, and there's for some of these things there is a degree of judgment involved, but the way it was resolved between staff and applicant was that it wouldn't be necessary until phase two.
Thank you, Clark.
Worried about the septic tank. Commissioner Benak.
Yeah, I'm going to ask staff to read that statement again, and I do have a question about mini warehouses. Are mini warehouses required to be located at a commercial node? Just is a strange commercial node activity. If you look what a commercial node is.
One 53rd and 15 and 41.
And I raise this question because you were reading the policy kind of fast, and you talked about it being required to be a thoroughfare at time of CO. What does that mean? If there's no road that's going to be built, why do we have a timing requirement? So I don't really understand that. I thought many warehouses were allowed.
If I may take this moment, commissioners, have a great holiday.
Be safe.
See you after recess.
Be safe.
Fun.
Sorry I have to leave, but I have to go.
That's those turn radiuses on those.
Jamie, if you could just read again what you read earlier, maybe a little bit slower so I could hear it.
So, Jamie Schindewolf, have been sworn. In the land use operative provisions for medium commercial projects, it states that these projects shall be located within a commercial node at the intersection of at least two roadways functionally classified at time of issuance of a certificate of level of service compliance for the project as collector or higher.
So I'm going to ask Clark. So it doesn't matter if it's on the future thoroughfare map, it is still functionally classified as a collector higher just because there's a line in a map that says it's a future thoroughfare. Is that your interpretation of it as well?
Definition of roadway.
The land use operative provisions are not clear as to whether it's the existing or future ones. The transportation policy talks about it being the existing ones, but based on what Jamie's described, it sounds like it needs to be identified as a functionally classified thoroughfare on one of those two maps. I don't know, it's still not clear to me which, based on the different policies that we've got. It seems like they're tugging in different directions. But I guess it's trying to say, if a new thoroughfare were introduced into the map, that designation would have to occur before it would be considered an eligible node.
And is roadway a defined term? Because it's
Well,
not, I mean, it's a line on a map, it's not a road.
Right, both maps use the term roadway, so they're existing, and basically there are roadways that will be major roads, thoroughfares, that are shown in our traffic circulation map series, and there's complementing what we call Table 5-1, which is our traffic circulation, traffic circulation table. There is a map series that complements it, that maps the different characteristics of it, and 5A is the existing functional class, 5B is the future functional class, and land use operative language is not clear, it just says roadway functional class.
I mean, I don't want to make a big deal about this. However, it is a future node, according to what staff and the applicant has told us. So, talking about future nodes, it says provide a reasonable compromise for predictable yet flexible commercial locations for all resident business interests. A well-defined node or compact grouping. That is what 21041. I was going to ask you to read that because I'm not supposed to be reading this, but I'm reading the comp plan on my phone. I don't see this as being today, when we're approving the zoning, an appropriate establishment of a commercial node. You don't have the road there. You have a little strip of land next to where the road's gonna go. I don't know what happens to those poor people if they can come in and build a 7-Eleven or something. It just seems like a strange establishment of a use without anything really happening here. And I think it may be a great use for this parcel. I don't know, it just the timing with no services, no roadway seems a little off to me, but that's it. And that's what I read 21041 to say it's supposed to be predictably flexible commercial locations for all residents, businesses in Manatee County for the establishment of a well-defined node. I would like to hear from the applicant how this is a well-defined node when there's no road there and there's a 2-lane highway with no real access to it.
Well, I think, again, this is a planning function, right? And we're looking at what's coming down the pike, not only with projects that are planned, but roadways that are planned. And we're trying to plan projects that are appropriate given the plans that are on the county's books and what's in the comprehensive plan. So, I mean, if you don't consider your planned roadways, you're gonna end up with residential in these areas where you are planning for a future, a major node between an arterial and a collector. So I think it is appropriate. I think the language in the comp plan, all it says is that it's functionally classified at the time of CLOS. We're getting our CLOS, hopefully, with this approval, and it is functionally classified at this time. So we think it meets your comprehensive plan.
Okay. Seeing nobody else, at this point, we're going to open it up for public comment. If there's anybody from the public that would like to come down to discuss sawgrass storage, please do. Seeing nobody, we'll close public comment. Staff, any closing comments? Applicant, any closing comments?
I don't have anything unless there are any questions, further questions from the commission.
Okay, don't see any. So what's the pleasure of the board? Commissioner Trace.
I'll be honest with you, I kind of have a problem with this node thing. And I only say because I can think of several places when we built Highway 301, residential people were not allowed to put commercial in on a 4-lane road, and we held them to that. And it's kind of like, to me, it's kind of ahead. I kind of agree, it's probably going to end up here. But with me having a little slightly problem with a right-hand turn, I think that I can say that I don't like it because of the node. So I'm going to make a motion that we not approve this.
I'll second it for discussion.
Discussion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Bellamy?
I just listening to it, it seems like the applicant is in compliance as far as what we are asking them to do. I do have some concerns also when you start looking at the dimensions and talking about the RVs and the safety. I'm not necessarily sure how familiar you all are with the traffic, the speed limits, and all the things that go on out there on Moccasin Wallow, especially when there's no light in the middle of the night. It could be very dangerous. So I'm a little concerned about that, but hearing the idea, well, the fact that compliance from what the applicant has been asked to do, I'm kind of concerned about that unless I'm off, unless I'm missing something. That's why I want to talk. I understand what you're saying because we're going to have some public safety issues out there.
Yes, we do.
We will definitely have some issues out there, but I'm not necessarily sure that that's the applicant. That may be more on us than the applicant.
Commissioner Whitmore?
And we've just lowered the speed too, right? To what, to 45?
Yes.
And that's because you and I asked for it to go higher, because they had asked for 35.
Right.
And Priscilla, you said that was too fast, and I concurred with you because that's your district, so we increased the speed.
No.
So that's on
We
us.
did not win. It's 45 now. I said it should stay 55.
Oh, it was 55.
Because,
Okay.
because.
Okay, all right.
Because there's nothing out there.
Now, here's my dilemma. Mr. Rudisill gave us his legal opinion why he feels that he comes in compliance. And Sarah, in our briefings, I can't ask the staff, but so I have to ask you, from what the comments that Mr. Rudisill said about how he's determining the road, that the future road coming, he's saying, and he's given his opinion, that it comes in compliance with a comprehensive plan. Do I ask you or our staff?
Well, Commissioners, quite frankly, this is the first time I've heard this issue come up is today, after a 5-hour hearing. If you have questions, I suggest you continue the public hearing so I can meet with Mr. Davis and find out what's unclear and what's going on.
So what I asked
I will-
normally, hold on.
I was going to withdraw my motion and make a motion to continue.
Well, I don't know if I want to continue it.
That's fine.
Is anybody in our staff, what Mr. Rudisill said, disagree? Who would that be? Our planner? Margaret?
We're talking about the
Clark?
compliance, right?
We're talking about that road that
The node.
Betsy's having issues with. What's it called? What road?
Node.
Sawgrass. One that's marked, but we're saying it's not there, even though it's marked on a map.
But it's part of the future.
But it's part of the future. So
Just
who
don't
can give me that answer as professionals? Because I know the attorney's told us, she's reviewed what she does, and then I have to rely on staff. Margaret?
Yes, Margaret Tusing with Building and Development Services, and I have been sworn. I can only give testimony as to what staff has done continuously since I've worked here for 6 years. And that is if it is a proposed road on the future network and it meets the collector or higher standard, we utilize it. Let me give you a couple of examples. The Villages of Amazon, I know everyone says nothing is out there. Copperstone is there. That is an active project that's pretty much built out. You have a new school going in. New schools don't go where nothing is happening. You've got further to the, mini storage is there. So when you approved the Villages of Amazon South 5 years ago or 6 years ago, there was no future Fort Hamer Road. That's what it said, future Fort Hamer Road. And you approved commercial development. Their roadways throughout their project were future roadways. You approved commercial development. You do it very frequently on DRIs and the GDPs that are approved as part of them. There is all kinds of projects that are approved where roadways do not exist. This is adjacent to Moccasin Wallow Road. If you go throughout the county, there's lots of commercial, and we're looking at it, and this is an odd use because it's not really commercial. We label it under the table as warehousing, but it's between warehousing and commercial because you're leasing space for someone to store their things in. So we think of it as commercial or community serving. It's a service, a commercial service type use. So that is why we go through the idea that it meets commercial locational criteria. And I would respectfully say staff takes this stuff very seriously, and we look at it and we meet with people and we discuss it internally among all of us. And so I can only testify to what we have done in the past. So if this is a change of direction, then maybe we need to look at that.
I don't support the motion on the floor, and I don't support continuing it. I just want to move forward. I don't know if there's a majority.
Okay.
Commissioner Benet.
And let me be clear, staff has made an interpretation. Staff has the right to make that interpretation. Honestly, we don't up here, but I'm raising the question because I disagree with what Margaret said. This came up in Trevesta or whatever. I asked the question then, when are they going to be able to build their commercial? I was told when the road would be built. That's what the CO meant. That was the interpretation on Trevesta. It was the interpretation on Fort Hamer. Fort Hamer had to be built before they could get the commercial. This is the first time I'm hearing that they can build this and CO it without ever building the adjacent road. And I think that has been the interpretation in the past. So I'm not coming out of blue sky here with this, asking this question, because it did come up in Trevesta. I asked this question. We talked all about how much of the road they would be required to build that commercial, and the same thing with Fort Hamer. So this is the first time I've heard they don't have to even build a portion of Sawgrass Road. Now, granted, it's a little bit different because they're not really immediately adjacent to it, but it's the first time that I can recall a commercial node being established when it will not have access to both, potential access to both roadways. But you are right, staff gets to make this interpretation. I would tell any folks that I worked with the same thing. It's not up to the board unless there's an appeal to the board, so.
Sarah, I think you had it.
Oh, I just want to clarify, so this project is not taking access from Sawgrass Road, is that correct?
Correct.
Correct.
So reading the policy, 21031, it has an implementation mechanism. This is the policy Mr. Davis said was unclear. It says require that access to commercial uses be established on at least one roadway classified as a collector or hire and operating at or better than adopt level of service.
That's for access, yes.
A says review the access to the commercial project when the road is taking access off of. So we only look at Marks and Waller Road. The fact that Sawgrass is there is interesting.
For access, but not for commercial locational criteria.
I don't know that. This is the first time this issue's come up since
I'm not gonna vote against.
and I don't feel comfortable with the board moving to deny something when I haven't looked at it. The staff has looked at it.
I'll withdraw
I haven't
my
discussed it with staff. I have some issues here.
I will withdraw my second because staff has said it's consistent. The applicant has said it's consistent. I don't have any grounds to say it's not, so I'm going to withdraw my second to the motion to deny it.
Okay. Commissioner Serbia.
Okay, and so I would like to request that, we get together with staff, we hear from staff about an interpretation on this in the future. But I want to share with you my thoughts. If this were a Walgreens or a restaurant, certainly I would want that road built and to meet locational criteria. So I kind of feel like it does need to be there to meet locational criteria. But this use is a mini warehouse. It's in my mind, it's really not a commercial use. Maybe technically it is, but it's more of like a industrial use. It's storage. People don't go there every day. They go there twice. Once to move in and once to move out.
Yeah.
So, and that's why I'm comfortable with it at this location. But I think Betsy's comment is very valid, and I'd like for the staff to come back in the future and kind of explain how we're interpreting that in some more detail, but for this use, I don't have a problem with it.
Commissioner Trace.
I understand, but Fort Hamer was Amazon was right on 301 and Moccasin Wallow, which made it, to me, a node with or without Fort Hamer. Copperstone was built way before my time. And there's a ton of roads out in my district that I don't think they're ever going to get built. Does that mean people can make them a commercial node? I mean, they say Rye Road's supposed to go all the way to the Hillsborough County line. And to be honest with you, Gamble Creek's going to whoop Rye Road because it'll cost probably $5 million just to get across that creek. But by this definition that you're telling me today, we could have a commercial node on 62 and maybe Rye Road. So that does concern me. The project, I know Moccasin Wallow is going to be shocked. I'm going to have all kinds of new neighbors. In Moccasin Wallow, there won't be a moccasin that'll be able to live to get across the road. I get that.
I'm scared of worms.
So I withdraw my motion, but I think the staff, when we need to talk about this, I don't know and what effort, but I think we're kind of starting something that we don't really know. And I do know that we change things all the time, and people kind of get stuck in a limbo and we don't necessarily always give them. I can think of when we four-lane 301, we did that, you know, we made that, it's a better road, but there were people that had residences right on that four-lane. If they were more than 1,000 foot from a road, they can't be commercial, I have to say residential. Well, you can't sell your house as a residential. You know, I mean, it's like a little loophole thing, and I think this kind of is too. But so I'll withdraw my motion. I'll make the motion to have the approved with knowing that I really think you should put the right turn in the. But I understand you don't have to.
Did you make that?
What's the motion?
I move that we approve the recommended motion.
Second.
Period. With this, y'all realize that I really think you should put the right-hand turn in there, but that's not a requirement.
Okay, we've got a motion by Commissioner Trey, second by Commissioner Servia. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion passes 6-0. With a lot of question marks.
Jeez.
None of these are short.
Okay.
I thought we'd be here till 8 o'clock tonight.
I can be
Moving
here
on to
till
number
whenever.
9.
Oh, somebody's got to give on to
Yeah,
his
we didn't get
medicine.
a briefing on this.
Teach them not to get.
That's not even the complicated one.
No, it's not.
Just
That
gonna.
just made the night 9 o'clock.
Huh?
That just made the night 9 o'clock.
Yeah. I gotta tell my daughter to give my husband.
Get in line.
his medicine.
Trying to get everybody out of here quick. Oh, I'm fine with
Either
this one.
Can you pour Andre's 7 p.m. medicines and put it in a cup?
Okay, Margaret, go ahead.
You ready for me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'll give you the con real quick.
Where are we? Item number 9, PDC 1826ZP, convenience store and gas station located at US 301 in Fort Hamer, and the future Fort Hamer Road. This is a rezone of approximately 2.99 acres from suburban agriculture, north central overlay, to the planned development commercial zoning district, retaining the north central overlay. Also, it's a preliminary site plan for a 4,649 square foot convenience store, 18 fuel pump stations, and 980 square feet of freestanding car wash and associated infrastructure. It is located at the northwest corner of US 301 and the future Fort Hamer in Parish. I do have some changes to the agenda items that were not available at the time the update memo was done. The project has 3 specific approvals that are requested for it. Staff at the Planning Commission, which was only, it was last week, we recommended approval of the specific approval request for number 3, which is to have the fence, the landscaping required to be located on the inside of the fence. Since that time, staff has reviewed it and has recommended not to, because some of the information that we've seen was not exactly clear. So we're recommending that. So we have the the specific approval request changed, and we also have the changes to the ordinance that are necessary because of that change that we have. This is your copy on top. Oops. And this is a quasi-judicial hearing. Dorothy Rainey is the planner, and Marla Huff is here for the applicant, and both are prepared for presentation. Thank you.
First question is ex parte. Is anybody missing?
I, of course, ride by this spot all the time, and through the years have known several young bloods. But I haven't discussed this with them.
And I guess we'll just check on Carol when she gets back. She's coming back. Ms. Huff, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Commissioners. I am Marla Huff of Huff Engineering, and I have been sworn. Also with me today is Bill Lloyd and Bob Brett of RKM Development Corporation, who is the developer of the project. We are proposing a rezone from A1 to PDC for a 4,629 square foot convenience store with 18 gas pumps and a 980 square foot automated car wash on the northwest corner of US 301 North and future Fort Hamer Road in Parish. The proposed floor area ratio is 0.04 compared to an allowed FAR of 0.23. To the south of the project is US 301, an arterial roadway. To the east is future Fort Hamer Road, which is also an arterial roadway. Recent changes have occurred to nearby properties. Specifically, the dollar store was constructed to the east in 2014. A dentist office is currently under construction east of 121st Street East, and that project is nearing completion. The project is located within the North Central Overlay District, which requires 20% open space minimum, and we have 52% open space provided. The proposed change will not adversely affect traffic congestion, as the use has a 66% pass-by rate, so only 34% of the site trips will be new trips. Although concurrency is being deferred for this process, a detailed traffic impact analysis has been submitted with the final site plan. The developer has executed an at-risk form accepting the risk of undertaking the FSP process concurrent with this rezone process. We are still requesting the 3 specific approval items outlined in your board package. The first pertains to LDC 531, 10D, and the car wash structure. We are asking to reduce the required setback from 10 feet by 10 feet from 35 feet to 5 feet along the west property line near the automated car wash. The existing adjacent zoning to the west is A1 and contains a single-family residential structure approximately 232 feet west of the property line. The aerial photo displayed shows there are multiple structures and vehicles, not just passenger vehicles, but some large trailers on the site to the west, which gives the impression that the residence is also operating as a business. The closest structure to the site is an open-air pole barn structure with agriculture equipment stored in it, which is located 145 feet west of the property line. The reduction to the setback is necessary to avoid design issues with the FDOT required improvements along US 301, to avoid placing the driveway where existing drainage inlets and cross-drain pipes are located. The proposed 210 lineal feet of 6-foot-high opaque fence on the west property line, combined with the FDOT constraint, business nature of the adjacent property in conjunction with the large distance to the residential structure, mitigate sufficiently for the requested 10-foot setback reduction. The second specific approval request pertains to LDC 531.16A, the vehicular stacking area of the drive stack for the car wash. The vehicular stacking area is slightly less than 30 feet from the required property line, specifically 26.77 and 24.5 feet. The proposed 6-foot-high opaque fence on the west property line, the FDOT constraint, the business nature of the adjacent property, and the large distance to the residential structure mitigate sufficiently for this request, placing it 3.23 to 5.5 feet closer to the property line than LDC requires. And our third specific approval request, which we previously had staff's recommendation for approval, and we had a unanimous approval of 6-0 at the Planning Commission, pertains to LDC 531.16B, and it requires landscaping to be placed on the outside of the fence. We've asked to put the plantings on the inside of the fence so we could put the fence on the property line and maintain the area without trespassing, and also we feel we can better preserve more of the existing trees along the west property line. I took some photos at the site which show, let's zoom in camera, which show the existing vegetation, and there's also a lot of mature oak trees along the west property line. They did not grow in a linear fashion. Preserving these trees will provide a better buffer both from a visual and noise perspective than newly planted trees with the fence placed inside the plantings, which will require us to kill some of the trees proposed for preservation. The final site plan landscape plans propose to preserve most of the existing trees along that property line. We appreciate the Planning Commission's 6-0 approval of the project. We're agreeable with the stipulations proposed in the staff report. We're just not in agreement over this last specific approval item with staff, and this came up after the Planning Commission, kind of odd after a unanimous approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I had just one question for the record from the applicant. So for the applicant, I just want to confirm that the applicant has no objection to having only 6 commissioners present rather than a full 7.
I'm fine with that.
And also we have to allow Commissioner Whitmore to disclose any ex parte communications.
I heard you in the bathroom. We have speakers in there. And I told him I had no ex parte communication.
Okay, thank you.
Now you know all our secrets. We don't miss a thing.
Okay, Commissioner Trace.
Could you show me what you think, I didn't actually see a plan, how you're going to get in and out of the property, and especially along the Fort Hamer Road that, yes, I agree it's not there today, but it's under construction.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
it's on a 5-year CIP, funded. Sorry.
The driveway on Fort Hamer is going to be in the northern area. I'll point to it here.
Okay, I see that. Will there be left turn?
It's
Out.
going to be right in, right out, as it's going to be 4-lane divided.
Okay.
And the same thing on US 301, right in, right out, because we have a 4-lane divided. And we're going to give FDOT, we're working with them now, we're giving them a right turn decel lane.
So there will be a right lane in, and then you're into your place off of 301.
Correct.
And then there's no left out of Fort Hamer North.
You can't do that because
I
of the
wouldn't-
divided
I-
road.
Hey, I agree. So you don't have, you and I are in agreement for
I
traffic.
didn't break the
okay.
rules.
Good, that's a good one on her part. She's not done though,
Okay.
probably.
Commissioner Benak.
So why do you have a 6-foot fence on the property line? Got all these nice trees, why do you have to have a fence?
Well, this is kind of strange, but what triggers it is this car wash. The code treats this car wash, even though it's just an ancillary use that doesn't get heavy traffic on this gas station, the code treats it the same as a full-service car wash. So that triggered the requirement for the fence. So I didn't want to put it inside the property line. If I put it at my landscape buffer 20 feet, I'm closer to all of the trunks of these trees that I want to save.
Well, you know, with all due respect, I don't care if you have a hedge on your property where nobody's gonna see it except for the people. I mean, the purpose of the hedge is to screen the fence from the adjacent property owner, so it makes no sense to me to have the hedge on the inside, but I'm not sure that, couldn't we work with them to preserve the trees and have that serve as the required buffering? It has to be a fence?
And I didn't propose the fence along the entire property line. I just proposed it where we didn't meet the criteria right in here because of the car wash. And this is where the residential component is, so it screens that. But that's where I put it, and I put it just because of the car wash, because they treat it like it's a real car wash. They even make us show the stack in, like people are actually waiting to get their cars washed, but I've never seen a line in one, but that's how your code treats it.
So, Marla, I'm just gonna ask you, so the
Morning.
code requires a fence? Or does it allow you to do a fence or a buffer with hedge?
It requires the fence adjacent to the car wash facility.
Okay, staff shaking their head no, so.
Okay. The 531-16 drive-through establish.
Sorry, I'm getting older or something. Can you speak
I-
into the mic?
am I not
Yeah, it's
talking?
just soft.
Hear myself very
There
loudly.
you go.
Oh.
There you go.
I feel
No,
like
you're
I'm
on.
talking loud. Okay. 531-16 drive-through establishments, which is car wash is considered a drive-through. Item number, and it says the following standards shall apply to all drive-through facilities, including but not limited to restaurants, banks, drugstores, car washes, and dry cleaners. B requires that the drive aisle shall be screened from adjacent residential zoning or uses by a 6-foot wall, fence, and landscaping equal to 60% opacity on the outside of the fence. That is what the code states.
Okay, well, and if I could ask, I don't know if it's the proper time to ask staff questions, I don't wanna.
No,
okay,
they
I'll
haven't
wait for
presented.
staff.
Any other
Okay.
questions for me?
Commissioner Serbia.
Okay, I also wanted to talk about the trees and if we can preserve them, because it looks like you have a lot of pines in there. And there's a lot of trees on the whole site, actually.
Yeah.
So I guess you're gonna pay into the tree trust fund, because you probably can't replace them all. But it would be nice if you could preserve them, I think, instead of the fence. I agree with that, if they'll live. And then couldn't we do specific approval for that conditional use standard for the fence? Just Just throwing that out there because it is going to be a better buffer, unless you need it for security.
The bulk of the trees on the site are oak, and particularly along this property line. I'll show you the symbol. This is where the 20-foot landscape buffer is, where the fences go if you just followed the code. And this symbol here is an oak. This is an oak. I mean, most of them. And all of these where you see the canopy defined, my landscape architect has showed us as preserving those. We've been through 2 rounds of comments on the final site plan, and nobody said you're not preserving those. I mean, there's been no disagreement. There's a few that have X's in here, but not we're predominantly saving a lot along that west property line.
You can't fill it with bushes because there's no sun.
And the bushes are shown right on the property line inside the fence. I mean, nobody really cares about them. Really, the best buffering is these existing trees. If you look at the photo, it gives you a pretty good feel for it.
But, Misty, you still?
I'm done.
Okay, Betsy?
But, and I'm glad you mentioned that, you have a final site plan in review right now. So are you
Correct.
filling this area? Are you actually going to be able to save those trees if they're right next to the paved area, if you're filling it, which I assume you have to fill it?
They're not that close to it, Betsy. Basically, you know,
excuse
all
me.
of them that you see circles, those are all being saved.
I just have to interject for a moment, and I apologize. Please keep in mind that I've advised staff today that we can't bring the final site plan forward to the board for review
Okay.
as justification for recommending denial. So I have to give the same advice to the applicant. You can't submit your final site plan as justification for approval.
Okay. But here's a picture that better shows the trees.
No, don't do that.
The picture's already in the record.
Yeah, these are the trees. Those are the trees that, you know, I mean, I can live with an approval without stipulation 3. I'd prefer to save more trees. I feel like I can save more trees with stipulation 3. But we know you've had a long day.
I'm gonna ask you, because you're the applicant, you have to justify this request. Would you be willing to live with the requirement to simply, and you have a, what do we call those things?
approval.
Specific approval request in, to put the fence up and then not a hedge? Would you be willing to accept a hedge and trees and no fence?
Hedge and trees.
They won't.
Yeah, if you approve it that way, I can, but see, I can't, following the code, I can't, but if it's your desire to remove the fence, I'm happy with that.
You have a specific approval request in to not meet the code.
Right.
So I'm coming up with an alternative, because that's what you do in a specific approval, but I'll wait for staff to ask him the question. Thank you.
Are you agreeable with that?
I'm going to wait for staff's presentation.
We like your creativity.
The attorney doesn't.
Staff, right?
Okay, at this point, we're ready for the staff's presentation.
Okay.
Nobody else is on the board.
Good evening. Dorothy Rainey for staff, and I have been sworn. The convenience store and gas station is here for your consideration. It is, next slide, please. Do I need to do it? No, I do it. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, the request, again, is to rezone 2.99 acres from A1 North Central Overlay to PDC North Central Overlay. Approval of the preliminary site plan with the convenience store, car wash structure, and gas pumps and the associated infrastructure. And there are 3 specific approvals being requested. The future land use category is the urban fringe 3. Zoning is A1, suburban agriculture. The site information, again, 2.99 acres in the A1 zoning currently with the North Central Overlay. It's vacant, and it was originally part of the parcel to the east with the residents that's now owned by the county. So it was like open space, part of their homestead, apparently. There's an aerial zoomed in as well as zoomed out. Next slide, please. The surrounding uses to the north and to the west are single-family residences with agricultural uses that are zoned A1. And I may interject in here that we did verify with the property appraiser's office that to the west is a homesteaded residence. It's on record since 2014. that they live in the residence and it's homesteaded. So we have to treat the use as either zoned or residential use. To the south across US 301 is vacant property zoned A1 North Central Overlay. It's the future Fort Hamer Crossing project that's coming forward next month. To the east, to the east is a county-owned property to be developed with the Fort Hamer Road and associated stormwater facility. Okay, so I've got some pictures looking to the northwest on US 301 at the site. It's all the treed area for the most part, and adjacent site is the where the residence is. However, it does have some commercial or agricultural-looking uses going on. Next. This is looking northwest and north along the site frontage. This is at the intersection, looking northeast at the intersection of 301 and Fort Hamer. And you can see on the right-hand photo, basically, I think it's going to align a little bit more to the south of the existing local road that's shown there. This is a site plan, as you saw from the applicant's presentation. Next slide. The access points, again, are onto US 301 as well as Fort Hamer, and they're both right in, right out. The convenience store building, car wash building, and the gas pump canopies are shown. The parking is around 3 sides of the building, and to the north side, it's further up into the northeast corner of the project area, and the stormwater pond is also north of that. The specific approvals, again, was to reduce the car wash building itself from 35 feet to 25 feet from a adjacent residentially zoned or used property. The second one is to reduce the drive-through lane setback from 30 feet to as little as 24 and a half feet, adjacent again to a residentially zoned or used property. And then the reasoning for those two, as the applicant indicated, is otherwise they'd have conflicts with FDOT's roadway design along US 301. The third one, as we mentioned, we recommend denial because basically I'm going to put this up after my presentation and clarify our findings and the reason why we've changed to a denial. Next slide. Next slide. The positive aspects are that it's located at a commercial node, which is appropriate for commercial and retail development. And the site has frontage on both US 301 and Fort Hamer Road, which are both arterial roadways. And I believe Clark can clarify exactly what the timing is for the Fort Hamer extension possibly. So next. The site, the negative aspects are that it abuts a single-family residences to the north and west, and there may be potential negative impacts relative to lights, glare, and noise to these residential uses. However, mitigating measures would be, a lighting plan will be required to be in compliance with the LDC to be submitted with the final site plan, and we'll make sure it meets the lighting criteria. And the site provides buffers and screening that meet or exceed minimum LDC standards adjacent to the residential development, provided they don't get that specific approval. We recommend approval of the rezone, the preliminary site plan, and the 2 of the 3 specific approvals with the stipulations. That's it. Any questions?
All right.
Oh, let me put up the little drawing I've got here. Basically, I don't see the color very well, but okay. So I've done the property line in red, the west property line, and then the area that's required to be screened for the drive-through component is in blue. Basically the lanes, and in this case, the building can serve as the wall or fence, just as we allow it on the mini warehouse, where the warehouse is a brick wall. You don't require a fence right next to it. So you just extend it on the north and south ends of it. I might also mention putting a fence up anywhere there does not preclude tree preservation. The issue is cutting in 18 inches or more to place the curbing for that drive-through lane and footers for the building. And it appears that there's drip lines extending way out into those improvements. And that's what the problem is with trying to preserve trees. Not a fence, which will have a post every 8 to 10 feet that's fairly small, maybe a 4x4 whatever they design it to have. So that needs to be said, and that's it. If you have questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Okay, thanks, Dorothy. Commissioner Benak.
And I'm going to ask the planner, so is it possible that the site next door is within the commercial node as well?
It most likely is. The node extends 1,500 feet, or 75% of the frontage of that property needs to be within the 1,500 feet. Yeah.
So yes, it's probably
Yeah.
within the commercial node.
Most likely, yeah.
And I'll ask Clark, is the construction of Fort Hamer Road within a 5-year plan?
Yes, good evening. For the record, Clark Davis, Public Works. The Fort Hammer Road in this area is part of what we call Segment C. It is under design and in acquisition simultaneously right now. If things go well, construction could start sometime next year, but I think we're tentatively saying 2021, but it is fully funded, so it would qualify, as you described, as being funded in the 5-year schedule of capital improvements.
Well, okay, so this is clearly a commercial node. The site next door is probably not going to be residential for long, just as a guess. Do we have any requirement for cross-access to provide access so they don't have to go back out on the road?
I don't know what our access requirements are. I guess if it comes in as commercial, they should be cross-connected when they come in, though. I mean, we definitely have policy that promotes it. What I would need to check is whether we've got code that strictly requires it.
Okay, well, there isn't any cross-access, but I'm not going to bring this up at this late date. I asked the question, so. I guess I don't have any problem with the 2 specific approvals, but I see no reason why they should build a hedge on the outside. I don't have a problem with them not even having a fence, but I don't know if that solves the problem. You're saying the trees are likely to go anyways from the construction, so I'd rather have them do the fence, do the hedge on the outside, plant the buffer, so I'm fine with the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing nobody else on the board, thank you, Dorothy. We'll now open this up for public comment. If there's anybody from the public that would like to come down on the convenience store and gas station. Seeing nobody from the public, we will close public comment. Any closing comments from the staff? Anything from the applicant? Marla, anything? Hello?
Commissioner Benek, could you say that one more time, what you were proposing? I know you said you were fine with the 3, but you said, okay, so you said you're basically telling us to build the hedge there and the fence
Yes.
in
and
proximity of the car wash.
And I would hope that.
But I still could save these trees. I mean, I already know my elevations, and there are a lot of them that can be saved.
If you don't build a
I didn't
fence?
jack the site up, I mean, I got the stormwater work pretty good.
Well, then if I could ask staff a question. So you have the applicant saying they can save the trees. Do you have any flexibility at final site plan to save the trees and work around the fence and the hedge thing? Do you have flexibility, staff, or no?
Here comes Rob.
Rob Knable, and I have been sworn. The problem we run into is when they get to the construction point, it's just a crapshoot whether they'll save the trees or not, or whether they're gonna, whether their roots are damaged enough to where might not happen this year, but next year they'll die, and then there's no landscaping out there. So that's kind of the issue we run into. It's kind of a catch-22.
Can't you make them do both?
The bulk of the tree trunks are about 15 feet from a curb, adjacent curb, which would be the first thing that would interfere with the roots. But, I mean, I think it's possible to save. I've had to kill a lot of trees that I wanted to save based on county's very conservative take when
No, you're right.
Bill Bohr was working here. He had me kill a lot of things I wanted to save and just plant new ones. And I was like, oh, I think it's kind of crazy, but,
It's the problem's the drip lines, not the trunks, though. The root system. So that's what we're concerned about.
I have an idea.
But, I'm fine if that's the pleasure of the board, would take our approval with the two specific approvals and let that third one just fall on the cutting floor.
Literally.
Well, again, I would hope staff would have some authority to make a decision based on the site plan that they have before them to save trees. And if they have to move the fence, they have to move the fence and put the buffer somewhere else a little bit, then I would hope they have the ability to do that at time of final site plan. I'm looking at you, John Barnott. Do you think you have some ability to make some calls like that when you're reviewing the final site plan?
Sometimes.
Okay.
That's not a very good answer, but I'll tell you, if you deviate very much from what the board's approved, we have to bring this back to the board for approval.
I'm just denying a specific approval. They have to meet the code, but I think the code gives but I don't know.
We
I
will
think
be happy to work with the
flexibility.
applicant and do what we can. Rob and his folks are very good about doing everything they can to save not turtles, tortoises and trees and wetlands and
Australian pines, I'm sorry.
I'd like to move the recommended motion. I'd like to move the recommended motion
Second.
I got to
by the
have
staff.
an
We have a
idea.
motion by Commissioner Benak.
I would like to say I agree with
Second.
Robert's assessment.
Commissioner Whitmore?
Just real quick, why can't you let them keep the trees and with something later that within 9 months you go evaluate it, and if there's any compromise to the trees, they have to take them down and put the fence? Is that going to have to be a direction from the board?
Commissioner,
No?
that's not a very good approach because it's like Rob said, you might not see this damage for 2 years.
Oh,
It'd have to come back to us.
5, we kind of,
okay. All right, got it.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Benak, seconded by Commissioner Servia. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes 7-0.
6-0.
6-0, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, we're
Sorry.
done. Thank you. Now,
We're done?
moving on to
No.
number 11. No, we're just.
No, we're done with that
Now
one.
we're getting to the interesting ones.
Ones or one? There's only one more.
Ones. We got a couple.
These poor people have
Couple
sat here all day.
call-ins that came in.
Mr.
Oh,
Chair,
where's 12? Oh, my gosh, I checked it off already.
minutes.
Oh, okay. Can we, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Accessory dwelling units?
Give the staff time to set up for this show. Number 11.
May I just say thank y'all, because
Patience.
these are my people, and
thank
appreciate
you.
y'all being patient,
And look how much you learned today.
let us have it.
Whether you're one or
Come
two
get
or
us.
You know we can hear you in the bathroom.
Ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Item number 11 is PDMU 1905ZG, Springs at Ellenton. This is a rezone of approximately 6.88 acres, which is located on the eastern portion of a site that totals 37.17 acres. Currently, 30.29 acres of the site is zoned planned development mixed use. And the rezone is from the suburban agriculture to the planned development mixed use zoning district. Also, the approval of a general development plan for a 292-unit multifamily residential development and a 150,000 square foot non-residential development. There is a schedule of uses which has been voluntarily proffered by the applicant, attached to the ordinance. The property is located at the southwest corner of 60th Avenue East and 29th Street East in Ellington. There are two items to enter into the record at this time. A revised environmental stipulation, which is the same stipulation, revised language that I presented on a previous case, which is there are no impacts to jurisdictional wetlands approved by the adoption of this ordinance. And also additional public comment that was submitted after the update memo was sent, which was yesterday. These comments were received after that was done and this morning. Jamie Schindelwolf is the planner, and there's representatives from the applicant here to make presentations, and it is a quasi-judicial hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. So, figure out what's what here. We try to save trees, but we seem to kill them pretty effectively with
Yeah, I'll replace them.
the amount of
replace 'em.
paper. For any ex parte communication, Carol?
No,
Reggie?
I'm here.
I go by there all the time, too. I try to stay off of 301 all I can, so.
Betsy or Misty, no? Okay.
And lots and lots of emails.
And again, if there's anybody out there that is planning on testifying, because it is quasi-judicial, and you have not been sworn, could you raise your hand and we'll swear you in? Seeing nobody,
And we still don't have a full
that's
board.
good. All right.
And you're okay with not a
Caleb?
full board?
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Caleb Grimes with Grimes Goebel, and I have been sworn.
One
Yes,
minute,
sir.
I think we have
Wait,
I think Sarah has to
Yeah, tell
officially
you.
say you're okay.
Oh,
with
I
all
figured that, but I figured I better get on the record of who I am first.
We don't
yeah.
have a full board.
The question is whether you're okay with just 6 commissioners making your
Uh,
presentation.
Yes, we are, and I would want to say that sometimes we like to continue these when we don't have a full board, but you know what, we have some people that have been waiting here all day, and I'm not brave enough to do that to the folks that are out here. And no, we're very happy with you, the 6 that are here, and making a decision. We ready?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. As I said, I am Caleb Grimes, and I'm here representing Continental Properties. They're builders and operators of, really fine market rate apartments that they then build and continue to own and manage. They have some similar facilities in our community, so they're planning on being here for the long haul with this. And you will hear from Aaron Knopp later with Continental Properties, tell you a little bit about this project. What you see before you is proposing an apartment complex with some related neighborhood commercial for this mixed-use area. We have a mall, we have restaurants, we have shops, we have a planned movie theater and a planned hotel that Jatin Patel had before you not long ago. And now we're adding some residential, which is what we try to do in these mixed-use areas so that we have a true mixed use, and some neighborhood commercial that will take care of people driving up and down 60th. They don't have to go out to 301 anymore. Our engineers and planners are ZNS, and you'll hear from Rachel Layton, AICP planner, in just a moment. And I think what you're going to find during this hearing, and you've already seen, is one, that the project is in compliance with our comprehensive plan. It is following it very closely. It's almost all zoned correctly already. It is something that is appropriate for this area. It's the kind of thing we've been establishing this area for many, many years. And I think you've also seen that we don't really have any issues with the project per se. Its design. What we have had questions are traffic. And basically existing traffic on 60th Avenue. And what you are going to see is that, as you should, I think I heard some criticism before that this county isn't doing anything and so forth, but what you will see is that county has planned improvements for 60th. They are actually scheduled and funded as part of the half-cent sales tax, and that these improvements, together with the improvements that we are proposing will take care of this particular project. Because we're GDP, we can't ask for a CLOS at this time. As you know, we can't ask for one. We will have to follow concurrency. We will have to follow your traffic rules. And so the real question is this project appropriate for the area? And then your rules and the things you have in place will basically take care of the traffic issues. And what you'll also find is that because you have these funded and the time it will take us to do the project, everything's going to kind of coincide nicely. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Rachel Layton. Rachel.
Thank you, Caleb. Good evening again. Rachel Layton, AICP planner with ZNS Engineering, and I have been sworn. Thank you for giving us an opportunity and staying late today. I know the neighbors are glad to be able to be heard tonight. They are concerned with 60th Avenue East. This property is located at the southwest corner of 60th Avenue East and 29th Street East and is approximately 37 acres in size. The Outlet Mall and the Ellington Ice are west of the property. We have residential developments to the north and to the east of the property. And in December, a movie theater and hotel were approved to the south of the property. Along the western boundary of the property is Government Hammock Tributary and a small wetland. The canal, Government Hammock, separates the property from the mall and the lot to the south. No native habitat is on the site, and there are no impacts to the wetland or canal proposed. Property has two future land use designations, mixed use and Res 6. The maximum density for each of these categories is applied, resulting in a maximum of 404 dwelling units for the residential parcel. The project, however, proposes 292 multifamily units. The intent of mixed use is to allow for major centers of suburban activity, intended but not required, to develop a horizontal or vertical mix of residential and non-residential uses, achieving internal trip capture and the development of a high-quality environment for living, working, or visiting. The commercial parcels are located within the Res 6 category, and the comprehensive plan limits the non-residential development to 150,000 square feet. The site does meet the commercial locational criteria and intensity limitations. Property has two zoning districts, as Caleb mentioned, plan development, mixed use, and suburban agriculture. The proposed zoning request will amend the map from suburban agriculture to plan development mixed use. You can see in the northeast corner of the property there, it's zoned A1. It's approximately 6.88 acres of A1, which is not really appropriate given the development trends in the area. Plan development mixed use district is intended for the establishment of complementary groupings of uses. It's further intended that PDMU development shall be in complexes with carefully located buildings, parking and service areas, open space, and use mixtures, which are scaled and balanced to reduce general traffic congestion by providing interdependent uses and uses which are compatible with surrounding and adjacent land uses. Surrounding projects include Oakley Subdivision, Bougainvillea Place, Tuscany Lakes, and the mix of commercial uses that I referenced earlier. So we do have a color GDP. We are showing our future right-of-way setbacks, our landscape buffers, roadway buffers, building setbacks, density and intensity are proposed on the general development plan, open space and stormwater. These are all in compliance with land development code. The application includes a list of proposed uses, and at the time of final site plan, engineering design will meet the LDC regulations and will provide a new master lift station for the area. Project has one specific approval request to reduce parking from 2 spaces per unit and 1 space per 10 unit down to 1.76 spaces per unit. So Continental Properties, who is our applicant today, has provided us with a list of their properties in Florida and 2 specifically here in Manatee County that were actually less than the 1.76 that we're asking for. So we would respectfully request a reduction in parking as part of the application. During the process, we held a neighborhood meeting. We received citizen comments on Monday. I think every day this week we've received citizen comments, and they all focus on the same thing on 60th Avenue East. It doesn't appear that they have objections to the project design in particular, though. So I do want to briefly go through the access. The project access design includes a main entrance at 60th Avenue East with an 84-foot right-of-way to connect the residential and commercial parcels to 60th Avenue East. And then we have a second entrance proposed to 29th Street East with a 50-foot internal right-of-way for north-south connection. And we also have an emergency access provided to the residential project. For walkability, sidewalks will be provided throughout the project, and a potential pedestrian connection to the outlet mall is proposed. We're still negotiating that, but we're really optimistic that that will happen. The project design will complement the surrounding developments, provided needed market attainable housing. The applicant understands that final site plan and traffic impact analysis is required and will require transportation improvements to secure concurrency. If approved, the multimodal transportation impact fees could generate, for the residential portion alone, $1 million, but $2.7 million for the project in total. And that could help offset some of the costs of these upcoming projects. The approval of the movie theater and hotel in December was granted with the understanding that improvements are programmed for 60th Avenue East, and the project before you today has the same conditions and timing as appropriate. Project is consistent with the comprehensive plan and land development code. The application has received positive staff report and a recommendation for approval from the Planning Commission. And I'd like to turn it over to Aaron Knopp with Continental Properties for a brief introduction on the residential portion.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Aaron Knopp with Continental Properties, and I have been sworn. As Rachel mentioned, we are the developer for the residential portion of this development. I'm here to give you a little bit of additional detail about what exactly we're envisioning on this portion. So a little bit about us. Continental is based out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, although we are a national developer. And we've got a strong presence of these Springs communities in Florida. A little bit different about us as a developer is that our strategy is to develop, own, and operate these communities. There's no third-party management. All the leasing and property management operations are in-house. This here is our site plan. So 292 apartment homes, mix of studios, 1, 2, 3 bedroom units. We offer a number of amenities on site within the fenced and gated community. Clubhouse, resort-style pool, fitness center, and we're very pet-friendly, so we offer 2 pet playgrounds. These here are the building elevations. You see them in both color schemes that we offer, so it's alternating color schemes throughout the site for visual interest. All the buildings on our site are 2 stories, so this is a 2-story residential development. In addition, every single home has its own front door, so direct entry. There are no hallways, no common corridors, so it looks and feels more like a townhouse development, but it is truly rental apartments. I also want to point out that because of this nature of the direct entry, we have what we call 4-sided architecture. So there's really no ugly side per se. Every side of the building is kind of the same level of attraction. This here is a rendering of 2 buildings next to each other that kind of create the courtyard interaction between the 2. It's kind of hard to see here, but you'll notice in the far unit of that blue building on the left, there's additional fencing. That's an additional amenity we offer on select units. It's an enclosed yard for the residents that might have smaller children or dogs that want to have more of a private yard feature. What you also notice there is that there's 2 doors on that building on the left. So you're either walking right into your unit or you're walking up to your private stairwell, taking you upstairs to your second story unit. This here just gives you an idea of what those floor layouts look like. This is an example of a 2-bedroom home. You'll just notice here the open concept and the natural lighting with the larger windows. This here is our clubhouse rendering. On the right, you'll see that's the fitness center. So it's a garage-style door for an open-air workout environment. On the lower picture there, that's the rear elevation. That garage-style door opens up to the pool, the grilling area. So it's kind of a nice central amenity area all connected. A few pictures here, you'll see the pool with the sun deck, the lobby, and then again the fitness center that I mentioned. This here is the view of the community if you were going westbound, or if you were westbound on the proposed drive off of 60th. So if you're turning off of 60th, the drive that we're proposing to construct, this would be your view heading west. And then this here is the view of the overall community. With our residential portion there, and then the 2 commercial out parcels, which have not yet been decided by the owner. We're very excited for the potential opportunity to join the community. As Rachel mentioned, we have hosted a neighborhood meeting. We've met with a few of our retail neighbors, which I think you have in front of you, a few support letters. We understand traffic is problematic, and frankly, we wouldn't be interested in developing if we didn't think it could be managed. I think Michael's going to outline that a little bit more here in a second. But just kindly ask that, we trust the process. We'll get through the traffic approvals at a later date. But we really appreciate your consideration, so thank you for your time. And with that, I'll bring up Michael Yates.
Good evening, Michael Yates, White House Group, and I have been sworn. I'll go through traffic very briefly with you. It's bad. I use the overhead here. So from a trip generation standpoint, we looked at what could be developed under the existing zoning, and then what was under the proposed zoning. And then I have a second proposed zoning because we changed from 200 to 150 after the submittal of the TIS. So essentially, we could do 924 trips under the existing zoning. And what we're proposing now is 637 PM peak hour trips under the proposed zoning. What is funded is the improvement to 60th Avenue. This is in the CIP. I've overlaid it on an aerial, taken the plans and combined them. If we can zoom out a little bit. So this is 301. This is the factory shops. This is the traffic circle that is proposed. So it will be 6 lanes up to the traffic circle. It will be 4 lanes continuing through the traffic circle up to 26. Our project is slightly to the north of that. That location was part of the discussions we had with staff to move that location to the north so it creates a T intersection rather than a full intersection.
Can you move that down just so we don't see
Move
the
it down and
microphone? We
explain
see
it
the
again.
north part.
Explain it again, pretty please. Where's 301 on the bottom?
Yeah.
Yeah, at the bottom.
Is that the new interchange? Oh, sorry.
So this is 301 at the very bottom here.
Chili's at?
60, okay, got ya.
It's hands-on chili, sort of, kind of.
Right.
This is the 60th Avenue up to the factory shops. This is the traffic circle at the factory shops. This is 26th Street. And then the project driveway is up here. And then 29th
We
is
can't
just
see anything
beyond
to
it.
the north. You need to
Pull
pull
it,
it down.
pull it down.
Arm down. There you go.
There you
Keep
go.
going to where
Keep
you
going,
want us to see.
keep going.
There you
There you
go.
go.
Right there.
Okay.
And then so it cuts off, 29th is just beyond the page.
Okay.
What I also wanted to show you is what we're proposing at our driveway. Can I have a
Yes.
minute more?
Why not?
So as Rachel went through, this is the GDP, but what we are proposing is a northbound left into the project and a southbound right into the project. So we're going, basically where it transitions from that 4-lane section, we're going into a northbound left turn lane into the project, and we'll have a southbound right turn lane. And I'll be available for any questions.
Okay, let's see. Commissioner Trace.
I've never had a single problem with these projects except for 60th. It's terrible, which is not necessarily y'all's problem, so Clark, be prepared when it's your
He probably
problem.
is.
You're only going to have an access on 60th and an access on 29th. Is that what you said?
We have a main boulevard access on 60th that you saw that will serve that. There's an access to the north on 29th that goes behind the proposed neighborhood commercial. And then there is an emergency access on 29th out of the apartment area as an emergency.
And the only way, if someone was going to do some serious shopping and needed their car, the only way they can get to the outlet mall is by the factory shop.
You can go 29th as well.
You can go in through that back way. I always forget, sometimes that's
That's right.
open, sometimes
You
it's
can
not.
go that way, and I,
Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't.
you know, unfortunately, the site has the creek, river,
That creek, that
Fi-
canal's there, the government
canals
canal.
there.
Yeah.
And it would be nice to be able to have a direct drive access to it, but it's a problem.
You'd have to build a bridge.
And we are we do show on our site plan that we want to have a pedestrian access, but we can't promise it because, as you know, it takes two to tango. And we believe that the mall owners will welcome it, but it's just hard to get them to answer you and do anything. But we feel pretty confident we will ultimately get that.
The entrance on 60th will be a left-hand turn out.
The
They head north on 60th.
I'm going to let Michael answer that.
As we're just going through the initial TIS process, we will need to evaluate that as we go through our PSP and FSP, but yes, I would anticipate there would be a left and a right turn lane.
My reasonableness tells me it'd be better just have a left hand on 29th. You already have left and right there instead of having congestion right there closer to the factory shops. That's just my, thinking.
Well, and
But I
Commissioner,
assume everybody has access to 29th.
Commissioner, unfortunately, our system is that we can't get to those details on concurrency until the FSP.
And I understand that, but I
and-
also understand that it does not come back for me to tell you that.
That's
That's what I'm thinking.
I understand, and so I'm trying to continue to answer that.
Correct.
Is that Mr. Yates has been working very closely with your staff, and we intend to continue to work closely with your staff. And if the studies show that what you're suggesting is what makes sense, that's what we would build. We know we're going to need turn lanes. We want the turn lanes. They help free up the traffic to go through, and we will have those. And of course, all the improvements that are being made south of us are and I can't say it enough times that this board and with the half-cent sales tax and putting these projects on was a great thing, and I'm so glad you've done it. So we will be working with staff on those things. That detailed study has to come at FSP time, and we will take all of that into account.
But like I said, it's my only time to say this. Staff will be after this, but.
And we welcome your comments. I'm not a traffic engineer, so I'm not 100% sure that somebody's going to tell me that works or doesn't work. That's the traffic engineer guys. But I can certainly tell you, I'm going to tell Michael to look at that.
And if we do not have pedestrian access to the outlet mall over the creek, so to speak, will there be sidewalk access on both sides? And will you have to have a missing link in front of, I know you don't own all the way to the factory shops, correct? There's still that palm field, correct, right there at the corner of the factory shop outlet? Y'all don't own that?
Between our site
And
and
the
the factory
factory.
shops is the piece that Jiten Patel was here with and had the.
What I'm saying is you do not own that.
No,
thus.
but all of them are required to put the sidewalks in,
But
and
at
at my
your
understanding, it's
time,
part
there
of
would be
the
a
county's program anyway, so you
But
could go by
They
sidewalks.
never did anything. Technically, there would be a link in the sidewalk to get to the factory shops there.
You can ask Clark, but I believe that your program, I mean, we're going to put our sidewalks in. I think your program is to take care of the sidewalks and those things all the way up to.
And there'll be
To the ones
sidewalks
that
all
go
the way
all
on
the way to-
29th? There'll be sidewalks all the way on 29th?
I'm not sure what's there now. We, of course, will put our sidewalks in.
Okay. Thank you, Caleb.
I think there may be some there now, but I think when they built the part next to us, they had to put them in. But, Michael, do you remember that?
There's not sidewalks.
I don't think there are any, but I haven't
This is us.
ice skating in a while.
This is us. I'm saying when they went in, I think they had to put them. Yeah. Any other questions?
Not right this second.
Commissioner Benak.
Good ones.
I'm going to be consistent the way I was earlier.
Uh-oh.
29th Street East. It literally, on this side of the interstate, only runs basically in front of this property. Why is this an appropriate place for a commercial node?
Well, it is on your thoroughfare plan as a collector. And your comprehensive plan is very, very clear. And we have existing roads, not future roads. This is at the intersection of two functionally classified roads. 29th is on your plan as a collector. Now, it does serve as a collector. It serves the the rink and all of that. It serves the back entrance to the mall. And I do know that there are certain residents on that road with very large places that want to do something more on it. It serves as a collector, not a long collector, but it is serving as a collector, and that's what our comprehensive plan makes it very clear that we will put these there. Because it is two collectors, our comprehensive plan says this is where we want to put neighborhood serving commercial. We're limited to the medium-sized commercial, which is your 150,000 square feet. And our uses are neighborhood serving type uses, because this would be a place that those that live on 60th to the north and everywhere would be able to have some neighborhood serving uses, including those on 29th. So we are very, very much in compliance with your comp plan on that. And I spent a long time earlier today checking that and confirming that, and went over it with Margaret.
And I would like staff, because it is clear in my reading of the comp plan that it says you may establish commercial nodes at the intersection. It doesn't say every intersection in Manatee County of two thoroughfares will be commercial. It doesn't say that. It says you may establish appropriate nodes. And this 29th Street East there's no plan, right, to extend it across the interstate?
I'm not aware of any plan to extend it across the interstate. And Ms. Benak, please understand, I wasn't saying anything different than you're saying. I'm saying that we are in compliance with your comp plan, because the comp plan says your nodes are, if you are at this area, that is a node. And therefore it could be commercial.
I would like to hear, I just read, because I sat up here and read the comp plan, 210-4, where it talks about, in the comp plan, the establishment of a commercial node. It doesn't say everywhere that you have to establish it says you may establish commercial nodes at the intersection, and it says about compact groupings of commercial, blah, blah. But have you looked at any other uses for that property, and how far deep does that extend, the commercial on 60th?
Let me get I'll get the number. We believe that due to the nature of everything around us, I mean, you're going to have a theater down there, you're going to have hotels, everything up and down 60th, that the appropriate use for there is some type of non-residential. It's just hard to say it's not appropriate for non-residential. You look across the street. I know that when I was involved years ago with Bougainvillea getting those approvals, the then developer owner would have liked to have had that corner, but the person says, nope, I'm saving this because it's at the node and it's appropriate for something non-residential. And
have you ever considered extending your multifamily product out onto this property and not doing commercial? It's just there's so much commercial already there. The idea of a node is you're supposed to be separate. We aren't going to be separate. We're going to have a strip of commercial all the way from 301 all the way up to 29th. And 29th doesn't go anywhere. To me, that's a strip commercial. We've done away with the whole idea of node. It's not designated planned development mixed use like the rest of the site is. I agree with you. You know, you probably you have a great use over there, but I'm supposed to only ask questions, sorry. How deep is that commercial that you're proposing coming off of 29th?
I'm getting the answer for you. $300 feet. 300 feet.
300 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no proposed use? You have no proposed use? You're just now zoning it for commercial, whatever?
No commercial. We don't have a proposed use. As you know, especially when an apartment complex goes in, the commercial kind of follows the residential.
Well, there's plenty of commercial.
There's a lot out there already.
Plenty of commercial for your folks.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Okay. Seeing nobody else, we'll go to staff presentation.
Read the thing.
Staff.
As soon as I said that, I looked at it. Right here.
Right.
Number 6.
And Jamie's
hard today.
Jamie Schindewolf, Manatee County staff, and I have been sworn. So I think the applicant kind of explained everything from, that does meet our comp plan and our code from the perspective of, we think it makes sense to rezone to mix that little portion to mixed use to come into compliance with the rest of the site. Their density is well below what they would be allowed, and they are hitting their intensity at that limit of 150,000 square feet. That category actually would allow for a higher FAR, but they are restricted by the types of roads that they're on right there. So looking at I think we're looking for that policy right now as well, but just looking at kind of the overall area, we believe strongly that this makes sense as a mixed-use project because this area is overall zone PDMU, but we mostly have this kind of industrial use on the left side of the interstate there, and then we have the kind of regional commercial with the outlet mall, sort of a regional serving use. Honestly, with that skating rink, this kind of makes sense to bring some neighborhood commercial into this area that has a lot of residential uses. Additionally, they discussed their specific approval request. Staff is in support of the specific approval request. It makes sense from their experience with their other properties. I looked at reviews online and no one was complaining about the parking being an issue, so I think that it makes a lot of sense for them to reduce their parking here as well. Positive aspects is that it's consistent with the general development pattern, provides a transition of uses and a mix of uses in a mixed-use area. Of course, the traffic is a big negative aspect, and I'm sure we're going to talk more about that. So overall, staff recommends approval and is happy to take any questions that you have.
Okay. Thank you. I guess we'll start with Commissioner Trace.
Clark, if you could please tell us improvements we're going to do on 60th. I would say take it all the way up to the Erie Road, what the time is to go across Mendoza, when we're going to have a light at Mendoza, kind of all the way there, if you could, please. And really, a roundabout? Is that written in stone?
It looks great.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, Clark Davis, Interim Deputy Director of Traffic Management for Public Works, and I have been sworn. I think there was a map up there for a second on the computer. Anyway, I'll start with essentially the same diagrams that the applicant has because that's the part that's active. The county, with the passage of the 15-year infrastructure surtax plan, included 3 projects for 60th Avenue East. One took the road from 301 up to Factory Shops Boulevard. There was a separate project for the intersection itself, not knowing whether or not we could get, because that seemed to be the bottleneck, that we could work on that first before we did the other stuff. And then finally, there was one from Factory Shops the rest of the way up to Mendoza.
Can't hear you, Clark.
And I didn't
Okay.
do it. An
Sorry.
audience member did.
I'll try and be a little more loud. So there were 3 projects, one from 301 to just south of the Factory Shops intersection, one for the intersection itself, and one from north of the intersection up to Mendoza Road. The thought at the time being that we might get to the intersection first. As it turns out, we've got a project that takes in elements of all 3 of those. So in this year's capital improvement program, you saw a preview of that yesterday in your work session. We have a project that combines those 3 projects, and we've started design. It's just conceptual at this point, so it's not the final engineering work. But based on that conceptual design, we do have some improvements that start at 301, go through the Factory Shops intersection, and go up to 26th, which is the entrance to Bougainvillea Place. Those are the improvements that Mr. Yates was showing you in the applicant's testimony. I'll put those on the document camera again now and start at the south end. So what you're looking at here is where 60th connects to 301. On this map, the stuff that's shown in light colors is the essentially pavement that will be, you can consider it untouched. It'll have to be resurfaced and restriped and things like that, but there's not substantial changes to it. The gray is where pavement is being added or substantially modified. And if you know the area, you know that turning on to 60th to go north, one of the first things you run into is a left turn onto 20th. And the road is 5 lanes wide just in this area right near the gas station, and then suddenly it's less than 5 lanes wide, and people are trying to make left turns, and the way it's set up, you have to stop way short of 20th and then make this sweeping turn across what's becoming 3 lanes at that point, but a large amount of southbound traffic, and it's complicated. And people, because of the way the pavement width narrows where this little kink in the road is here, it just makes for awkward and inefficient utilization of the road. So we're trying to get 3 proper lanes through here with a separate left turn lane. As you move north, one of those northbound lanes gets dropped as an entrance into the commercial development on the east side of the road. You still have 2 lanes approaching the intersection, and this is a roundabout that has 2 circulating lanes around 3 quadrants, and then this southern quadrant is just 1 lane. But all the left turning traffic will be in this leftmost lane and stay on the inside and go around and go into Factory Shops Boulevard. The outside lane will be used for right turns into the backside of this same commercial, I'm not pointing to it, the same commercial development on the east side of the road, and for through traffic. And then it's effectively a 4-lane road. North of the intersection where it transitions back to 2 lanes at 26, which is the entrance to Bougainvillea. That is the undertaking that is going forward first, and this is staff's preliminary design concept based on what we know right now. The roundabout is our recommended alternative. We still need to do some operational analysis of that intersection, make sure it works well. There's extremely high northbound left turns under peak loads at the mall, as everyone knows, because it's a popular destination, weekends, shopping season in particular, and other times. And then we also need to coordinate with the landowners on the east side because it does represent a change to their access configuration, so we need to work with them a little bit. And so between those different things, we may need to evaluate other alternatives there. So to answer Commissioner Trace's question that I nodded to as I was approaching the podium, it is not set in stone. It is something we still need to evaluate before we make a final decision. I do not have a map of the area north of there, but going the capital project that was combined does include, I guess, what we would call functional improvements for 60th Avenue north of there, so to add sidewalks and bicycle facilities up to Mendoza Road. And if we can get things to come together, and it'll take some developer participation and agreements, to also construct the connection of what at that point would be called Buffalo Road, but it's 60th north of Mendoza Road, through a development that was previously approved as Trees Direct several years ago, across the FPL Railway and into the project called Travesta. And Travesta is building portions of Buffalo Road into their project, but won't quite make it all the way to the rail line because they don't need it past a certain point for access. So we've talked to them some, them being the developers of Travesta, and so we still need to work out an arrangement with them and the Trees Direct people to provide the complete connection, so that we don't have as good ideas when we'll be working on that as we do the south piece, which we think we can have under construction within a couple of years.
And just so they'll kind of know the money to go from basically 301 up to Bougainvillea, how much money do we have? I know we have it funded. We're ready to go. We're starting that project. We're in the right-of-way and design right now, Clark? And it is funded, correct?
Yesterday.
You have most of it. We've had prior appropriations of $4 million, and then we've got the rest in fiscal 20 and 21, and it's $10.5 million. So I think
About 15 million is what I was thinking.
And it's spread across those 2 years. So by a year and a couple of months, so 14 months from now, we'll have all of that money in place. But we're not going to be ready to encumber construction funds during fiscal '20 anyway. We still need to do the design and right-of-way acquisition for it. So we've got the funding in place to do the things we need to do until the balance of the construction funds are in place. But it is,
Actually, when you actually, that people see, actually construction late '21, where we're actually, only because it takes a long time to get ready to do a road. And we're doing the ready part, not the
Right.
road part.
without having done the final design, it's hard to speak to the construction timeline because we don't know what kinds of design and permitting issues we'll run into. But it's set up in the capital improvement program so that we could start it during this county's fiscal 2021, which is our fiscal year starting on October of 2020. So I would say probably 18 months from now at best, though, for construction, just given the complexity of the project.
I agree. And that's going to fix that crazy left-hand turn into Kerrs and the Shell Station and Ruby Tuesdays, we think.
Well, if they're able to acquire property consistent with that plan I just showed you, it will solve that funny problem at that first little bend there north of 301 and provide a better intersection, roundabout or signalized intersection at Factory Shops Boulevard. And that first section north of 301 is the critical piece. It's, on paper, it looks like we don't have volume that needs more than a 2-lane road out there, but everybody knows what that's like when people go to shop and things like that. The demand is extremely high, and so we can't look at it just through a PM peak hour concurrency blinders for something like this. It really needs the 4 lanes and then some, the auxiliary lanes and things like that to make it work right.
Okay, well, I wanted you to go through because a lot of people, this is a big concern in that area, really big, and I want them to know that we consider it a serious problem also, and we're getting ready to put $15 million into really just most of the money's right there and buying the right of way. And hopefully it solves some of those problems. Although my opinion is stoplight.
Done, okay. Commissioner Benak.
Okay, so 60th Avenue East is funded, and it's funded to fix an existing deficiency. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, it'll add some capacity, but it is for the traffic demand that's already there due to the Factory Shops Boulevard and other existing development on the roadway.
Okay, so we know it's already existently deficient. There's also, are there any improvements planned on 29th Street East?
It is shown in the thoroughfare plan as a 2-lane collector roadway and 84 feet of right-of-way. So it's on our plan, but the plan doesn't call for additional lanes, and there are no programmed improvements for it.
And there's no plan for it to go over the interstate or go further to the east? It is really just a short, I don't know how many miles it is, but relatively short part of a collector roadway, is that?
This is one of the roads we're looking at for cleanup in our thoroughfare plan amendments. If you were to look at Table 5-1 in the comprehensive plan, it talks about 28th Street Court East and 29th Street East extending from Canal Road to Ellington Gillette over the interstate and connecting to 60th Avenue East. If you look at the maps, it shows it broken at the interstate. Staff have, in recent evaluation, have just considered it as it would not be feasible to build the bridge across the interstate. So we're working in our comp plan cleanup to remove the references to the crossing, and so it would be effectively this short collector road that serves the existing commercial development.
It's
and whatever
basically
else
a
comes in.
dead-end road on 2 ends. It's a dead-end road. Okay, I'm going to ask staff to read 2-10-4-1 policy, because I disagree that every spot where you have a mapped commercial, you get a commercial node is appropriate for every single intersection. It says you have to consider other things, so I'm going to ask it if you would read 2-10-4-1.
So what I have for policy 2.10.41, correct? That's what you're asking, policy?
Yep.
Limit the location of all new commercial development to well-defined nodes or compact groupings to Provide a reasonable compromise of predictable yet flexible commercial locations for all residents and business interests in Manatee County. Increase safety and maintain the vehicular capacity of public roads by discouraging linear strip commercial development and the multiple access points which are likely to accompany such linear commercial development. Facilitate compliance with the commercial project access criteria contained in Objective 2.10.3. Maximize the accessibility and viability of commercial development by using location and grouping to maximize the number of trips to the commercial site, and establish conveniently located commercial uses for the residents of Manatee County.
Okay, and if this commercial is approved, isn't it true we will have commercial for the entire length of 60th Avenue from 29th down to 301? And that's not strip commercial. I mean, I know it's kind of crazy to call the outlet mall strip commercial, but there's a lot of commercial along there in front of the outlet mall. It's all commercial. So the entire, there will be no more node unless we're calling that actually from 29th to 301 a node.
Right. Yeah, it would be a very large node.
Thanks.
But I also do want to point out that anything with a mixed-use future land use category, which a portion of the site does have, is no longer subject to commercial locational criteria. So
this is not mixed use. The site where the commercial is not mixed use.
Right, but they do own a piece that is in that mixed-use future land use category. So theoretically, they could design something that stuck commercial down there anyway.
Yes, on the mixed use, but not. What is the future land use category of the proposed commercial site?
It's it's a split, and over there is mostly Res 6.
I'm going to ask our attorney a question. If I had no problem with saying, obviously, the apartments are probably an appropriate use in the PDMU, but I don't believe the commercial node makes a lot of sense here, given there's no commercial on any other corner here, and all we're doing is establishing a trend that would create, now we're saying the other side's going to go commercial as well.
Right.
If we establish a commercial node, then the other side will go commercial as well. If I thought the residential was fine and the commercial not, what would I have to do as a commissioner?
Get the majority vote.
Continue it.
After public comment.
I know, I'm just asking. And you don't have to tell me right now. We got
Well,
lots
I
of
don't
time.
really know, because I don't know what facts are using to support that.
Right.
It doesn't matter if it's in
It would have to
commercial
be
in
a
other
continuance,
corners.
is what you're saying. We'd have to have a continuance because that's not the recommendation of staff.
And someone needs to bring back finding support denial, and staff would have to tell me what those are. Because I can't make them up. I can't provide it as the attorney.
I assume that I can give an opinion as a county commissioner, and I think I've just given my opinion.
Yeah.
And that, I'm done.
Commissioner Bellamy.
All right, this is gonna be tough for me. I'm a resident of 29th Street in that area, and this is a lot going on right here for that small, maybe 2-mile radius. It's not even a radius. If you're talking about, let's talk about 29th Street, first of all. It's 2 lanes, one going one way and one going the other. So my question is, with it actually being one lane, would the future plan make it 2 going both ways? That's one question I have for staff.
The reference I made earlier to it being 2 lanes with a 84-foot wide right-of-way, it means the same way you just said it, 1 lane in each direction. So it's not, when we say it's a 2-lane roadway, we mean 2 total. The configuration it's got today, basically.
So it's gonna be 2 lanes, and we will not increase capacity on 29th Street, is what you're saying?
If it's a capacity increase, it would be things at intersections and driveways, so it would be auxiliary lanes. There shouldn't be 4 lanes, 2 in each direction on that road.
Okay, so, and I'm just someone that has frequent there during the holidays, during downtimes. This is a tough area. So we are going to, and nothing against the project, but from the county standpoint, we are going to put, how many units were you all bringing in? 240? 292 apartments that could potentially bring 2 vehicles per apartment. All right? And just hear me out. And I may be wrong. I'm just thinking about this with what we have already. With what we have already. And I guess the bad thing is during the holidays, I just parked along the side of the road and walked where I was trying to go and come back. So maybe I shouldn't be speaking on this, but it's my own experience. So we're going to add probably over maybe close to 600 vehicles to that immediate area, but we're not going to increase capacity on 29th, but we are going to allow 29th to be in access. Is that what we were saying? Oh my God. Okay, so I just needed to understand that. I just need to understand that, and I may be looking at it the wrong. No, I'm not looking at it the wrong way. I'm looking at it the right way because that's a lot of traffic in that small area on that road. In that road. But I'm not a planner like you all, so I may be talking about it the wrong way. The next thing is right there where the entry into the Ellington Mall. Is that where the proposed circle? Yeah, roundabout. That's where the proposed roundabout. And I know you still have some things that you have to do, but that's where is proposed.
In the conceptual design we have now, that roundabout is shown at the Factory Shops Boulevard, the main entrance to the mall.
Here's my question, and Mr. Grimes mentioned it. Where is that roundabout in location as far as, because we have the movie theater coming up out there also. Am I correct? Okay, so now we have about 600 cars in a movie theater in an area that's already extremely at a high traffic level. What do we have any other?
Yeah, we do.
Hotel. Welcome to our world.
So what you're looking at here is the roundabout itself. The north is up, and this is the main boulevard entrance into the mall.
Yes, sir.
This is the site with the palm trees on it that is been approved for the theater in the past. This is what was the Kmart shopping center, correct? So that's for orientation. So going north from that, the top of that page that I was just showing you. So the roundabout is just off the south edge here.
Sorry.
This is Government Hammock, and that's the north edge of the theater property. The property that's under consideration today is the property from here, the rest of the way up.
Take that down some.
To 29th, and 29th, unfortunately on my map, just like theirs, it's just off the top of the page. This was designed to show what we were working on as a capital project, not the site that's under review today. But this covers most of their site frontage along 60th Avenue East on this map.
Thank you. I'm not necessarily sure what the next comment should be, but are we looking at what we're?
Well, we gotta hear.
I just I've been on 29th a lot because I used to play a lot of hockey and go down that 29th, 5 a.m., 6 a.m. and come back, and it's a really tight road.
I'm not
I
sure.
think it still has drainage ditches on one side of it, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a District 1 road.
And it starts and stops in
That
about a mile and a
overflows.
half.
That overflows, by the way.
Yeah.
Sometimes it does overflow.
So it's just, boy, I don't know, I don't know what our
options are.
But that, like Mr. Bellamy says, to put, 600, 500 more trips a day on it, and, then all the other new traffic, I don't know, but I have great concerns about it. Commissioner Whitmore.
This project, it's not gonna be built before the road's gonna be repaired, right? It just takes so long. They still gotta do all their work and permitting, and our roads will probably be done in 18 months.
That's gonna start in 18 months.
So do you know if the project will be, what phases of the project? I know they still got like a year or two worth of work, or longer.
I would ask the applicant to speak to the timing of their project, but I think it's probably 18 months at best before we start construction on the 60th Avenue improvement. So it'll be a little while before that.
And the roundabouts, I know everybody has heartburn about roundabouts. I live on Anna Marie Island 50 years. We have one at Bradenton Beach. The purpose of and they have about 20,000 a day going through that. And the reason why they do it is because it keeps the traffic flowing and there's no stoplight. The only issue, I mean, if you decide on a stoplight, you know, that's what ends up, fine. But then if you have a stoplight, you have to stop, so you don't keep it moving. You don't keep the traffic going, and that's where we all, because I go there, get frustrated. So that is one of the reasons why MPO and the state and all of us are looking at traffic circles, because, you know, Bradenton Beach has had that for years, and during the season, it's more than 20,000. So on weekends, it's 20,000 a day, and maybe a few accidents in all the years it's been there. The commercial, I have issues with the commercial. If you look what you have at the outlet mall, that's all clothing and stuff and a few other little restaurants. If you have the commercial along the main drag there, there's not much there. So if you have these 292 apartments, where do you go for milk? Where do you go get your hair done and stuff? I'm not saying the whole thing should be commercial, and I see what you're saying, but I mean, I can understand why there would be some type of commercial to keep those people off the roads. That's the whole purpose. So, you know, I don't really think that it looks like it may be ready to, from the sounds up here, I don't know if they're ready to move forward with it because there are a lot of questions. I don't think the whole frontage should be commercial, but I'm not the one that can make that decision today. And if we did just tell you not to, we'd have to come back and continue it because we're not allowed to make that decision. We're not allowed to engineer from the dais. And I apologize, I have asthma for some reason all day today, so I'm barely here. So, you know, but I do want, you know, the roundabouts, I hear all this stuff. We're going to have a roundabout. Well, the whole purpose is to slow traffic and keep it moving. They have them all over the world. We have them in Manatee County. We're getting them on our main thoroughfares, which we'll see how that works. But from experience, I never see problems. It keeps it moving, and I'm not stopped at a light, and then all the traffic backs up. So maybe that's why that was a suggestion from staff. And I'd like to know when the applicant comes up, the timing of when you may start versus our road, because I think, as Priscilla said before, that is imperative. And I don't know if I'm truly ready because of Betsy's comments regarding the commercial. I know we need some kind of commercial there besides fast food restaurants. You know, I want to keep those people off the road and be able to have something for them to go to instead of getting on the roads, which is the problem. You know, 29th, that's an issue too. Again, there are property rights, so if we can just figure out that everybody could be happy, in 2 years, 2.5 years, we won't be talking about this because we will see major improvements. I've been coming there since the day the outlet mall opened. You live there. You're 6th generation there, so I get it. But, you know, I don't know if it's ready to go yet today.
Commissioner Servia.
Thank you. I'm going to switch gears and talk about parking. I looked over the parking study, and I see that you guys are asking for a reduction of about 100 spaces. And I was trying to do the math. What is that, about 1.7 per unit? And so as somebody who's living in an apartment right now with 2 bedrooms and 3 cars, and you guys are the experts, and I know this is a very experienced multifamily developer, but I'm just going to make sure and ask for the record, you're comfortable with that. Is that correct, having just less than 2 parking spaces available per unit and no guest parking?
Is this an applicant question?
No, yes, it's for the applicant.
Commissioner Servia, this, by the way, is about the 3rd or 4th one that I've been involved where we've done this. And what we have found is that when you do these apartment complexes, and we have this 2.1 is what it works out to.
Right.
And you have 1 bedroom, you have 2 bedroom, you have 3 bedrooms. Your 1 bedroom generally is 1 car, and yet you're requiring 2. Your 2 bedroom is often 1 car because it's somebody with a guest. And then with 3 bedroom, you may get 2 or even 3 cars. So what we have found is that when you put that together and you average it out, around 1.75 is all the spaces that are needed and used. I've had at least 2 over in the Lakewood Ranch that we came through, had the traffic study, we did the reduction. We've had support from staff on all of these, and we've had a lot of studies to show that that's what makes sense. If you know, when you're building something that's all 3 and 4 bedroom homes, that's a different, and we only require 2 for that in single-family subdivisions. And so it is something that we are comfortable with, and it is consistent with what this board has approved, several that I've been involved with lately.
And I appreciate that. And surely the success of the project is going to be based largely on parking. So I'm sure you're comfortable with it, or you wouldn't have designed it that way.
You know, there's a lot of things that if you got to be comfortable with, and
Right.
and that is one of them.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Benet?
And I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. So 60th Avenue East, the only way to get to this site is 60th Avenue East, realistically. And 60th Avenue East doesn't connect anywhere today to the north, right? It doesn't connect to anything to the north.
It connects to Mendoza
It
Road.
connects to
Oh, yeah, it
Mendoza,
does.
but
That's
Mendoza doesn't connect to the interstate.
That is correct.
And so, I mean, Carol's point would be well taken if that was true, because you can't, but you drive past, to get anywhere, get off I-75, you gotta drive past 301 and drive past North River Village to get here. And that's really the only access today if you're coming, I mean, most people work somewhere, they don't typically work to the east up 301, there's not that much up there. They work to the north, they work to the south, or they work to the west, generally speaking, in the apartments. And I saw Benderson sent a letter. They've got that fabulous new,
800 jobs.
you know, job center on the west side of the interstate, and sure, it'd be a great place for apartments. I just, the idea that you need another shopping center here is what's got me kind of roiled, because you've got North River Village, which I think we just lost Kmart there. I don't know what's in there now, but is there a grocery store in there?
No, there's supposed to be a brand new, gosh, no, Home
Was it
Goods,
Kmart?
Home Goods? Home, something,
Goods.
Home Goods. Is that a store?
Yes.
Yeah. That's supposed to
Good
be going
store.
in.
Good to me.
A
What?
home, a home.
Oh, okay. I don't know. My daughter-in-law was
Okay,
excited.
I
was
know
like,
the attorney will go crazy if we don't have all this on the record, so I'd ask staff, do you know the uses that are in that shopping center at North River Village?
Not. Oh, apparently Tom does.
Tom's a
though.
shopper. Come on, bring it home, Tom.
Chopper.
Commissioner Trace will be happy with me. Since we frequent this shopping center quite often, there is a number of retail stores in the predominant shopping center, and there's a mixture of restaurants and a gas station and a bank along the frontage of 301,
Yeah.
without being specific.
There was
But
like
not
a
to get
dry
milk.
bulk store or something there, right? Isn't that in there too? My sister loves that store, the dry bulk store that sells food. So it is a kind of like a grocery store. Thank you.
He used to have a cupcake place in there. It was pretty good.
Yeah, it's an Oriental restaurant.
Okay.
Me and my dad eat that a lot.
No public comment.
Finally,
They've been waiting all day.
all you poor people, but thank you for waiting. I have a couple slips here that were turned in, and again, Branco?
Mr. Bronco.
Come on
Bronco?
down.
Branco. Andy.
Then after that, John Williamson. And then Kay McFarland. And then Thomas Jamonsko. I'm sure I
Good. You have to say it actually on the mic.
come up to the podium, please, state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
I just like to let you know that I am going on a 14-year resident in that area, and I know that like the back of my hand. And the problem is traffic, and
Your
it's not
name.
easy to solve.
Name and you've
Your
been
name?
sworn.
And if you've been sworn.
Yes, I have.
And your name.
My name is Andy Branco.
Thank you.
The total number of homes along Mendoza Road and 60th Avenue East that are able to use 60th Avenue East to get to 301 include 9 developments and 2,722 homes. This does not include Colony Cove, North River Estates, or Ridgewood. They use Victory Road to get to 301. As you can see, the traffic load is very heavy, and it appears that 60th Avenue East is currently designed to be 4 lanes of traffic from the circle at Factory Shops Boulevard to 26th Avenue East, which is the entrance to Bougainvillea. with no commitment to have 4 lanes in place before the Springs at Ellington is complete. Also note that from 26th Avenue to 29th Street, there is no firm commitment for 4 lanes to be completed before the Springs project is completed. The Springs will use 29th Street East to access 60th Avenue East. This street is also used by the residents of Bougainvillea for access to 60th Avenue East. The Springs will have an additional point of access to 60th Avenue East, 50 feet south of 29th Street East. Please note that the Ellington Theater Complex was also approved for access to 60th Avenue East with this entry point 300 feet north of Factory Shops Boulevard onto 60th Avenue East. The proposed circle at Factory Shops Boulevard and the extension to a 4-lane road has no firm commitment to be completed before the Springs is completed. Also, I'd just like to add that that first leg off the circle goes in behind the Walmart shopping center, or Kmart shopping center. That's where the trucks deliver. So that's a good access in there, right? This land parcel was just recently rezoned from agricultural to mixed residential and retail. With all of the complaints voiced by area residents for attention to be given to the serious overloaded traffic conditions on 60th Avenue East, as acknowledged by the county, why would the county accept an application to build 292 new residents and 150,000 square feet retail building? And their original figures was 755 peak hour trips on this parcel along 60th Avenue East. This only further compounds the traffic problems. Why should county residents have to settle for second place behind the needs of our area developer? The secondary street entrances from the Springs and the theater onto 60th Avenue East will cause left-hand turn problems in both north and southbound directions. What they said in 29, you gotta pass the bill to know what's in it. I hope that in 2020, we don't have to pass the apartment complex to find out the traffic debacle.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is John Williamson or Williams? Williamson.
Son.
Yeah, my name is John Williamson. I reside in subdivision of Oakley off of 60.
And you've been sworn?
Yeah, I've been sworn in.
Thank you.
We've owned a home there since 2003, full-time since 2010. So as the commissioners have stated already, I've seen the growth of traffic. Since we moved there, Bougainville has been built, Tuscany Lakes, Oakley Place, and that's just on 60th, which is 1.75 miles long. Then you've had an addition of Chili's and the Wing House, just on 60th alone. So we can attain to the volume of traffic on that road as it is today. It now takes me, I have to lie sometimes 20, 30 minutes to get from my house to the interstate, because it can take me 3, 4, 5 goes to get through the lights. Just going forward on a few things, I'll go back to the development. They're talking about putting a roundabout. Well, I grew up in a country with roundabouts, and people know how to use roundabouts, but I've lived in several states in this country who've got roundabouts, and they don't know how to use them. That intersection at the mall has been the cause of many accidents. People can't read an arrow pointing left already. If you're going to make that 6 lanes, it's going to be a mess. So going forward, what have we got? Well, we understand that there's a movie theatre coming. So how much traffic in the hotel? How much traffic is that going to generate? We don't know. What we do know is that everybody's kindly forgotten about Mendoza. What's going on there? Well, on Mendoza, you've got 1 new mobile home development, and then you've got 2 new huge developments, Silverstone and Willow Walk. And I would imagine only about 1/10 of the people are in there coming down 60th now. and that's going to probably bring another 700 cars down 60th. Now they want to put 292 units in with approximately 600 more cars coming and going, plus the visitors. I mean, it's not going to handle it. And you've got the traffic to the mall, you've got the traffic to the igloo. I just don't know how we got to this point in even considering developing that area as it is. It's overcrowded and it's just not sustaining the traffic. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is Kay McFarland.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. And my name is Kay McFarland, and I have been sworn, and I've waited a long time to speak to you. Now, I'm going to hope you pardon my language. We have this ass backwards. We are putting the cart before the horse. There is nothing wrong with the apartments per se, except they're going to generate traffic. However, if we had the traffic worked out and the infrastructure worked out for the traffic to be handled, at least know it was going to be handled before the apartments land. The apartments are scheduled to land, if I'm not mistaken, the 2021. They expect to have their opening. If we're not beginning ours till next year in 2020 to start developing the roads, it's just not going to work. Your apartments are going to be open before the roads are ready to handle it. The way the roads are handled now, that they want to do it in the county, God bless you for the $15 million. $15 million is not even going to begin to handle this. The roundabout, I agree with some of you that have said that it will handle the traffic quicker. It will. Okay, but off the roundabout comes 2 lanes north, only for about 500 feet, which is 26th Street, which is the entrance for Bougainvillea Place. We have to get out and be able to turn left to go down to the roundabout, or we can turn right with no problem. We have 2 lanes there. It's sometimes 5 lights to get out of our section, and this is with the snowbirds being gone, to make that light and get out, because so many people have found out about coming down 60 off of Mendoza. After 26th Street, you go up to 29th. That's only 1 lane up. The developer has now graciously agreed to put a 2-lane turning lane in. Well, that's going to be a mess, because from where he's going to put it in, which is halfway between 26th and 29th, is where this left-hand turn lane is going to go in. 10 cars are going to back up, and you're not going to be able to get out of Bougainvillea to make a left. It's not going to be able to happen. Then you go up to 29th Street. 29th Street, at best, is what we used to call in the South a 2-lane cow pasture. You've got 1 lane in and 1 lane out, and it's worth your life to ride on that road. There's no plans to redo that. They're going to resurface it probably when they're finished. But that's about all. And that's going to be one of the exits. Well, God bless the person who's coming out of 29th Street and wants to turn left to go up, because they're going to take the divider for Oakley that's there. There's a divider there. There's a wall there. They're going to have to get past that wall to turn left and be able to see to do that. And then when they get up to Mendoza, they get 4 lanes. My recommendation is 4 lanes all the way up to Mendoza. And if somebody would just figure out why they didn't put an exit from the back of the outlets onto 75, just out of there onto 75 and come right off of 75, ask the state that, my dear friends, please. Have that. I know they're planning on redoing the 301 exit, so ask them to please consider a direct outlet from the mall onto 75 and into the outlets. It would make a lot of sense. Even if it's only 500 feet up the road, it's still a better plan than what they've got now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
They're hanging in there.
Next person I have is Thomas Jamisko.
Thomas, you want a handheld mic? Got it, okay, good girl.
There you go, Margaret.
Good, Margaret.
Thank you much. Tom Jamisko, yes, I've been sworn. Thank you. I'm a resident of Oakley Place, which is on the corner of Mendoza and 60th. And I'm just agreeing with everybody else here. We've got it all backwards. And like I said, that section between 29th and 34th is a 2-lane funnel. you're coming down with traffic from Mendoza that has to funnel into the one lane and fight the traffic trying to get down to the mall. And okay, here I'm in my wheelchair. I'm in and out of my house all day long. I kind of live in my car. Traffic is just a bear, and it just needs to get corrected so that the drive is easier for everybody to get in and out of the areas that we're in. So I've said my piece. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, those are the only cards. Is there anybody else that would, if so, come on up and state your name. You've been sworn, and the other ones can line up behind them if you'd like. And
My name is Peter Kriegel. I have been sworn. I live in Bougainvillea. 6 lanes sounds great. Wow, 6 lanes. 1 lane is dedicated to Kmart. 1 lane is dedicated to the mall, the premium mall. 1 lane is a through lane. That's it. In addition, if you want to go to the wings, you've got to go up to the rotary, roundabout, go around the roundabout, and come back. All of the traffic has got to go up to the roundabout. All of the traffic.
Better.
It would take 290 cars, bumper to bumper, to go from the beginning of 60 to the end of 60. There's going to be 584 cars generated from this project. That's 584 going in the morning, 584 coming back. That's over 1,000 cars. There's going to be a hotel, 330 rooms. Each person who goes to the hotel drove there. They didn't walk. That's going to be an additional 1,000 cars a day with the movie theater. We just can't support this. Already, like these folks say, it's 2 or 3 times to the light. And remember, the backup is going to be at 301. People are going to come out. They're going to go around the rotary. It's going to be smooth. But they're stopped at 301. They got to wait to that red light. They can't take a right. They can't take a left. They got to wait till that red light is. It's going to be backed up past the rotary. This is just undoable. It's just undoable. Thank you for your time.
thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good evening. Chuck Gregory. I have been sworn in. I'm a resident of Oak Creek subdivision, which is about 50 yards from the intersection of 60th Avenue East and Mendoza Road, just east of that intersection. What we're experiencing now is because of all the development out in Parrish, and because of the over 1,000 homes which have been built on the west side of 75 on Mendoza, traffic is now coming off of 301 because of the tremendous backup just east of Victory. They're now using Victory as a cut-through to come up to Mendoza, across, going west on Mendoza, either on over to Ellen's Gillette or making a left on to 60th Avenue East and going back south toward the mall. From the west, we have Ellington Gillette traffic turning left onto Mendoza, coming east to 60th Avenue and making a turn there. So mornings and evenings, we have a lot of traffic that intersection. And to get out of our subdivision entrance, now we're sitting there waiting through all the traffic that's coming from 60th Avenue going north, 60th Avenue going south, and we have cars that are now queuing up in the right-hand lane on 60th Avenue at that intersection, turning right, and then turning around in our subdivision entrance to then make a U-turn to go back west because they get so backed up on 60th Avenue. So the problem is not only down at the outlet mall, it's not only at 29th, the traffic is getting backed up all the way up 60th Avenue to Mendoza. So the problems need to be addressed continuous up 60th Avenue. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Howard Fletcher. I live at Oak Creek, and I've been sworn in. I want to thank you people for staying late and listening to us. You've heard all of the gripes of all the traffic. I'd like to just caution you people to put this thing on hold till you get a handle on where the traffic is going and where we're at, because you're going through and saying, let's develop, let's put in new things, and we don't have the infrastructure to handle it. So I rest my case, folks.
Thank you for hanging in
Thank you.
there.
Okay, is there anybody else? You've already spoken, I believe,
One
sir.
speak.
I've just got one comment.
Nope,
No,
you're done.
sorry,
Allowed to.
you can't,
Sorry.
not allowed.
Sorry.
Sorry,
Missed the point.
sorry.
Sorry. We got your point.
Is there anybody else in the
Got all
public
y'all
that would
for it.
like to speak at this time?
4 lanes, they come down there at 60 miles an hour now.
We can put
Okay,
speed bumps.
seeing nobody else, we'll close public comment. Staff, any closing comments?
No.
Yes.
Yes. Have at it, Clark.
Do you want, do we?
Apologize, I'll try and be brief. Some of the testimony was about the improvements that are planned, and just for clarification, if I understood the testimony correctly, there was a suggestion that you wouldn't be able to turn left here at 20th, this is where it goes to Kerrs, that you would have to go up to the roundabout and come back. We do plan to keep the left turn lane here. We're trying to improve the situation, so there's enough lanes for people to go through and make lefts at the same time. So these turns will still be supported, and so just to set that part of the record straight in case I wasn't clear earlier when I was talking about that. Thank you.
Jamie, anything? No? Okay.
Can I ask?
Caleb?
Can I ask a question before he rebuts? Because he may want to mention what I'm going to bring up. Is that all right?
You're really out of order, but go ahead.
No, I thought we could make comments after the citizens' comments.
Well, we made them before the public comments, everybody. But go ahead.
First of all, I don't think we have any mobile homes. The gentleman came up and said we're building a mobile home park. I don't think that's true. We haven't done those in years. I don't think we're allowed to. Planning. Movie, the hours are, they don't, movies, I haven't been doing years, but they don't start till noon. So that'll be stagnated, as you know. Apartments, AM and PM for the working people. And I kind of like this gentleman's idea about the roundabout, so you don't have to stop and do the left and you go around. But you said you're making an additional lane so they can turn in. But if you don't keep the traffic flowing with the roundabout, they're going to stack up and you're going to have the same problem. But, I don't think, and then you have to look at, this is all about planning. We know for a fact there's a warehouse, 800,000 square foot warehouse development across the interstate, not even a mile from here. We don't know who it is or what it is. Guaranteed 800 jobs. We have no clue where they are, and I have a feeling that's why what we're seeing today. I support the residential. I don't know if I support as much as of the commercial, kind of like Betsy. I do support some commercial because I don't think the outlet mall and the malls that you're talking about support some of the people that live there to keep them off their roads. But when we're planning, you got to look at the whole picture. There is something coming with a guaranteed 800 and something jobs. And we don't know what it is because there's state rules, and we'll find out once the contract's signed who or what it is.
Okay, Commissioner Trace, since we've opened up this can of worms.
Well, I'm sorry. I just had to clarify some of the comments.
I would like to wait till when Caleb finishes.
Okay,
And then I'll be
Caleb,
happy.
you can now.
Thank you. There are quite a few things to address, and I'll do my best to get them done as soon as I can. And one thing is that we did check, there are sidewalks on 60th already all the way, so the sidewalks are there. And I do want to say one quick thing about the roundabouts, because you hear different things. I was very skeptical of roundabouts. And I just had the fortune to take a trip to Ireland and drove all the way around the country. And even driving on the wrong side of the road, some would say it's the correct side of the road, but I say the wrong side of the road. Every place there were roundabouts, and there were roundabouts where there were just 2 lanes meeting 2 lanes crossing. There were roundabouts where there were 4 lanes going through. There were roundabouts everywhere, and although it took me a minute to get used to them because I was going the wrong way through them, I was amazed at how smoothly the traffic actually goes through. You slow down, but you don't get stopped sometimes for a few seconds, and you get through them. You work your way. If you're going a quick turn, you're on the outside. If you're going all the way around, you get on the inside. And it's amazing to me how well it works. So I've kind of changed my tune of thinking roundabouts are terrible, but it's amazing to me how well they work. Ms. Benak, I do want to address one thing on the provision that you were reading on the, quote, strip commercial. Strip commercial, and when you read this, what they're talking about is you don't want the strip that results in, it specifically says this, a lot of driveways, because that's what creates the problem. So what you want is your commercial where you are taking it and working it into a group where you only have to have one driveway or fewer, one or two driveways. Here we have the one main road into it, so that when you read what it says, to discouraging linear strip commercial and the multiple access points which are likely to accompany such linear commercial development. What they're saying is you don't want to do the thing where you don't have the controlled access. And we read that very carefully before we started putting this together. So it is to avoid that multiple access points that you get with the old traditional strip commercial where you have one lot comes in, then another lot comes in, and another lot comes in. And so we did look at that very, very carefully. You asked about our timing. These will not, the apartments are the only things that are scheduled right now to go forward. And if we go as fast as we can, and I have Aaron here to kick me if I say this wrong, if we go as fast as we can, we're 6 months through general permitting, and then we're a year to build the first building. So if we can go as fast as we can, we're 18 months before we have one building. And they're not going to build all the buildings at once. And so that's why I said in the beginning is that our timing seems to be very going right along with the timing of what's coming in. As far as 29th goes, if you see, that's a secondary access. And actually, your code provisions require us, if we're on a thoroughfare plan, to put an access to it. And it works as a secondary access. Our traffic engineer, our trips that would be generated during the peak hour, whole hour, are, for the residential, are projected to be 153. And 80%, I think is the number, Michael, 80% will not use 29th. So it's a very small number of trips, and that road is not a road that gets a lot of traffic on it. I drive it quite often myself, and it doesn't, it's 29th is meant to be a minor collector road. That's what it is, and it serves that very well. And we're not going to be putting a lot of traffic on that actual roadway. So that's why we went through and designed it the way we did with the major entrance going out the way it is. I think I answered your parking study question. And I do want to make sure that everybody understands something that staff said and we have said. Under the current zoning, what is allowed to be put there without having to do any rezoning would result in more trips than what we're proposing with our project by not putting the full numbers that we have the ability to put there, not putting all the commercial that we could put back in the back, and a limited amount on the front. Then I think we're about a third fewer trips than the current zoning could have. Now, we worked real hard at this. We've got these areas that we have the comp plan in place. We have zoning next to us. We have what's been put out. And we feel that we're in compliance with all the rules. We're in compliance with the comprehensive plan that does allow a node at this intersection. I do also want to point out that some of the permitted uses in that not yet planned is residential. And so if the market says that's more appropriate residential, I'm sure that would be there. But we felt that that the neighborhood commercial, this area needs some neighborhood commercial to keep from having to always go out onto 301. And that is why this has been put together the way it has. And so we think we've met everything. I don't have, I can't change the commercial to residential right now at this moment. If it's something that the whole board wants us to do, we can go back and take a look at that and continue and come back to see you on it. But we think that we've got an appropriate development. As you know, we, the movie theater, all of us, have to meet concurrency. We have a system in place that we have to meet concurrency. So we have to take care of our impacts that would degrade the roadway. We don't get away from it. It's the way we do things. It's our system. Luckily, in this instance, you guys have taken the bull by the horns and are making some very, very good improvements to the part where the problem is. That gets freed up, and then our traffic engineer says we have the capacity, we'll be able to go forward. But we will have to do a concurrency study, and if there's more lanes needed, we'll have to assure that they're put in place. We don't get around that. Your hotel and your theater will have to do the same thing. All of us have to do that. And so the timing is such, and we're here for this, in great part because of the half-cent sales tax and the fact that you guys are making these improvements. I know at our last hearing, several of you said, yeah, this is where we need to have things. This is where we need to do some of this kind of stuff, and we heard that. So we ask that you approve this, and we can get some very, very much needed apartments, and that, as Commissioner Whitmore pointed out, are going to be needed more and more as time goes on. And the Springs are proposed to be a really nice facility. You saw the pictures we wanted you to see, and the details that these guys go through with having yards for people who want yards and kids, and taking care of the dogs, and the amenity center is just tremendous. So it's something I think that we'll all be very proud of when it comes in. Be glad to answer any final questions.
Commissioner Trace? I always have trouble with this. This is a road that is not just about the outlet mall and the people that live there. Everything that we approved up on Ellington Gillette, on Mendoza, everybody uses 60th. Well, not everybody. A lot of people use 60th to get to the interstate. It has become a
road to the interstate.
A road to the interstate. I mean, I covered bridge. We just did Willow Walk. And if that road that we have is a thoroughfare road, which is, I forget what is it, 51st, the one that goes from the Waffle House? And we have plans to take that thoroughfare road all the way from 301 all the way up to Palmview Road. Well, then those people are going to be dumping onto Mendoza. They always go to 60th to get out of there. I mean, because Ellington Gillette's a bad road. 17th's a bad road. My district has bad roads. Unfortunately, I hate to tell you, 60th has the traffic, but it's one of the better roads we have. I mean, it has drainage, it has curbs, and it has sidewalks. It's one of the only roads that's not owned by the state that has these things. Caleb, it's a great project. But I'll be consistent. I have yet to vote for a project on this because we're putting $15 million into this road. All it's going to do, I think, is fix the problem we have today. Maybe. And I have doubts about that. And only because all of that stuff on Mendoza, I drive Mendoza a lot because, to be honest with you, I take a back road any day that I can. And I get stopped on Mendoza now because there's so many people making a left-hand turn to go on to 60th that is coming down. They're doing the same thing I am. They're trying to avoid traffic. And we just can't catch up. And what I have a problem with, they have done all of their work. This is a good project. They have done what they're supposed to do. They have property rights. They are not doing, fact is, it's a better than average job. A lot of green space. You've thought it out. You're doing everything right. So I really don't like to say no, but I'm going to have a hard time because we, as a county, whomever you want to say, I just don't think it's ready. I'd like to see the $15 million improvements and see exactly if we fix that or we're going to have to do something else. So I'm going to make a motion that we continue this and not approve.
Continue it. What's your motion?
I'll second it for
Yeah, I
discussion.
second it for.
Chairman, could I just clarify the motion as I understand it?
Absolutely.
So the recommended motion is revised to state, motion to continue the board deliberations on PDMU 1905ZG and direct staff, the county attorney's office, to come back with findings to support denial of the rezone application PDR 1905ZG and general development plan. And we need to specify a date. August 1st is your next land use meeting?
No.
And August 1st?
Sure. We just got so much coming up August 1st. We'll be
Oh,
here
we
again.
Mr. Chairman, I did not hear that in what she said
I didn't get it.
I
either.
said
about
to
coming back for a motion for denial.
No, I said to continue this because I can't just say deny. I have to say continue it to come back and deny the project. I'm sorry, Caleb.
And-
She did get it correctly.
Okay, and
I didn't state it. And like I said, I don't really like to do this, but I'm sorry.
well, and Commissioner, I understand what you're saying and the timing thing, but there's a lot of case law on that. You can't hold someone responsible
True.
for the traffic problems that are there. You can't hold this client with his right to develop his property for a project that is appropriate because of traffic problems that
Yes.
need to be fixed. That's a really, I want
I'm
you to
aware
talk
of-
to your attorney, but this guy should not be punished to use his property because we need to do some fixes. And he actually waited until the fixes are coming in. And so I think we need to recognize that and understand where that's going.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, wait, some of us are on the board.
Wait a minute.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Betsy?
Thank you,
and
Caleb.
I recognize that. I recognize that this site is partially designated MU. The majority of it is Res 6. So yes, the MU would allow for a range of uses, and you've done that traffic analysis. That's why I would not make a motion to deny this outright, because the MU does allow for a lot of uses. He did the comparison, but I don't agree that the Res 6 at an interchange with a dead-end short road allows for the commercial. And I think that it's wrong to say, why do we even have nodes if we're just gonna have giant commercial centers? If, we do have giant commercial centers in the county. They're called mixed-use future land use category. But at some point, they stop. They don't just keep going because we have nodes that go from there. Well, we should just throw our comp plan out if that's all we're gonna do is just allow everything to be commercial. And without bothering to try to have nodes separated from mixed use. I mean, to me, that doesn't make sense. You have light industrial listed as one of your uses in your plan development, commercial. It's one of the uses that is allowed. Maybe you overlooked that, but I just looked through it. Really? I mean, this just doesn't make any sense to me. But I knew that probably they have development rights. I'm pretty sure that these are gonna be nice apartments and they have the right to do it, and we can't tell them no because the traffic is bad today. And that's why I asked the question. I know that the law does not allow that. We'll be going into a lawsuit probably, and can thank
We've lost before.
the folks that wrote the laws that we have to live by. We don't have the right to say, we gotta wait for better infrastructure. Because once they have a comprehensive plan designation of mixed use, and they actually even already have the zoning in part, planned development mixed use, I don't know what it was approved as, if it ever was approved for anything. But the corner is not, it's A1, and it's res, and I don't have to prove that for commercial. So that was why, and I know we have issues, but I think we can say that it's incompatible with a comprehensive plan, which requires you to have nodes to separate it and not to have just one big chunk of commercial. So that's why I seconded your motion, because I would like to see if we could come up with reasons to deny the commercial it'd probably turn into residential.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure that's better,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
that's
Commissioner,
my
we,
concern.
we would, and I suggested this, that if you had it, we would be amenable to a continuance to try to address that issue. But just a straight denial of everything, I mean, we need the apartments, we need to keep them going, and we can address the issue of the commercial out front. We thought that was a better thing to do, but if this board thinks it's not, I'm not going to second guess that.
Commissioner Bellamy.
Okay. So we seem like we're at a point where we need to look at what our options are from the county standpoint and from the client standpoint on how we can potentially meet in the middle. And maybe looking at phasing some of this in may be an option as far as residential. And Mr. Grimes, you kind of mentioned the timelines as far as you all are already aligned with that somewhat. Maybe some of that discussion for the residents and for us probably needs to be, brought back to the forefront so there could be a clearer understanding on some of the steps that you've already taken to make sure that some of it's addressed. My concern, and you know how I am with legal, we've kind of been pre-warned. We don't want to end up in court here.
And lose.
And lose. And to my neighbors, we have a responsibility to make sure that we protect the county at all costs within our decision-making process, and we have to make informed decisions. And based on what's going on right now, I think we probably need to look at it from the perspective of, what are our options and what can we do to put both sides in a win-win situation. And I'm not necessarily sure what they are, but we don't want to end up in court from the county standpoint, because from some of the more experienced ones, we've lost in these particular situations. So what we want to do is identify from the client and staff, if there's going to be a continuance, we want to identify, steps for success, not necessarily steps for denial. And what does that phase look like? What do the phasing in look like as far as going to residential? Looking at the residential options, maybe, the commercial options may need to come off the table a little bit, or time in at a later time as far as dealing with the traffic, but we can't even discuss that because that's a legal issue. That's a legal issue if the client is under the mindset of the thought that we are looking at denial because of traffic.
It's already a problem.
That's a problem right there itself. That is an issue. So I think what we need to do is try not to operate in the gray from both sides, but identify how we can put ourselves in a situation where we can kind of put both sides in a win-win situation. Now, I don't know all of the details, and I'm definitely not a planner.
Mr. Chairman, I had a question for Mr. Grimes. Are you suggesting, are you requesting a continuance of the whole project, and you're going to bring back a revised GDP with the commercial modified in some respect?
Well,
Sure,
in
what you were
a
suggesting.
perfect world, I would suggest that we continue to bring back something in the commercial area, and that they get to go forward with the residential, which is the smaller traffic generator. It's going to take time and so forth. In a perfect world, that's what I'd like to do. I've never done that where you approve a portion of it and continue the rest of it to come back.
Yeah, my concern was that my past legal advice to the board and other situations have been to allow continuance for the applicants to submit a revised general development plan and leave it up to them what they do, if they take off the commercial or modify it. Because partial approval is, plan development's a unified project, and if it got both on here now, and we don't have an ordinance in the record that reflects this change, we can't do the partial approval today, is what I'm saying.
And I hear what you're saying. I had not suggested that until you started asking me about it.
I wasn't clear, so I'm
And
just
it would
trying
have
to
been
clarify.
I think it would be a great way to go. But what I was suggesting is that we continue it so that we can address the commercial area and come back, and we would also address the timing that Commissioner Bellamy has asked about. I've generally given it to you, but that's first building, and we can get some more information on the complete.
And I will tell the board, in the past, we've had situations where the board directed findings for denial and continued it several months, and the applicant still has the opportunity to bring back something new.
Right.
But I will also suggest in that event, we keep the public hearing open. So if the applicant does bring back something new, we can comment on it.
Okay.
That's the only modification I would make to the motion, keep the public hearing open and make the rest of the motion what you have.
Do something, please, somebody. You're gonna lose me.
I'm thinking,
Okay.
which is.
One thing,
Your
if-
seconder left.
Think well after seven.
Well, excuse me, Mr. Chair, I want to hear from Mr. Bernard because I haven't been able to talk to him.
I'm sorry, John.
one thing I would like to suggest, if it's okay with the board and the applicant, that if we continue this, it's continued to August 22nd, because August 1st is, you're too busy.
Thank you.
There's too many things, and we've continued 3 or 4 items
Oh, that's right,
today
today.
to August 1st.
The applicant would agree to that.
I'll be honest with you, I'm okay with the commercial. I'm really, it's the traffic that bothers me, which technically puts the county in a bad spot.
Right.
And I understand that. So I'm kind of,
Can't
you know,
She'll get sued.
you know, and I get that. We're going to get sued. We're going to lose. It's going to cost y'all more money. I mean, that's the position we're in, not because of what we want to do.
Right.
I'm just saying. So I have a problem. I don't have a problem with the mixed use. I mean, with the commercial, because I kind of agree. It'd be nice to have the, you know, being able to maybe go to a doctor, maybe get your hair done, get your nails done right there and walk.
Yeah.
I get that, but,
But not the whole thing.
so no, I'm going to leave my motion just like I made it.
Did the seconder withdraw?
And could you read the motion again, please?
Deny the whole thing.
Could you read the motion, please?
Basically, it's my understanding the motion is to direct the county attorney and staff to bring back findings for denial of the rezone application and general development plan at your August 1st meeting. You just continue, the way it's proposed, just continuing deliberations, so the public cannot speak, the way it's written.
All right, I'm going to withdraw my second because I can't support that. I can't support that because we will get sued because this is planned development mixed use and a mixed use future land use category. They're going to build something here.
We have to.
And we can't hold them till the road gets built. We can't do it because of the way the state law is written.
It's all state.
And I understand that, but I just want to kind of draw a line in the sand because I'm tired of approving this stuff and we know that we're way behind. It bothers me.
Yeah.
But you're okay with us getting sued?
No, I'm not okay with us getting sued.
Sued.
So I'm assuming that I was kind of surprised I got a second,
Oh,
but still,
That's our discussion.
she's trying.
just saying.
So, Mr. Chair, procedurally, we have no motion on the floor now, there's no second.
Correct, that is correct.
So someone
Right,
else.
I'd like to make a motion to have, I'm sorry.
He's on the board.
I would like to make a motion to continue this item until August 22nd, as discussed. So you can bring back possibly a new site plan. It'll be up to you.
Can we do
But
time certain?
On the 22nd?
And just for clarification, the public hearing will remain open?
Yes, absolutely.
And let's do it at 1:30 on August 22nd, so these people don't have to sit here all day
Yeah.
for 1:30? Time certain, would you agree to do that?
Yes.
Who's the
Do we have a
seconder?
second?
I think you did.
And just for one
I'll second
clarification,
it. I don't know. Oh, Reggie seconded it, sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. We're keeping public comment open.
Yep.
Mark, do they have an issue? Do you guys have an issue, Margaret? Okay, we gotta wait before we vote.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry, you already have a time certain.
that's not on your list.
I don't think we have a time certain yet
Do they
on
understand?
the
We do now.
22nd. If the board wants this, we'll set it for 1:30 or soon thereafter.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we good, Margaret? Okay, we've got a motion and a second to continue these proceedings to August 22nd at 1:30 or as soon thereafter as
Can you
we can
talk?
start.
Poor
So,
guy.
all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 5-1.
See ya on whatever date at
See you then.
1:30.
Thank you,
Caleb.
Commissioners.
Okay, we've got two more quick items.
We still have a meeting, ma'am.
Hey,
We're
hey,
still meeting.
We're
so-
meeting.
So,
Talk to
State law.
staff. Staff will
Yep.
explain it to you. You
I
can
think
talk
they're
to
done,
staff. They will
maybe.
explain it to you.
Walk out there with, yeah.
Yes, I don't need it.
Margaret, would you like to, we have a housekeeping
make-
item?
Yeah.
We still
Go
have
ahead.
one more housekeeping item, which is item number 12, which is the,
we're still meeting. If y'all could exit quietly, please. I guess not.
if I may interject for a minute, item 12's become moot based on the. Well, the clerk just wants something in the record to state that. That's why I was bringing it up. Thank you.
I'll vote that. I
There's
forgot
no
what-
vote required. I'll just state for the record that the board has decided not to take no action on ordinance 1902, so we cannot hold the second public hearing on August 1st.
Perfect.
Okay. Okay, got that done. Last item, I believe, for the day is Mr. Neal would like 90 seconds of our time.
This might be the most unwise thing I've ever done in my life.
No, we just denied. the second. We did.
You were good enough to take the first part of my request regarding Moxon Waller Road today at 1:30. I'd like to pass out a piece of paper, and if, during the pass out, I think I can explain two things. Can you take one copy of each, please?
Yes, and I'll take care of the rest, sir.
We'll get you one. I'll give you
The
mine.
first 10 seconds are, it was a useful trip to Miami yesterday, and all is good. And my belief is our state government is very sympathetic to traffic problems in Southwest Florida. Second, and the problem with the appropriation for 44th Avenue this year was that it was not designated for a program. It wasn't considered by the legislature. It was added in conference. So my only goal for the Moxon Waller project for 2020 is to go through the appropriate program, CIPRA.
We
You know what
can't,
CIPRA stands for?
we can't pass and listen at the same time.
No, okay.
Okay,
Well,
retired.
And not especially at 8:18 at night.
Yeah, exactly. That was way
County
past.
Incentive Grant Program, and all I wish to say, I can do it in 5 more seconds, is it will be coming back in the CIP process to ask for some money for some construction in a future year so that we can appropriately and honestly declare that the county has some stake in the match that we're asking for from the state. The end.
Does everybody follow that?
No.
No.
Okay, basically, I think if I can try to paraphrase you, Mr. Neal, is in order for us to maybe successfully get some money out of the state for this project, it's important that we put it somewhere in our CIP, because it is not in the CIP right now, so that we can demonstrate to potentially the state that we will have some skin in the game.
Brilliant, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have to put money in the CIP or just say,
Just say it's in, I think just
We
put it
already did
on
this
the list.
morning.
no, that money.
Mr. Chairman, we'll come back at the appropriate time with a demonstration as to how to do that.
Right.
And working
We
with
already
Mr. Butzo and Mr. Molanazar has been great. And when you come back in the CIP hearings, I'll be able to talk to you about the specifics.
Thank you.
Do we need a motion?
No.
No, it's just informational only.
Okay.
Where did they all knew that?
Information.
Good
Okay, are we
news.
done?
We think. Well, the last thing, and I
No
hate to bring this
comments.
up,
No comments.
commissioner comments.
Night. Oh, have a good vacation, whoever's going.
Be safe.
Betsy, tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay,
Bye.
one,
Everybody,
two.
everybody drive safe. No comments.
Night.
Comments.
Thank you, staff. Thank
Joy,
you,
thank you,
guys.
staff.
Thanks,
Thank
staff.
you, officer.
Thank you, staff.
Welcome to our world.
If I had the authority, I'd give you tomorrow off, but I don't.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Pat, for hanging around for. Hey, I just